everybody here, I think. Switched on? Yeah, okay, good, thanks. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-23. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands in which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Deputy Premier Paul Toole and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Deputy Premier, Regional New South Wales and Police. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearings. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's websites once it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Deputy Premier, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, would everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Deputy Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on cards on the table in front of you. And please begin with the first witness on my left, which is, I can't quite see your name, Mr.
Peter Bodor. Yeah, I, Peter Bodor, Assistant Commissioner of the New South Wales Crime Commission, solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Yeah, Scott White, Assistant Commissioner, Commander of Police Prosecutions and Law and Licensing Enforcement Command. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, sir. David William Hudson, Deputy Commissioner, Investigations and Counter-Terrorism, New South Wales Police Force. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep, Karen Webb, Commissioner of Police. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. What are you smiling at, Minister?
No, I'm just
Looking at yourself, are you? Ms. Fox.
Rebecca Fox, Acting Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales.
You might just pull the mic a little closer to your mouth there. Or pull the mic over. Yeah, that's it.
Do you want me to start again? Rebecca Fox, Acting Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Georgina Beattie, CEO of Mining Exploration and Geoscience in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Hanger.
Chris Hanger, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Programs. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Withers.
Yeah, David Witherden, Deputy Secretary Commercial with Department of Regional New South Wales and Chief Executive Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. We are joined by Deputy Premier in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 till 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Deputy Premier.
Welcome. Thank you.
Just want to start out just briefly. I want to touch on drones. And more questions for the Department of Regional New South Wales at this point in time. But do we have, because it's a fleet, a squadron of drones, does your department have, how many drones do you have within the department?
Well, there are different agencies that actually do have drones, and obviously I've got to firstly say that the drones that we do use do actually help with the intel, especially around natural disasters. So a lot of it has actually been also coordinated across with Fire and Rescue New South Wales. So when we have actually seen Fire and Rescue New South Wales going into incidences, whether it's house fires or whether it's even flood-related activities, those drones have been critical in actually giving intel to know whether or not it's safe enough for emergency service personnel to be going to those areas. We also have a very strong fleet of drones through transport. That's actually ensured that we've been able to have a look at roads as well.
And agriculture's got a... And DPI've got a...
So we've been able, through DPI, so we've been able to utilise some of the drones there through transport in relation to actually seeing the impact of those roads and just to know whether or not it's safe enough to send crews within those areas to actually determine whether or not, the crews can go in. But it also helps us to assess the damage. It actually
they've got a very real role. They've got a real role.
So it actually allows us to be able to assess the damage of a particular road or actually see the extent of the damage, and then we're able to also, instead of waiting before we can get in there, we know what kinds of materials are required. So it actually helps with that preparation around.
Where do we source the drones from, Deputy Premier? What's the process? I'm just interested in the process.
I'll ask Miss Fox if she has an answer to it. Otherwise, we'll come back this afternoon and provide.
I'm probably going to explore a bit more in detail this afternoon, but.
Yes, we can do that. I'll have to take the question on notice, but we can get that information, no problem.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, cybersecurity, clearly a very big issue confronting all government agencies. Again, for me specifically right now, the questions more to do with Regional New South Wales. My colleague here is going to prosecute a few more of the issues for police. When the Department of Regional New South Wales, can you just walk us through right now what we're doing to ensure that the covenant of trust that the residents of New South Wales have with the government isn't being breached when it comes to cybersecurity?
So I think when you have a look at cybersecurity, it's a very timely question because only this week I actually went out with Minister Dominello and we opened up a brand new cybersecurity facility. Yes. Now, as a part of this cybersecurity facility, the government is investing over $23.5 million into that facility. And there are a number of analyses that actually work around the clock. So they're looking at data and information that's coming in, real-time data. So they're 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And what we are seeing is, there are real threats when it comes to cybersecurity, real threats when it comes to information being taken from other agencies. There is real threats when it comes to, potentially investigations underway, people's names, people's addresses being discovered, bank accounts, all of that. So what we've got is a facility now that is actually able to determine where these threats are not necessarily coming from, but able to determine the threats that are coming in. And what we're able to do is to actually block them. We know that it's not only threats here in this country, it's also international threats. And unfortunately, some of those international threats may actually say that the address is in, for example, Canada, but it's clearly not in that country. So, while we have criminal networks and we have organised crime that are actually also getting sophisticated in this area around cybersecurity, so is police, and so is police getting the resources to be able to combat this. And let's have you just look at police, for example. You have a look at the police, what we do. I mean, we have, every crime has some type of cyber activity related to it. We see that, in police, everyone's got a mobile phone, everybody uses a computer. There's over 5,000, police cars that have got computers inside them. So it is a real threat. And the worst thing we could do is actually see this information ending up in the hands of
Yeah.
of criminal networks.
But Deputy Premier, my question was, and I appreciate, because what you're saying I don't disagree with, but it was more to do with the Department of Regional New South Wales itself, because there are people who engage with that department. And Minister Dominello, to be fair, did talk up a lot yesterday about the announcement earlier in the week. So I've already heard that spiel. I just want to focus on Regional New South Wales and what they're doing when it comes to cybersecurity.
Yeah, sure, I can answer that. So we certainly work in a whole of government system, cybersecurity system that is led by the Department of Customer Service, but we take our culture of cybersecurity very seriously. So we have a cybersecurity policy. Our Code of Ethics and Conduct has a managing information section. All staff are trained in that regard. We have mandatory training, regular forums, awareness raising, and in the last 12 months, we've certainly made improvements to our cybersecurity infrastructure. So we've increased security to 21 public-facing systems. So we take it very seriously, and we're well engaged in whole of government. I'm going to call it community of practice. It's probably a little bit more rigorous than that, and we take it seriously. Our staff we report it to our Audit and Risk Committee. We take it very seriously.
Okay, thank you. And I probably will spend just a bit more time on that this afternoon as well. But Minister, the freight. The freight linkages program. I'll find the correct phrase so I don't get that wrong, but it's the freight linkages priority registration of interest process. There were 47 applications, but that didn't proceed. Why did that program not proceed, Minister?
Yeah, I might ask Ms Fox to actually provide some detail on that, Mr Veach.
Yes, thank you. I can do that. So it was a freight program run under the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, and you're right. We opened a registration of interest for that program. There were 47 applications received, and when the evaluations were done, none of those projects met the criteria for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund and the guidelines. The view of the evaluation team was that the projects were very place-based and specific projects to particular applicants rather than meeting the transformational requirements of big picture changes, transformational infrastructure, and that they wouldn't pass the Treasury guidelines and meet the legislative guidelines for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. Yeah, so we offered, we awarded no projects under that program. We offered briefings to all 47 applicants. I think 7 of those applicants took up the offer to have briefings, and we also worked with those project applicants to find different funding sources for their projects. I think 3 that we know of received funding in other programs.
Yeah, so that's sort of where I was going, Deputy Premier. So you had 47 applicants. People put in a lot of councils, etc., would have put in a lot of time and effort. Don't want to waste that. So what's happened now? So you've said that briefings were offered. Some have been provided alternate funding sources or opportunities. But was that for all 47? Have they, or have some
Not
of them
all
just
47 that we're aware of have received different funding sources, but freight certainly remains a priority through all of our economic development programs, and certainly a priority for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. So we work in all of our special activation precincts, for example. We're looking at freight and logistics and opportunities there as well.
Okay. I might explore that a bit more this afternoon too, if I could, Ms Fox. You mentioned special activation precincts, and the Deputy Premier and I have had a conversation about this at previous estimates. Deputy Premier, local activation precincts has been raised with me only in recent days, and I'm trying to get my head around just what they are and how they fit with the special activation precincts. Can you maybe enlighten me?
Yeah, so there's 2 parts of that. I mean, the first component is in relation to our special activation precincts. I mean, you're obviously aware that we've got 7 areas that have been identified.
Yeah.
As a part of that, we've got about $1 billion that has been earmarked for those special activation precincts. I mean, I've been to the one at Moree where we've actually launched the master plan. I've also been down to the Snowy Mountains where we're talking about having a year-round tourism activities occurring within that area. I've been to the parks one as well. We've had Brightmark, a $260 million investment that's going to occur at the SAP at Parks, and it's actually going to bring 100 jobs. So that's and I think when you look at it, we're talking around 18,000 jobs being created through our special activation precincts. Now, what we have on top of that is a regional job precincts.
Yep.
And there are 4 of them that have been identified for areas where we can actually work with those councils and those communities. And it's about trying to ensure that we, fast track the opportunities for those investments where we're seeing jobs being created within those localities. Each of those areas, they're sort of like a mini type version of the SAPs, but they don't get the investment and the infrastructure that's been spent in actually developing the land there as well. Because with the SAPs, what we're doing is trying to ensure that we, put the curb and the guttering in, we put the roads in, we put the power in, so it's all ready to go. So what we then see is businesses then wanting to relocate into those particular regions.
Yep. Minister Dominello would love to have an app for the SAPs. He has an app for everything, I found out yesterday. Can I, it's quite excited about the opportunity for apps. Can I, so that funding that's been allocated in the budget, set aside in the budget from the Snowy Fund for the SAPs, if not expended in this financial year, that will roll over to next financial year for those particular SAPs? Is that's the plan?
Yeah, they will continue. I mean, obviously with our SAPs, and if I just, I've just got it here. I mean, we've got parks that's got $185 million.
Yes.
So there's $185 million for parks, and obviously Moree, when I was up there announcing the master plan, there's $194 million for that particular program.
Actually, Deputy Premier, what we could do, rather than have those read out, if you could, on notice, just provide the expenditure to date for each of the SAPs, that'll help us out.
And Snowy Mountains was a good one too. When I went down there, it was another $391 million. So significant investments. And let's not forget that the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund sees 100% of those funds being invested into regional New South Wales. And this is actually, transformational projects. So it's not, business as usual.
Which is why the freight linkages projects.
That's right. It's like freight transport, it's digital connectivity, it's our SAPs and things around water security. So that's where that investment of the $4.2 billion, which has been legislated through the Parliament, ensures that 100% of those funds are invested back into regional New South Wales.
Okay, and just one more round of questions on another topic before I hand over to my colleague, Ms Moriarty. Can I? Yesterday, Minister Dominello was talking about we're exploring the Digital Restart Fund. Can I just ask, has the Department of Regional New South Wales, so not police, but Regional New South Wales, have they picked up any funds out of the Digital Restart Fund, and just what are those funds for?
I might ask Ms Fox to answer that specifically, but we do have a number of programs that we are running through our digital connectivity partnership programs as well. So there are a number of different programs that we are running, but in relation to that specific question, I just have to ask Ms Fox.
Yes, so we certainly have picked up some funding through the Digital Restart Fund, but I'll have to take on notice exactly what that funding is and what projects it covers.
Can I just, what I really am getting to here is, if you have funding from the Digital Restart Fund, and the Deputy Premier was talking about the digital connectivity, are there no crossovers, or are you able to actually draw from both funds for projects to help get them over the line?
So the regional digital connectivity fund is primarily outward facing, so it's about connectivity for customers and businesses and regional New South Wales citizens. And the Digital Restart Fund is primarily about projects that we need in the department. Often they have an interface with our stakeholders and our citizens, but they're two different focuses for the funds.
Okay, Minister Dominello would like to have an app for that, I'm certain, but that was yesterday's lesson for me.
He wants an app for everything.
Okay. He wants an app for everything. I'm going to just hand over to Ms Moriarty.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to ask a couple of quick questions in relation to youth justice, juvenile justice. I tried yesterday with the specific minister and I got referred here. I just want to ask some questions about youth crime rates, particularly in Western Sydney. And I want to get an idea about what your thinking is about how you're dealing with the increase in crime, and particularly what I would refer to anecdotally as postcode wars, youth gang involvement and knife crime in Western New South Wales. It has increased and there's been a couple of murders. So what resources are you putting into dealing with that?
Well, we've actually had a lot of media attention around what we have been doing, so I'm very happy to actually highlight a number of the things that the New South Wales Police have been doing in this particular space. And look, I'm not going to sit here today and say that youth crime is less or more important in one part of the state. I think youth crime needs to be dealt with at a multi-pronged attack looking right across New South Wales. So I'm not here going to be saying that one particular area should be the only focus of the New South Wales Police Force, because I find that incorrect. It needs to be multi-pronged, and we need to be looking at different ways how we can ensure that our young people are protected and our young people are given opportunities to be able to be on the right path. Now, when we talk about young people, we have a number of programs that are actually operating. We've got programs that are actually working through PCYCs. We've got our Rise Up programs. We've got our youth action meetings that are taking place. They're also targeting young people who are at risk. So in some cases, we have 13 to 16-year-olds who potentially may be being led astray by criminal networks and organised crime. And these are the people that some of these groups are actually targeting, because they are vulnerable, they are susceptible, and what they do is they see and believe that it's exciting to actually make money very quickly. We've also had a number of operations around targeting youth, even of an evening, like just stopping youth to actually deal with weapons that they may have. Things around knives as well that may be in their particular possession. So there's a number of operations that we have in relation to that.
So that's good as a preamble, and a lot of those programs I'm aware of.
Well,
I asked about them yesterday. I actually support them. I think it's great, the PCYC, all of the usual things that the police do to connect with young people. They're hit and miss in terms of results, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be fully supportive of them. But this is a specific issue.
Well, hang on.
This is a specific issue.
I'll back our police in. So
do I.
Well, I don't.
I'm asking about resources for a particular issue that is a growing concern in Western Sydney. Nobody wants young people to be going down the paths of gang warfare, or again, I'm anecdotally calling it post-code wars. So what additional resources are being put in by the government to assist the police to better deal with it?
Well, look, I'll give you a whole list of things that we are actually doing, and then I might actually ask the Commissioner to even further point out, because this has been an issue that we have been dealing on with a number of different forums where we've actually brought in commanders to be able to address a number of issues. So in May of this year, we announced a sporting partnership industry program, which involves sporting clubs teaming up with PCYC clubs across New South Wales to engage with young people at risk of antisocial behaviour or criminal offending.
So that's football players doing videos to show in schools.
You've asked me the question.
Is there anything more tangible that you're doing?
Point of order, Chair.
If you ask the question...
Point of order, Chair.
It's the like members you ask the question, you don't want me to answer your question.
Minister,
you asked me what specifically we're doing.
Order.
This started in May.
Order. Minister. We've got a point of order.
He pretty much actually raising my point of order. That was the member asked a question about the resources that the government had put into it. The Deputy Premier was listing those resources that the government had put into it, yet the member kept talking over him while he was going through that list.
I couldn't hear your point of order because the Minister was talking, so...
I let him finish.
Order.
I'm just trying to hear what the Minister's got to say, so can you all...
Let's keep the exchanges
So early.
flowing. We've started off well.
just trying to
Let's try and
answer
keep going that way.
Thank you. So this was a program that was actually announced in May of this year, and was a sporting partnership industry program. There was actually 4 locations that were chosen to be a part of that program. We've got the Queanbeyan, we've got Northern Beaches, we've got Auburn and Penrith. It actually builds on our Fit for Life programs that are currently available at PCYCs. It also allows young people to have a sense of belonging, and it actually connects them with mentors and ambassadors. So we've had people like, Sonny Bill Williams. We've had a number of different sporting organisations and sporting stars working with young people, because we all know at the end of the day that kids want to feel loved. Kids want to actually have a purpose, and by having some of their idols and their stars there actually makes a big difference to these young people. We've also had our Rise Up program. Our Rise Up program is also offering mentoring and vocational training for young people from 15 to 18 years of age. We're also partnering with employers across New South Wales so that we can actually create meaningful jobs for them. So create opportunities where they can actually go and get a job where they've actually embraced that positive change in their lives. Often we do see, unfortunately, there are youth gangs, and they may start up by, young people committing minor offences, and it might be things like property damage, it might be things like shoplifting, it might even be drug possession. So this behaviour can often escalate to more serious and violent offending matters, including those around assault and robberies. And while police continue to work to empower young people to make the right decisions, we know this is a big job, and we know this is a matter that we're continuing to work on. I've got a whole list of other things that I'm very keen to talk about. We've got our youth action meetings. They bring together members of the community. So we bring community members together, we bring police, we bring government organisations together, and they actually provide targeted support to what the specific needs of those local areas might be. And we've actually trialled that in places like Coffs Harbour, and we've actually, had huge success. So it's actually shown that recidivism has actually, dropped by about 60% of those young people that have actually been involved in that particular program. We've also got Youth Command, and I'm sure the Commissioner, when you come back to the question, will be able to go into this further. We've got a Crime Prevention Command. We've got multicultural liaison officers as part of a program. Police liaise with schools to support early intervention initiatives, in addition to implementing programs aimed at youth who come in contact with the justice system. Specialised police will often present in schools on various topics, including anti-violence, knife crime, respectful relationships, and much more. Police also conduct targeted operations, as I said before, where they do, walk our streets and actually target young people as well from time to time. Happy to keep going into the list of programs that we have.
I'm actually out of time, but I just will ask one question that you might take on notice. Have you got or have you done any reconnaissance or research into the numbers of people who are involved in this particular problem? And you can take that on notice because I am out of time.
Yeah,
but
my time. Oh no, we'll actually come back to it this afternoon. So if we can have the answer, we'll provide it this afternoon. Thank you. So if you're rushing off and not waiting for the answer.
Well, you can give it if you like, but I'll
you.
have to wait for 20 minutes until it's my
just
time
the
again.
rules.
That's fine.
It's the rules of the committee, and it's now
Ms. Moriarty,
my turn, Deputy Premier. Thank you. It's my turn. Can I please take you to the strategic statement on coal exploration and mining in New South Wales, which was released back in June 2020. One of the goals of that was to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions directly associated with coal mining in New South Wales. Deputy Premier, I'm just really trying to get a view on how you think you're tracking with that, given that very recently the Department of Planning found that there's no clear methodology to assess the relative scale of emissions in a consistent manner. There's no performance criteria or limits provided, nor a clear timeframe for reduced emissions, and there is no clear guidance on how to assess potential mitigation or abatement measures, and there's no clear guidance on whether to offset or how to calculate those offsets. How do you think we're tracking in terms of that strategic framework and that goal?
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, first of all, let me just point out that we actually do have a future of coal statement, and that actually sets out where the government may release a limited number of areas for coal exploration.
Premier, can I just interrupt you? That's the document I'm referring to.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So, obviously around coal exploration, you may not be aware, but even previously at the previous two budget estimates, I also indicated a number of areas of land that have been ruled out for future exploration for coal.
Premier,
they were around
Deputy Premier, can I please just bring you to the question?
They're also around Hawkins Rumka.
No.
So in relation to...
Deputy Premier, please.
Let me finish.
No, can I just bring you to my question? I understand about the release part of the framework. I'm asking you about the other part, which does not relate to exploration, which relates to mining, and the commitment within that to reduce emissions associated with mining, not release with mining. If you could, and the fact, how are you tracking in actually achieving that part of the framework, please?
Yeah, look, we have, and I'll go to Miss Beattie in a moment, but I'll also point out that we've actually partnered with, South 32 to tackle emission reductions in the Illawarra. But what I might do is I might actually ask Miss Beattie to provide some additional information in this area.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. The Future of Coal statement, as you refer, has a commitment in there around emissions, and that is a whole of government commitment. And so there are different parts of government working on different parts of that in relation to emissions. We have, net zero targets that the government is working to. In terms of this portfolio, the area that we're focused on is reducing fugitive emissions from coal mining and also looking at our coal innovation
Thank you.
program.
And have you what have you achieved in terms of in the last 2 years since the release of that in terms of reducing fugitive emissions?
So through the coal innovation program, we have a couple of projects that we're working on.
Those projects, I'm very aware of those projects and that inordinate amount of money, have they actually achieved any emissions reduction, fugitive emissions reduction? It's a pretty simple question.
Well, they're very early stages. So the fugitive
So
emissions...
perhaps not yet? Is that the
Probably
answer?
not yet,
Thank
I would
you.
say.
Just Miss Beattie, look,
Thank you, I've
she's
got the
trying to
answer.
provide the answer to you.
Thank you, I've got the answer. We haven't achieved any
No, that's your.
fugitive
That's,
emissions
I'll point
reductions
out that's
yet.
your.
That's not what
your
actually
words.
I-
Not what she said.
Miss Beattie did not say that,
Okay.
and I want to put that on the record that you are actually putting words in her mouth that she did not say.
So perhaps not yet means what? Sorry.
So the project that I'm referring to, the ventilation air methane project, that itself is at very early stages.
Yes.
And on that specific project, $15 million has been allocated
Yes.
on a demonstration project for a commercial trial of that technology. So that project is what I was referring to, that it is only in its very early days. In terms of broader emissions reductions, I'd have to check the latest results on that, but I was just referring to that specific project, which is the focus of this department.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't think I was that far off. I don't think we have achieved anything yet. I understand we've got some possibly good things in the pipeline, but not yet in terms of those fugitives.
That would be up to the individual sites. So each project would be working on its own plans to reduce emissions. There's a lot of effort going into that, but I don't have that. That is a matter for their individual projects.
Thank you. So perhaps, Deputy Premier, if you are willing and able to take on board that was a major commitment in that release framework, and that many of us across New South Wales are relying on you to reduce the emissions as promised in that framework from current and continuing coal projects, and we haven't made a whole lot of progress by the sounds of it. Thank you. So sticking on that strategic release framework, you mentioned, Deputy Premier, that they're out of those 7 areas identified for release, that 4 have been withdrawn and ruled out, which I think provides some relief to people across the state. In relation to the 3 remaining areas that seem to be on track, they seem to be on track to be released without applying the strategic release framework and the conducting of a preliminary regional issues assessment. Do you acknowledge that this would be a massive departure from that promise if they are released? And I'm referring to the Gorman North and those other areas that you were referring to.
Well, I think this is actually striking the balance between allowing and understanding that coal is going to continue for a number of decades. I need to put it on the record that a lot of towns and a lot of communities continue to rely on coal-related activities in their local areas. It employs a lot of people. There are a lot of people that actually receive an income from coal-related activities, and it also continues to support those economies. There are. No, so in relation to
can we just talk about the framework? This is your framework.
In relation to
Sorry,
that,
point of order, Chair. It's happened a lot.
I've asked a
Point of order.
question.
It's happened a lot that Ms Higginson's speaking over the answers.
she asked the question and
Respond.
answered.
Order.
No, I'm
Should
sorry.
have the
One at a
opportunity
time.
to
One at a
respond.
Can I just ask the Deputy Premier to answer my question? Is that okay?
No, you can't. I'm the one that runs this meeting, not you. The Deputy Premier can answer he can answer the question any way he likes, and he should not be interfered with in answering that question. And if he can talk as long as he likes, We saw a demonstration of that from the Treasurer the other day. So you'll get your question in if we just each give each other an opportunity. I uphold the point of order.
Here you go. So so as I was saying, there are there may be people who think we can turn off coal overnight, and there may be people who think that
Can I
that's
make a point of order?
I'm about to answer your question.
Just
you
point
can't
of
ask
order.
a question and answer it yourself.
Thank you, Deputy Premier.
which
I'm
is
just
what you've
making a
been
point of
doing.
order. If we could just, the point of order is to relevance. I'm not asking about the future of coal. I've asked about the Deputy Premier's own strategic release framework, and I'm asking why we're not applying that in relation to the 3 release areas that we're releasing at the moment.
Look, I'll uphold the point of order and remind the Minister that he must be directly relevant at all times.
Okay, so there are no plans to release areas for greenfield exploration. There you go.
No, I'm talking about the ones that are being released. So in relation to Gorman North, perhaps, Deputy Premier, we should be handing over to Ms Beattie. I think she does know what I'm talking about. We're actually talking about the proactive release that is taking place, Gorman North, and that we're releasing them without applying the preliminary regional issues assessment framework that was promised to those communities and all of New South Wales in how we will release these areas for further exploration.
I'm happy to answer that one.
Thank you.
So the Future of Coal statement refers to the strategic release framework, and that framework and the document identified a number of areas. As the Deputy Premier said, we've removed 4 of those. Of the remaining areas, if the government wanted to pursue releasing those for greenfield coal exploration, they would have to go through that strategic release framework. At this point in time, the government is not considering release of any of those areas.
Not Whitehaven's Gorman North that is being released via the operational allocation as opposed to the framework.
So they're 2 different processes. The strategic release framework refers to the areas identified in the Future of Coal statement, which are large areas that were identified as potential for future exploration for greenfield sites. So that's
you're
for
saying
new
Gorman North-
standalone coal mines.
So you're saying Gorman North isn't part of that?
The Gorman North area is part of that, is an area that's identified in the Future of Coal statement.
So why is it not having the criteria applied to it? That's the question.
So that's there's 2 separate frameworks here. There's the strategic release framework, which is large areas for greenfield coal exploration, and there's the operational allocation framework, which is a separate framework that applies to areas adjacent to existing mines, and there's set criteria that applies to that separate framework, which is very limited. So it's limited in area that the company can apply for, and it's limited in terms of the criteria around why they might apply for that area. So they're both coal exploration, but they're 2 different pathways used for 2 different purposes.
So would you think it's fair enough that some people feel a bit misled that the strategic release framework criteria isn't applying to the Gorman North and those areas closer to existing mines, even though they were identified in the Future of Coal strategy as potential release areas?
Well, the Future of Coal strategy also confirmed the government's position to the operational allocation framework. So there are 2 separate pathways, and the Future of Coal statement acknowledges those separate pathways. In the case of Gorman North, and with the operational allocation applications that the department has received adjacent to the Narrabri mine, so they are proceeding through the operational allocation pathway. But given there was that overlap with the Gorman North area, the department actually, as part of that process, we have to do a market interest test. And we actually did a test over the whole Gorman North to test the market, but as a result of that, there was limited market interest, so that is still being assessed under the operational allocation pathway.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I think just the point, if I might just add, the main point here is it's a much smaller area. So under the operational allocation pathway,
And it's a
only
much less
30
thorough process.
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Your 10 minutes is
Sorry,
up.
my time's up.
It's now, it's now on my time. It's my time. Just to continue, a couple of questions, Deputy Premier, in relation to coal. You recently heard that South 32 mine was not going to continue the application for their processes of extending the life and I think also the supply of their coking coal mine down on the south coast. What is New South Wales government going to do about guaranteeing coking coal and therefore underwriting the future of steel production in New South Wales if South 32 is not going to proceed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Borzak. I mean, South 32, as you rightly know, has made the decision not to invest in the Dendrobium mine extension project. I mean, that's a commercial decision that has been made by the company themselves. Obviously, they've weighed up the alternatives and made a commercial decision to instead focus on optimising operations within the existing mine lease area on activities that will take them out to at least 2028. But they were able to consider it is as one of the options because the government deemed it state significant infrastructure, and we stand by that decision. We also know that Dendrobium is a critical source of coking coal, as you said, for the Port Kembla Steelworks. However, I understand that between the Dendrobium and Appin mines, it will still be well positioned to supply BlueScope.
For how long?
My understanding is to 2030.
Only to 2030?
So I'll double check that for you this afternoon, but that was my understanding.
So is it the government's intention to cease steel production at Port Kembla after 2030?
Well, obviously, you know, the decision has only just recently been made, and obviously we'll continue those discussions in relation to the future of that area, because obviously there are many people involved, and obviously, you know, steel is going to be quite an important commodity here in this state as we go forward as well.
Thank you. Just turning to the Firearms Registry and Customer Service, I've got a hand up there for you, which you might just... Well, Minister, last week in budget estimates, the Treasurer said, and I quote, "I think that we should always be looking to do what we can to make sure all of our government agencies are working in the best interests of their stakeholders." You'd agree with that? Do you agree with that statement from the Treasurer?
I think governments are... We don't always agree, but I'll agree on that one, that we should always be looking at making improvements, yes.
And is this also the view of the Premier and Cabinet that you know of?
We're always trying to improve the lives of people in this state in the decisions that we make, yes.
So does the comment that government agencies should be working in the best interests of stakeholders also apply to the New South Wales Firearms Registry?
Absolutely, and as you're aware, I think at the last budget estimates sitting, which was only back in May, it was only a few months ago because ours was delayed because of the floods, but I also announced that we were doing a review into the Firearms Registry. That was being led by former Assistant Commissioner Jeff McKechnie, and that work is still underway. Now, Mr McKechnie has come to me and did ask for an extension, and I have allowed him to be given a 2-month extension because he wants to continue to engage with a number of additional stakeholders. Obviously, you know, continuing to talk with dealers, continuing to talk to those that actually, you know, various stakeholders in relation to their use with the Firearms Registry. I note that there are, you know, a number of changes that have already been made, a number of changes that have already been put in place, and I'm sure that when Mr McKechnie comes back with the review, if there are further things that we can do to improve the systems and the way in which information is communicated out there to firearm owners across the state, then I think that is something that we all need to be looking at, and I know that you know, that's something that we'll actually be looking at doing.
Well, you say you've given him a few extra months. He's been going 3 months already. What is the date that you expect now to get a report from him?
It's the end of October. So the end of October was how long he's got for us to actually come back.
Okay.
I'd rather a report done properly than a report rushed, so that a report has the outcomes and the recommendations that are going to do exactly what your first question was about putting customers and the people of the state first. So this will ensure that he has been given significant time to be able to undertake that work. He did actually approach me. I've had a couple of meetings with him in relation to some of the early findings, some of the matters that he has found already. I think you asked me at last budget estimates meeting, had I been to the Firearms Registry as well? The answer is yes. I think it's also very difficult in their current location when they are situated on different floors, so they're not working as one particular cohesive unit in that area. It makes it difficult as well when there are, gaps. I know that there's been a lot of hours lost because of flooding and also fires within that part of the world. And I know that when they move into their new facility, they'll all be on the one floor, and that's going to certainly improve operations as well within the Firearms registry.
Well, look, as you know, I'll recite the firearms owners, licence applicants, firearms dealers, gun clubs, primary producers, shooting range operators, paintball operators, vertebrate pest controllers. In fact, everyone in the firearms industry or who uses a firearm as a tool of trade has faced lengthy and continual delays, poor customer service and dysfunctional computer systems, including GunSafe, the IPOS system. For those that don't know, that's the Integrated Police Operational System, all things used by the Firearms Registry. When you talk about the moving to new premises, is that move completed yet? Maybe the Commissioner could answer that.
So, before I go to the Commissioner, and might be one for Mr. White, but before we do go there, I'll just say that no, they haven't actually moved at this point, but the work is still being undertaken at that new premises to accommodate their move. So,
where are the new premises?
Well, it will be in the same electorate that it's in the Tweed electorate. It's just moving to a new location within that area. I'll ask the Commissioner if she'd like to just provide some extra words, and then Mr. White maybe.
Certainly, the new premises is on the north coast, so it doesn't dislocate the employees that are attached to that area, and it's to bring all of the units so that they work together. Work has been undertaken, as the Minister said, in terms of improving the systems and GunSafe, etc. And the work that had been done of that project has been requested by Mr McKechnie for his review and will be tabled and provided to him, so he has the benefit of the work that's already been done by New South Wales Police and the Registry to improve their customer service. So it has come a long way. But I'll hand to Mr Hudson or Mr White to talk specifically about any current issues. But certainly most of the things that do take time are those where extra time needs to be taken for specialist checks or background checks and other things to make sure that the appropriate people are getting licences. As I said at last estimates,
is the new site flood-proof?
It's on sand, so I'm hoping so.
Sorry, what?
It's on sand, so I'm hoping it's not...
It's on sand. Oh, okay.
It's in a different area.
Okay.
If it floods there, we're in big trouble. Okay.
So where actually is it located? I mean, what's the address? That's what I'm getting at.
I'll give that to Mr White.
Mr Chair, we call it a discrete location, so we don't make it public where the location is.
Doesn't that cut against... I mean, when the Firearms Registry was first formed, you actually used to take customers to the door. Now what you're telling me here and now is that suddenly the Firearms Registry is a secret location. Why does it need to be secret? I thought it was a customer service. And we're busy talking about it being a customer service. Now no one actually wants to mention the address. Why is it discreet? Why is it what, is it going to get blown up, is it, or what?
I think that it's a discrete location with respect to, I suppose, that we've evolved over the years and circumstances of safety of the staff. However, could I just touch on the customer service, because it's an absolute...
No, hang on, Mr White. I'm not really satisfied with that. At what stage has any of the customers threatened any of the staff at the registry? I've never heard of such a thing, honestly.
Yeah. That would be historic to me, but I can take it on notice.
You take that on notice? Is there one single case why this needs to be made secret? I thought this was... We're busy talking about customer service, and then this is not a customer-facing organisation or service. How does that work? I don't understand. Can someone explain that to me?
Yeah, look, sir, the location's referred to as a discrete location, but customer service, can I just touch on that for you? Customer service is an absolute priority of the Firearms Registry. Obviously, community safety is our number one priority, but customer service is something that we're working extensively on, and there's been dramatic improvements over several years by my predecessors in this area. I think for context, we should understand that, there's in excess of 250,000 licence holders with in excess of a million firearms registered in New South Wales. The Firearms Registry does about 50,000 transactions per month with their staff there. They've made enormous savings around backlog, certainly reduced the licence waiting time. PTAs have reduced significantly. There are other areas that need work and that we certainly are working on those backlogs. We're utilising dedicated teams to reduce those areas of permits and suspension reviews, which are probably the only areas of any concern at the moment. Obviously, because of all our work, as I said at the last estimates, more processing requires more internal review and adjudication, and that was at about a significant number. We've more than halved that number, and we're on track, as I said at the last meeting, to be at zero by the end of the year. I actually would like to acknowledge the work of the people in the Firearms Registry who've lost over 4,000 hours this year with relation to floods and COVID, and they've worked in some pretty extreme conditions. People have lost their own houses a couple of times but still come to work. And talking about customer service, I think it's also important to acknowledge now that we've been working for some time with the Firearms Consultative Committee, which is a touching point for members of industry that reach in early when there is an issue, and we try and address every customer issue that we can prior to it escalating. We've also taken on about industry days. We've run 2 of those where we've got all dealers and industry people in, spoken to them about our options, our gun safe platform moving forward. We've attended rural shows with the rural crime investigators, so we're talking to landholders and farmers and people about their firearms out there. We've proactively gone out with people who were affected by floods and live on the land that needed assistance around safe storage, and we've done that. There's ongoing business improvement at the Firearms Registry. I saw it myself, I was there last week. They're identifying areas where we're probably, the bureaucracy is slowing things down, and we're working towards it. The systems like GunSafe are the way to move forward. That's underpinned by a case management system through Blue Portal that we're using now, which means that we're not getting those errors that we saw, historically from the Firearms Registry. But I will say to you this, that we have surveyed the dealers, and as you well know, the vast majority of significant firearms dealers, other than the smaller ones, are on the platform, and they are telling us it's saving them hundreds of hours by using GunSafe.
Well, I've actually heard the opposite, but anyway, you'd expect me to say that, wouldn't you? And I expect you to say what you're saying.
Absolutely.
The outages, when I was recently at Safari Firearms, looking at their interaction with the system, it was going down every 5 minutes, and it'd go out for 3 or 4 minutes, then come back again. I mean, it's not working properly. Recent changes that have been built into the system, or modifications, have taken you away from your original specification. It's not operating the spec. Just another question. You mentioned the consultative committee as if the police take any notice of it. Can you take on notice for me, please? When was the last time that the New South Wales Police actually accepted a consultative committee recommendation and put it to the Minister's office, and it was actually accepted? And I'm talking about go back 5 years, go back even further. The consultative committee does good work. Recommendations are made. They go to the police, and not one single one of them ever gets implemented. They always get knocked back. So the whole thing is an exercise in wankatoria. That's the reality as far as I'm concerned. It's no use consulting. It's no use listening to people and then doing nothing about it if you're not prepared to change. And the same goes with the Minister. The same goes for the Minister.
Mr Chair, I believe we're in opposition time now.
Yes, I'm in your time, yeah.
When you finish, Mr Chair? Did you want a response?
No.
No.
Right.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. Deputy Premier, I apologise. I wanted to start out by asking about the Mark 43 contract. When was that contract terminated?
Sorry, which one?
Mark 43?
I'd have to take it on notice to find out when it actually was instigated for you.
I think there might be a note coming.
Well, we can I can ask.
Perhaps
we
someone
have a
else
note
might be
for
able
it.
to provide some information.
Otherwise, we can provide it this afternoon.
Is there anyone else who can tell me when it was?
It was recently, but I'll get the specific date for you.
Great. Okay.
We'll come
Thanks
back to
very
you.
much,
If we can get it now, we'll get it. If not, we'll come back this afternoon with it.
Okay. Minister, Deputy Premier, are you aware how much money the New South Wales Government has lost as a result of this termination?
Look, I'm not aware, but we can potentially come back this afternoon with the information.
Is there anything you can tell me about the contract, Deputy Premier?
Well, as I said, we can actually have that information for you this afternoon.
No, I'm asking if you can tell me anything about the Mark 43 contract.
Not at this point. I said to provide it this afternoon to you.
Okay. Deputy Premier, did John Barilaro ever mention to you his interest in the New York Trade Commissioner job?
No.
He never mentioned anything to you?
No. I had no conversations with Mr. Barilaro in relation to him going for the trade position.
Okay, and when did you find out that he was interested in applying for the role?
Well, that's on the public record. I think I received a phone call from the former minister in relation to an independent process had been undertaken through a recruitment process, indicating that Mr. Barilaro had come out as the preferred candidate.
Sorry, when you're talking about the former minister, you're talking about Mr. Ayres.
Mr. Ayres, yes.
Called you to tell you that Mr. Barilaro had applied.
No, it was the first that I'd heard that he applied, but I got a phone call to actually be told that an independent recruitment process had been undertaken, and Mr. Barilaro had come out on top for this particular role. That was the first I even knew that he'd applied for the position.
Okay, and when did that phone call occur?
It's on the public record. It was end of April.
End of April? Perhaps you could...
Well, it's on the public record already.
Okay. Did the Premier ever speak to you about that?
No.
Did Minister Bronnie Taylor ever raise the issue with you?
Nope.
Okay, so the first you found out about it was when Mr. Ayres, the former Trade Minister, called you. I assume that this was before it came to Cabinet, is that correct?
The first I found out was exen. I was advised that Mr. Barilaro was the successful candidate after an independent recruitment process had been undertaken with the former Minister for Trade, and that he'd come out on top. And that was the first I even heard that he'd applied, and that was the first I'd even heard that he'd been given, was going to be looked at, appointed to the role.
So you weren't told, he didn't call you? Obviously, we've heard previously that he was phoning around a number of senior Liberal members, but he didn't call you as the Deputy Premier, the leader of the National Party, to say
No,
he
he didn't,
interested?
and I know that's also been at the public hearing and the inquiry that was held here at Parliament. He even stated that as well.
Okay. I mean, there's been some discussion about the National Party conference that he attended in Port Macquarie on the weekend prior to the after the announcement came out. Were you contacted prior to that?
What about the conference? I was in attendance as the leader.
No, I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking whether Mr. Barilaro contacted you between you being told that he was a successful candidate by Mr. Ayres and in between the announcement, whether Mr. Barilaro contacted you.
No.
Okay, so there was...
I saw Mr. Barilaro at the conference because he was there on the day of the conference, on the day that he was being appointed.
And did you discuss the appointment with him then?
I did not discuss the appointment, but I might have indicated to him, congratulations, because it was in the media that day.
Okay, so he hadn't contacted you prior to that though?
No contact prior.
Okay, but when you saw him at the conference, you said, congratulations, you're off to New York.
Which was, no, I didn't say it like that. So to be quite honest, I did not say it like that. It was in the media that day, and I saw him at the conference.
And can you remember what you said to him?
Well, I was very busy all day at the conference, so it was a very quick conversation anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if you can recall what the words were.
Might have been, I'm not going to preempt what I might have said. What I didn't say, it might have been well done, but it would have been very brief.
Okay. And in terms of I just want to get the timeline right here. You were contacted prior to the Cabinet discussion by Mr. Ayres to say there's been an independent process, Mr. Barilaro has been appointed, and then it goes to Cabinet, and then the appointment is announced.
The appointment never came to Cabinet, so let's put that on the record. So at the end of I said to you, I was contacted at the end of April by the former Trade Minister that an independent recruitment process had been undertaken and that Mr. Barilaro had come out on top for this particular role.
Okay, so that was about 8 weeks before the announcement was made?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you express any concerns when Mr. Ayres first called you saying that this might not be appropriate, or you thought it was appropriate, or what was your reflections to Mr. Ayres at the time?
Well, I asked him what the recruitment process involved because I wanted to make sure that the recruitment process was an independent and transparent process. And I was advised that it was an independent process that had been undertaken.
But did you express any concerns to Mr. Ayres during that initial conversation?
my concerns to him were about the recruitment process, about ensuring that it had been an independent recruitment process, because obviously I knew that there would probably be questions around it, but I also want to make sure that processes are followed appropriately and that processes are followed accordingly, and that it was an independent process that had been undertaken. And I was informed that it was.
Okay. Did you have any other conversations with Mr. Ayres before the announcement?
No.
Did you have any conversations with the Premier prior to the
You
announcement?
asked me that and I said no.
Okay. And Deputy Premier, do you think it was appropriate to appoint John Barilaro to the New York trade job?
Well, I don't look at who it is. I look at as long as the recruitment process is done independently and the process has been done correctly. That's what I look at. Obviously, there's been a number of reviews that have been undertaken. We've had the head review that actually highlighted a number of issues, which have certainly come out through that process, which could question how independently it had been undertaken.
But you never actually took a step back and said, look, actually, I think it's inappropriate. This guy, he's the former leader of the National Party. He's a former Deputy Premier. He created this role. I don't think it's a good look for him to be appointed.
Well, as I said to you, the questions I asked were around the recruitment process, and again, I was informed that it was an independent process that had been undertaken, and that's where I would have confidence in the process to be driven from, and that the process would have been independently done.
And given what we know now about the process that we've uncovered through the head review and through the parliamentary inquiry, do you think it was appropriate that Mr. Barilaro was appointed?
Well, I think the head review indicates that there has been a number of anomalies that were highlighted, and obviously that has raised concerns as to the process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Premier. I might just move on to the question. Oh, sorry. Did I see a note that got passed up on Mark 43?
I don't have the figures yet, so that will come to me.
Okay, no worries at all. So why don't we move on to a different issue? I just wanted to ask you about the status of your crackdown on unexplained wealth. You've said publicly that you are going to introduce new laws. Why don't you just support the New South Wales Labor Bill?
Well, can I just point out too that, well, first of all, I mean, your bill is one-dimensional. I mean, your bill is just throwing up a one-page bill, and it does absolutely nothing to address the use of encrypted devices. Our bill goes a lot further. Our bill has actually been done in consultation with police, not someone just coming up with a one-page bill to talk about, a one-dimensional action around it. What we're putting up is one that is looking at prohibition orders. We're looking at encryption devices, the first type of legislation here in the world. We know that organised crime, we know that criminal networks are using encryption devices. They're using it for firearms. They're using it for drugs. They're using it in some cases even to commit murders. We are going a lot further than what your bill is. And I look forward to the Labor Party backing in the police who have been asking for these changes to be made, the New South Wales Police to be able to tackle organised crime, to be able to deal with these criminal networks, are going to need this bill introduced into the Parliament, and I don't want to see it being slowed down. I'll see whether the Labor Party supports it, because it is a bill that is going to give our police the powers that they need. You look at money laundering. We know that when we're talking about drugs, when we're talking about organised crime, it is off the back. It is off the back of, money. It's off the back of drugs.
But Minister, these are crocodile tears. The review of the Crime Commission Act was finished in December 2020. It recommended laws of this nature then. Your government made an announcement, a press release in 2021 saying it was going to act and act quickly. You did nothing. You've re-announced this year. You've done nothing. And on the last sitting day of the last session, on the Thursday, you make another big announcement. I mean, you haven't even produced this legislation for us to see. I mean, if you're really serious about getting cross-party cooperation, you would have shown the opposition, you would have shown other parties, you would have acted sooner.
So
Why have you delayed so long in acting on this?
So first of all, I look forward to your support when the bill does
No,
come.
but why have you taken so slow to act on this important issue?
I look forward to your support now.
Well, we
when
haven't
this
seen the
bill- well, hang on.
legislation, Deputy Premier.
It's the bill.
Why
that
have you not
actually-
acted?
It's the bill that's actually.
Why are you putting the brakes on this
It's the bill that is
reform?
actually been asked by police to support them.
Yeah, and
to
you
deal
haven't
with
acted.
these organised
Police have been
criminal
asking for this
activity.
for years, and
your
you've done
bill
nothing.
is weak.
You put out press
Your
releases.
bill
When will
does
you act,
nothing
Deputy Premier?
to deal with unexplained wealth, encrypted devices, money laundering.
When?
We're going to see it when we
When?
return to Parliament.
What,
When
first
we
day?
return to
First
Parliament,
sitting day?
because
You haven't even
because-
given notice.
Because we've actually been doing. Because we've been
You've
doing
been doing
all,
press releases.
We've been doing all the
You've been doing
consultation,
announcements.
and we've also been
You've been
doing
big
all the
noting yourself, but
consultation
you haven't
that is
actually
required
produced
to
the
actually
goods.
put this bill through. Because when you're talking about encrypted devices, this is the first time
Well,
that
this
this
is
has
your
been
one
done.
trick pony.
So
I
we
mean, I
want to make
understand the
sure
importance
that
of
it doesn't
encrypted
actually
devices, but
capture
what else?
unintended consequences
Why have you
around
taken
banks
so
and all
long
of that.
to act?
So I'll tell you what, I look forward to
Well,
your
tell us.
support, your backing when this bill
Point of
comes
order,
through,
Mr.
because
Chair.
this is
It's
clearly
not being directly
come from the
relevant to the
police
question
to
of
actually
why have
back
they
them
not
in.
I
acted
remind
earlier.
the minister that he does need to be directly relevant.
Okay,
And
so
at least
at least
try to answer the
being
question.
the minister for 7 months, it's one of the things that I've actually sat down with police. They've told me that to get on top of organised crime and criminal networks, this is the legislation that they need. This is the legislation that they've
Deputy
been
Premier,
looking
during your
forward.
delay,
and this is the
16 people have been shot
this
in
is
the
the
streets of Sydney.
This is the
Why did you
legislation
not
that
act
I'm
earlier?
driving, and
Order.
I'm
Why did you
backing
not act
our
earlier?
police
Order.
in. I'm backing them in. Will you?
Well, you've just put the
Will
brakes
you
on for
back 'em
2
in?
years.
We'll
You've
see
put the
whether you
brakes on
back
for
'em in
2
or not.
years.
Order.
Deputy Premier, when will you introduce the legislation?
We've said in the spring session, and even at the when we announced it, and I know Mr. Hudson was there present on the day when we actually spoke about the bill and the changes that are going to be made.
Deputy
we
Premier, I'm
always-
asking you for a date. You've just
Well,
launched
when
an
we
attack
return
on the
to
Labor
Parliament.
Party. The
So
Labor
in
Party is the only
September-
one that currently has anything on the table
in
here.
September, your bill is weak. Our bill
Okay,
goes
you
a
don't
lot
need to
further.
provide the
Our,
assessment
hang on.
again.
Our
I'm
bill
just
goes a
asking
lot
for you
further.
a really simple
Our bill
question.
goes a lot further than
Great,
yours.
excellent. But
And
when are you
we'll
going to
see whether or
produce
not
it?
you're backing it. Look forward to
is
the
the
Greens backing it too.
When are you going to produce it?
When we return to Parliament.
What guarantees of privacy are going to be in that bill? Or is this just another help yourself to whatever you want?
No, these when we talk about prohibition,
Privacy.
privacy. Yeah, I mean these are some of the matters that are being addressed right now, Mr. Borzak, and obviously, we're not going after someone who's we believe these are people that are really at the top of the list. These are people that are on the radar of police right now. These are people that have got track records. They're involved in gangs. They're involved in criminal activity, and they've already got a strong record. And we know that to have a law around encrypted devices is going to be critical. And people don't carry encrypted devices because they're using it as a telephone. These are devices that are off the communications network. These are devices that aren't your normal WhatsApp messaging that people use. These are specifically used to actually target individuals. They're actually used to deal in drugs. They're used to smuggle firearms. They're used to commit murders. And it'll be an offence.
Sorry, it's our time.
I'll give you some of my time.
Oh, okay, sure.
It'll
Then
be an
you go.
offence.
Is the bill
To-
final?
to-
Is
to
your
the
bill
point-
final? Have you absolutely finalised the bill? It's ready to go? You've given that commitment?
We'll be ready by the time we return, Mr.
We'll
Sell,
be
and I
ready.
look forward.
So you did the
So I look
announcement on the
forward-
23rd of June,
Yeah.
and you didn't even have a bill.
I announced what we
Another
were,
headline,
I
another
announced
press
what-
release.
I announced what we're doing, and the headline can be that you're backing it in 100% if you wish.
Well, we haven't seen what you're proposing.
To my point, Deputy Premier, what guarantees are going to be that any of the politicians in this place won't have their encrypted devices
But you
looked
don't
at
have an
by the
encrypted.
police?
You wouldn't have an encrypted device. I mean, we're not talking about your normal things like WhatsApp. These are completely different devices that are actually off the network, and that's the piece of legislation that's.
So
that's,
how will you deal with that in the legislation?
That's the bit now that's actually being dealt with, because we don't want to capture. Encrypted devices are used by organisations like banks as well.
That's
so we've
right.
got to make sure that we
political parties.
That's right. So we're going to make sure that we don't capture them, and that's part of the complex nature of actually putting this legislation together, so that we don't capture that. But we're targeting those organisations. We're targeting those criminals that are involved in unsavoury activities across this state.
Sorry.
That's all right. I think we're going to share a bit of time. We have a very collaborative approach here today. Deputy Premier, we saw a remarkable verdict yesterday on Chris Dawson. Do you support no body, no parole laws in New South Wales?
Well, look, I think, there's a couple of things. I mean, yesterday, it's a horrible story when you watch that yesterday, but I think it also goes to remind me and many people across the community that, people like our police, they don't give up. I mean, I know it's 40 years and that's a hell of a long time. And whilst there is a presumption of innocence in some cases, I've got remarkable stories of where police have actually, followed up cases. I mean, just recently, there was a case where there was a murder about 20 years ago.
Deputy Premier, I have
Lismore,
the utmost respect for our police force. I'm interested in just asking you whether you support no body, no parole laws in New South Wales.
Well, look, it's a matter for the AG, but I'll make this point. I'm very strong about ensuring that I back our police in because there's a lot of work that they do in relation to evidence and providing information. I certainly back our police in, and that's a matter that we can continue to have a conversation with the AG.
I too back our police. I think that they play an incredibly important role in our state, and they are certainly the people who are running into emergencies when everyone else is running away. But Deputy Premier, I'm interested in your views on no body, no parole laws.
It's, as I said, like, if I start sharing my views on everything about what should happen, it's probably going to be probably blocked out here as to what should happen to some people in relation to activities and criminal events like this.
Okay, but do you have any plans to introduce these?
As I said, this is a matter where we can continue with the AG.
Okay, and have you started those discussions? This is obviously a very high-profile case. It's been in the media for quite some time.
Well, it only happened yesterday, as you're aware. Like yesterday, it was in the media yesterday as well. So obviously, I think, for the family that have actually been traumatised by this whole affair, and to know that it's gone on and there's still many unanswered questions for an event like that to have gone on for 40 years is completely distressing and heartbreaking for those that have been involved in it.
Yes, but it has been a high-profile case that has been running in the media for quite some time. You haven't had a discussion with the Attorney General about
many
the possibility of
discussions
this?
with the Attorney General
About no body, no parole.
About many factors.
Okay, my time's expired.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Yes, and to all of you.
Who's chairing the other one?
I've left it unchaired. No, it's fine. I just wanted to get started in relation to the actions that have been taken against peaceful protesters. Firstly, you made a number of quite extreme comments about peaceful climate activists over the last few months, particularly around the time of the Colo Camp raid. Will you now apologise for inciting acts of vigilante violence against peaceful climate activists that's resulted in threats of violence, verbal assault, and has seen peaceful citizens being violently rammed by an accelerating vehicle?
The answer is no, I am not going to apologise. And I'll say that over and over again. The way in which you tell me that these protesters done it in a peaceful manner is a load of hogwash at the end of the day, because these people actually have no regard for people's lives. What the activities we saw at Colo were reflective of Blockade Australia's contempt on people's lives. We saw on the Hunter rail line where they would put cars that had been disused onto that line.
Minister.
These people were not a part of a peaceful protest. They are economic vandals. They impacted on people's daily activities. People could have potentially seen not only a freight train derail, but a passenger train derail. And you're telling me that they're peaceful protesters.
Correct.
Far from
So,
it.
Minister,
so you're saying it's okay.
No, the questions are from me to you,
You
not
said
the
they're
other way,
peaceful,
Minister.
and they are not peaceful.
Right.
They
well,
are
that's
not peaceful. They
no,
are putting
and you,
cars
you've
on railway tracks.
You have said
and
that
what they are
already.
doing
You've
is actually
also-
potentially seeing a train derail with passengers and to see
All right,
people's
speaking
lives
of
being
derail,
killed.
I see you're trying to derail the line of
No,
questioning.
you're
If
actually
you
talking
could
about Blockade Australia. I'll tell you what they are.
perhaps respond to
Then
my
they,
questions.
Then they string themselves to poles.
all right.
They tie them.
So-
They glue themselves to the road.
Minister,
Then what about
this
what
is
about their-
estimates.
what
I
about
ask
their-
you questions.
Well, I'm answering
You
your question.
respond in
You
a
just don't like
direct
my answer.
way.
You asked it. You told me they were peaceful protesters. They are nothing but economic vandals.
You don't
They are
apologise for
environmental
inciting
vandals.
violence against
So what do you
peaceful
think about
protesters.
that? When they're environmental vandals, they're walking down the streets.
The
of
biggest
Sydney
environmental
and they're
vandals
throwing
here is your
garbage
government,
bins
Minister.
Out. They're throwing garbage
All
bins
right,
on the street.
point of
They're
order.
throwing crates, pulling signs.
I raise the point of
down.
order.
Point of order.
And the point of order is that this is estimates.
Oh,
this
thank you
is
for
this is
reminding
our
me.
opportunity
Well,
to hold you accountable for your actions,
I'm
Minister.
actually, and I'm
and
making
it
the
is my right as a member of this committee
My right to answer it by
ask
not referring to them as peaceful,
questions and
'cause I don't
bring
think
you
they are.
back.
Two.
Thank you.
Go.
Okay,
point of
I'll
order.
continue. Minister, was it you that ordered the surveillance at that camp?
Well, this is first of all, let me just point out two things. First, it is a police operation, and I don't get involved in police operational matters. However, you do know that we did make some changes to the legislation, which I was actually a part of with the Minister for Transport in relation to bringing in 2 years jail and up to $22,000 in fines for those people that are going to be, blocking our roads and our rail network
But back
and the
to the question.
activities that they undertook. It's a police operation.
Okay. Are you aware, Minister, that there was a deliberate attempt to spy on these peaceful protesters at their camp in order to try and create some sort of ancillary offence to the new protest laws?
As I said, it's a
Aiding,
police.
abetting,
As
that
I
sort of
said, it's a
thing.
police operation, and I might actually ask in a moment the police commissioner to also speak in relation to it. But also, when we're talking about community safety and when we're talking about police taking actions that are required, I back them in.
Okay.
I back them in 100% because this was not a peaceful protest. These were not people playing circus tricks on
They were
somebody's
hanging out,
property.
drinking tea,
These were
Minister.
people that had an intention to actually clearly cause damage and economic vandalism across this state.
Drinking
and you're
tea.
backing them in.
For
So let's
sitting
put it
around
on the
drinking
record
tea.
that you're backing in economic vandals and environmental vandalists.
No, again, the only environmental vandals here is
No,
your
no,
government,
no, no, no.
Minister.
Well, hang on.
So
No, sorry.
do you believe, Minister, that excessive use of force was used yesterday on peaceful university students at Dalton House? Sprayed in the face with capsicum spray.
Look, I'll back our police in because there are measures that they have to undertake from time to time, whether it's searching an individual because they are concerned that they may be carrying an item or a weapon. And why are they doing this? Also to keep the community safe.
So have you
and
seen
it's
the
also
video
about
footage of
and it's
that
also about community
capsicum
safety.
spray event? Have
Well,
you seen that?
I have not seen that particular incident, but I'll
So
tell you.
regardless, you back in the police, regardless of anything.
I back the police in.
So there's
because,
never
because you
never
don't seem to back in the police when they actually do the work that they are doing to protect the community from people that are actually putting people's lives at risk.
So you're saying that there is no case where the New South Wales Police might use excessive force. You back them in regardless.
No, there is a process available for people who wish to complain about the police as well. So there is a process available for any member of the public if they wish to as well, which would be investigated. And there is a process available there for those individuals.
Over 10 people have been stopped and searched around Sydney this week under the excuse of an RBT to then be asked if they're involved in protest activity, which was a targeted event. Are you aware of that? What's your view on that?
Do you know what? You can actually have a you can actually apply to have a protest if you want to do it legally. So you can actually
we could have a
apply
debate about
to you
the
can
nature
apply
of
to have a
protest
protest
and state-sanctioned
So,
protests and how we
yeah.
are now more draconian than Russia. But the question was actually, do you think it's fair for 10 people
I think it's fair
just
that our
one
police
week?
keep our community safe and continue to be supported in the actions that they undertake, and that's what I'll continue to do.
Minister, I want to ask you about the marked increase in drink spiking at licensed venues since we came out of COVID. Are you concerned about that, and what have you been doing to address it?
I am concerned about that, but I might also ask the Commissioner just to respond in relation to that one, because I know there was an incident up north recently as well.
I will, with respect, because I will be coming back this afternoon to ask lots of questions of you, Commissioner. Minister, are you also aware of an increasing prevalence of needle spiking in New South Wales, where young women are being spiked with needles in clubs by men?
I think it's I think any whether it's a spike or not, I think it's actually falling. Any of these activities occur, whether it's one or whether it's an increase. Okay, and it's unacceptable.
Absolutely, I agree. Were you aware of it already?
I was aware of some spiking of drinks, yes, in a particular area.
And is it something you've discussed with the police force?
It'll be something with police, but it'll also be with publicans as well, and obviously through liquor records doing work in those areas as well. So we have a whole of community education program to be delivered.
Why are police delaying the co-location pilot of DV specialist workers in police stations under the WDV CAS co-location project, given that funding was delayed but has now been provided?
Well, first of all, let me just point out to you that it was only a month or two ago that I announced actually announced with the Commissioner an additional 550 police to be rolled out. Now, as part of that 550 additional police, one of our focus was actually on specialist squads, but it also had a focus on domestic violence, and also had a focus on supporting those that may have been, involved in supporting those that were victims of crime. So,
with respect, it doesn't sound like you understand what the WDV CAS co-location project is.
Well, we can actually provide more information to you this afternoon.
That's when he can
All right.
The Commissioner will ask that.
I'm sure. I'll come back to you. Thank you.
There's only two questions.
Yeah. Go for it.
Sorry, you
Chair.
finished?
I could keep going, but
No, I don't want you to. Thank you.
It's a bit
I've got some
competitive
questions.
today.
We're just discussing allocation of time. Minister, I've just got a couple of hand-ups for you. And one relates to the results of an order for papers, an SO 52, and the other one is excerpts from the coroner's report in relation to the Edwards inquest. The first is the briefing for the Commissioner, document 11, returned from an order for papers, as I just mentioned. The second document are excerpts from the New South Wales coroner's inquest report into the deaths of John, Jack and Jennifer Edwards. The briefing for the Commissioner was prepared by the Firearms registry, and I believe it was by Georgina Gold, in July 2018 for the New South Wales Commissioner, then Mr Fuller. It refers to the firearms licence applications for Mr John Edwards, and the briefing states, and I quote, "The applications were reviewed by the probity team at the Firearms registry, who conducted the Criminal Names Index, National Names Index, Intelligent Holding, and a thorough review of the cop's profile," and I underlined that, "to identify if there was any legislative impediment to Edwards obtaining either licence." I then refer you to paragraph 436 of the coroner's report that states, and I quote, "I'm satisfied that the registry staff did have access to the adequate information because it is not disputed that they could have reviewed the cop's holdings in relation to John, which revealed an obvious pattern of domestic violence incidents. However, those cops' holdings were not reviewed. I'm satisfied that the unduly narrow process followed by the registry staff in adjudicating the Commissioner's permits led to a failure to review and take into account that information. This was a significant failure and was inconsistent with the terms of the Act." The other paragraphs, 440, 441, 447, 448 and 530 also affirm that the police holdings on Edwards were not reviewed by the Firearms registry. do you acknowledge there is a contradiction between the briefing of the Commissioner, or to the Commissioner, and paragraph 436 of the Coroner's report?
Look, I've only just received it, so can I just...
Sorry?
I've only just received it from Mr Larson, so how about we provide a comment back? We'll take it on notice.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, there it is in black and white.
I know that through the Edwards
It's
case,
black
there was
and white,
the coronial
and the
inquest.
excerpts are in front of you, Minister. The statements both can't be right, can they? Both statements can't be right. I mean, someone has got to be lying.
Okay. I might just ask Mr.
Either lied to the coroner or they lied to the commissioner.
I might just
what
ask
happened?
Mr. Hudson if he has any information to share, if that's all right.
Thank you, sir. My recollection is, and I didn't have the Firearms registry at that time, but my recollection from the inquest was that Edwards had multiple records under the Central Names Index. I would assume, and I'm only assuming, that Georgina Gull's report is tailored to checking of one record under Edwards' profile. There are a number of others where domestic violence offences were disclosed, and that was a failure in the system. We've since addressed that through the decision-making tool, but my recollection, the conflict in those two pieces of advice, I imagine, goes back to having multiple records on the computerised operational policing system.
Well, the coroner actually does say, and it was in part of the quote, that the investigation of Mr. Edwards at the time was unduly narrow. So are you saying that he was in the COP system under multiple aliases, or was it always Edwards? It just wasn't the review simply wasn't wide enough.
My recollection is, without the records in front of me, that the review was not wide enough, and I think that was questioned at the coronial from memory.
Minister, can you commit to a public independent investigation into this contradiction between these statements? And once and for all, let's put this to bed properly. I mean, someone, somewhere, has to be punished for what went on. And I have not seen anyone publicly blamed. I've seen no one punished, other than a continual process of tightening of firearms laws in New South Wales and law-abiding citizens who own firearms being subjected to these controls. Yet no one within the registry or elsewhere in relation to firearms matters has been held to account for what's been going on or what did happen. How does that work?
Well, I just make the point that, I mean, you've just tabled a significant number of documents, and, you know, I want to review these in more detail before determining what is to take place next.
So will you take under notice to come back to me in relation to that?
Yep, we can do that.
You will? Thank you. And should we get a result from that, would you be prepared to refer the Edwards case officer to the Director for Public Prosecutions?
Well, can I first of all, I mean, I think I don't want to preempt anything. First of all, I need to review the documents that you've provided. Once I've done that, then I'll actually determine what actions may be appropriate to be taken.
Thank you. Another hand up I've got for you is an email to Inspector Boosfield on the 23rd of June 2022. Hand up number 5. Deputy Premier, the Firearms Registry decision-making guidelines, which were published in August 2019, were scheduled to be reviewed in August 2020. Did that review ever take place?
I'd have to ask Mr. Hudson or Mr. White.
Or maybe Mr. White knows?
It's my understanding it has been done, sir.
It has been done? Okay, thank you.
There's a recommendation.
Was the error on page 21 of the guidelines regarding Ward against the Commissioner of Police 2000, which my office brought to the attention of Assistant Commissioner's Office on the 23rd of June 2022, ever corrected?
I'm aware of the Ward case. I'm not aware of what the error is. I haven't seen it.
If you have a look at the email, that's where we outline what the problem is. And the guidelines do need to be fixed. Can you come back to me and inform me whether they have or they have not? And if they have not, why?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Regarding mandatory participation for pistol licence holders, Minister, are you aware that the global shortage of centre-fire pistol ammunition and that this is affecting pistol licence holders from completing their mandatory participation requirements?
I'll get Mr. White to answer that, Mr. Borzak.
Yeah, it's something that's come to our notice, sir, and we've, in line with all the other firearms regulators around the country, as yet there's been no blanket suspension of mandatory shoots in relation to availability of the ammunition or circumstances. However, we're looking at on a case-by-case basis, and, you know, obviously we will work with those people that are impacted by that, like we did with those people that were impacted by floods and other issues beyond their control about lengthening or loosening the timeframes around mandatory shoots.
Sorry, when you say case by case, you're talking about individual licensees or clubs or?
It would be something that I would probably suggest be more on a club's proposal that they come to us about.
So would you accept a proposal from a club to consider?
Certainly, if there's genuine grounds and genuine reasons that they can't access it, certainly would.
Well, what we're talking about is a shortage of ammunition. And as you're aware, they have to attend 6 times at least every year.
Absolutely aware of that, and that obviously is an issue that we are canvassing at the moment through the Firearms Consultative Committee.
Would you consider allowing centre-fire attendance obligations to be completed with rimfire or air pistols? In other words, do it with another rather than centre-fire?
So my considerations would be put to the Commissioner for acceptance, but all of that on genuine reason basis, we would have a look at.
Okay, you would be prepared to take submissions from pistol clubs along those lines?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks very much.
I think we're having a break now.
Smoke over
Right, we had 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
11:15 back.
Now Opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Minister.
Thank you.
Minister, in 2019, the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission did a report into the management of the Child Protection Register under the Child Protection Offenders Registration Act and found there'd been over 700 errors in its administration, including wrongfully putting people on the register, subjecting them to, intrusive searches by police. Equally concerning that there are people who should have been on the register that weren't. Sex offenders left to roam in the community, I think on one occasion at least re-offending. Despite the clear charter for reform set out in that report, no legislation was brought forward. There was a second LEC report, a supplementary report in 2021, which stated unless problems with the statutory framework set out in the final report were adequately addressed, it's inevitable that errors will continue to be made in the administration of the register. Several years have gone by now, and the Attorney-General told estimates in March and then again last week that the ball was in your court, that it was a matter for police to bring forward legislation. In fact, he had refused to act on the LEC recommendation to refer the matter to the Law Reform Commission because it was best left in the hands of police. Why hasn't your government acted to fix the register?
Well, thank you for the question, and there's a couple of factors that I'd like to actually raise in relation to your particular question. I mean, obviously, you are right. There was Operation Tusket actually was undertaken, and the Commission's investigation was done into the New South Wales Child Protection Register. You are right. It did identify a number of problems with the register. It also identified that there had been a number of incorrect decisions that had been made previously by the New South Wales Police Force. I just
700 at least in that first report. We don't know how many more have occurred since.
I also want to point out that there was 11 recommendations. The 11 recommendations were aimed at, remedying the problems that have been identified in that particular area, and obviously around some of the errors that have been found to have occurred in the past. Through that particular supplementary report that you referred to, I do want to put on the record, though, that in the supplementary report, it also concluded that the New South Wales Police Force has either fully implemented or is in the process of implementing all of the recommendations
The administrative
that
ones,
can
yes.
be implemented by the New South Wales Police Force.
Yeah, and in particular, it recognised the work of Commissioner Hudson.
These included making sure that the Child Protection Register has adequate resources, including dedicated legal support, upgrades to electronic systems, and sending out further letters to persons affected by errors in the register. Despite this, I do note that there are some other improvements that need to be made, and I understand that it is quite complex, and I also will continue to work very closely with the AG to ensure that this is resolved.
Well, you've been the minister now for 10 months. What work have
8
you
months.
done?
8 months.
Okay, well, who's counting? What have you done to bring forward legislation to fix the clearly identified problems that have been, on the public record since 2019?
Well, since becoming the minister, I've escalated this as a priority, and I also have actually got the act is actually being reviewed. We also know that we are also working closely with the Department of Communities and Justice to consider these complex issues, which actually involves quite a number of stakeholders. And as I said, we want to resolve it as quickly and practical as possible.
Well, on Monday of last week, I think you said at a press conference that you would speak to the Attorney General about this matter. Have you had a conversation with him?
Can you refer? Can you refer to the press conference? Because I'm unaware of that press conference. But could you refer to me as to where it was?
Well, I wasn't there. I was hearing budget estimates with the Attorney General.
So
you said you would have a conversation with him. Have you had a conversation with him?
So can you? I'm not sure that.
Well, okay.
What press
Forget the
conference
press
you're
conference.
referring
Did
to?
you have a conversation with the Attorney General in the last week about fixing the Child Offenders Register?
This is a matter that's already been escalated to not only with the Attorney General, where I'm wanting to have it resolved, but also working with the Department of Community and Justice as well.
Okay. You mentioned a review of the Act. Has the review been completed?
The review is continuing because obviously, as you are aware, it is complex and it does involve a number of factors and it does include a comprehensive amount of work around it. So we are continuing to work through that.
Who's conducting the review?
Police actually will have the lead on that, but there are other agencies involved.
What are the terms of reference? Can you table them?
I'm not sure that well, sorry, I'll point out that we can actually provide that information to you a bit later as to what we're looking at, but it is actually not terms of reference. It is actually following the recommendations that have been put forward by the Commission that was identified in relation to the child registration offenders list, and that is what we are considering. There doesn't need to be terms of reference because there are factors that were highlighted that we are working through.
Okay, so no terms of reference?
Well, as you're aware, the register is a confidential database.
I know it is.
Well, it is, that's right. So
I'm just talking about the terms of reference for reviewing the Act.
Well, hang on. I think if you go and read the Commission's recommendations, where there were 11 recommendations that were put forward, as you can see, there was systems that have been put in place to ensure that police measures have been improved, data reporting. That information has been
Deputy
changed.
Premier, I acknowledge that the police force and Deputy Commissioner Hudson have done a lot of work to address the recommendations made by the LEC. But what is clear in both reports is there are legislative defects. Surely, with all the resources available to the police force, the police service, the New South Wales government, why has it taken 3 years and you still have not brought legislation to Parliament to address these clearly identified problems?
Thank you.
When will you actually bring legislation?
Well, as I said to you, the Act is being reviewed, and I've made this a high priority of mine since I became the police minister. And,
When will the review be completed?
Well, we'll do it properly, and as I said, it is complex.
When did it commence?
Can I let me finish?
Well, I'm asking the questions. You've answered that question. I'm asking
Well,
when
sorry,
it commenced.
this is a review of the Act, and as you are aware, it does cut across other authorities as well. We'll continue to do that, and I certainly look forward to resolving it as quickly as possible as well with other agencies and authorities and the AG.
When did the review commence?
It's been undergoing now for a little while, so it has been going, for a number of months now.
Can the Commissioner shed any light, or Deputy Commissioner Hudson, do we know when the review commenced? I'm happy for it to be taken on notice.
It's shortly after the report was tabled, or the supplementary report.
The supplementary report in 2021 or 22?
I think initial consultation with other agencies commenced after the first report, and then escalated after the supplementary report, and after a number of meetings we held with the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission.
Okay. Minister, can you give a commitment to this inquiry that legislation will be presented to Parliament to fix these defects before the end of this Parliament?
What I can give you is a commitment that I've already said that is a high priority of mine, and I'll be certainly looking to try and ensure that it goes to Cabinet as quickly as possible to be able to do exactly that.
So no commitment. Okay.
That's your words.
Well, indeed, but you haven't contradicted them by
that's-
giving me a time
that's your-
frame.
that's your
We've got
words.
5
No,
sitting
that's-
weeks left.
that's your
It's
words.
taken
No,
3
that's your
years. More delay. Like you didn't fix unexplained wealth laws. Now there's delay on this.
Well, we actually we are fixing unexplained wealth
we'll
laws,
see.
and I look forward to you
well,
backing it in. So
let's come to the special commission. Let's come to the ICE inquiry.
I look
Let's
forward
come to the
that.
ICE inquiry.
Yes.
Now, the Attorney General said he had spent hundreds of hours working to get progress on the recommendations. The Commissioner, Dan Howard SC, is distraught by the fact that no one in the government has met with him to discuss the contents of the report. The inquiry took 14 months, but it's now been 30 months since that report was provided. Since you've been Police Minister, have you spoken with or made arrangements to speak with Dr. Howard?
No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't spoken with Mr. Howard in relation to this, but I also will tell you right now that ICE is an absolute scourge on our society, and I make the point that, it's horrific and it can actually be a very highly addictive drug, and I can tell you that the New South Wales Police Force are actually, doing everything they can to actually prevent people from using it, and, for anyone to think that it's even safe to try ICE just once is completely mistaken, and I think, when you see the efforts of our police, and you've only got to see the media in the last week or so, where there's been, over 1.8 tonnes of ice that has actually been, discovered, which was actually sitting in marble slate slabs. It was
Minister,
also in a
Deputy
Bentley.
Premier,
So it's
Dr.
about trying to
Howard-
make sure that
Dr.
we
Howard.
deal with ice and it doesn't actually end up out there on our streets, and that's exactly what our police are doing
Sure, but
to ensure
Dr.
that that
Howard
does not
has-
happen.
Dr. Howard was tasked with and did a comprehensive review and made many recommendations.
He had 109 recommendations, yeah.
Yeah, 5 of them were instantly rejected by the government, so you were pretty quick off the mark there. Have you read the inquiry report?
I have. I've read it. Yes, there are a number of recommendations that actually apply to New South Wales Health. There's a number of recommendations that apply, obviously, to the attorney, and there's also a number that are, apply to police as well. And
So how many are your responsibility to develop responses for the government on?
there's probably just off the top of my head now, it might be around about, there are a number that cross over. But there are a number that are specific to us. Obviously, there's discussions around, a diversion scheme. If there's a diversion scheme, then I'm quite strong that it would actually need to be strongly resourced. We also know that some of our relevance, for police has been around the use of, drug detection dogs around music festivals. Also, other measures to detect illicit drugs supply as well. There was also in the report, there was recommendations around strip searches, and the New South Wales Police issue operational guidelines around that. So there's some of the recommendations that have been identified as part of the report that actually do completely reflect on police activities.
And how many have you developed responses for and provided to DPC?
We've provided a response to those ones that are relevant to police.
When were those responses provided?
Look, they've been provided.
Can you take that on notice?
I can take it on notice, but as I said, we've provided a response to those questions.
Okay.
And the report was actually, commissioned by the Premier, of the time at the time as well.
Sure, and I accept that. It was commissioned to deflect or diffuse a pretty hot issue at the time.
Well,
the issue is now you've had the report for 30 months, 2.5 years.
Careful. I think when
you
look
will
at,
you bring
when you look at
a government
ICE
response?
in some of those communities, let's not forget, where I've travelled around the state, where I've actually seen ICE being used in those communities, I've seen families turned upside down. I've seen communities turned upside down. I've seen people that have had cars stolen because people have been on ICE. I've seen people that have actually had their, houses broken into. I've seen ICE actually, people stealing from their own family members because of the impacts of ICE.
Deputy Premier, none of that is in dispute.
Well,
what
hang
is in
on.
dispute is
Well,
the fact that you haven't acted.
And it's also
2.5 years
and
on.
it's also about
the government
making
has
sure,
not produced a response.
And it's also about
Can you
making
tell us when you
sure,
will?
Support and resources are there to continue to support those communities. And if you ask me too, like what action has been taken, we have actually taken action in this space already. I mean, we've got a $7.5 million boost to drug and treatment services in Dubbo. That's going to establish a purpose-built facility for withdrawal management and residential rehabilitation. There's an investment of $27.9 million, and that's also going to take place over 4 years, and that's going to go towards the expansion of the drug court in Dubbo, which is already in Sydney, Parramatta and Toronto, and it also has proven to be more effective at driving down crime and intensive rehab, and it provides more bang for your buck when dealing with those members of the community that have actually come in contact with ICE.
Well, it's not in dispute, the terrible scourge of ICE, and in fact, many people came forward in the inquiry to tell their horrific stories. But Dr. Howard just cannot believe it's taken 2.5 years for your government to produce a response. You've had his report, his blueprint, you've heard the evidence. The issues with respect are terrible, but not new. When will your government produce a response to the ICE inquiry? The Premier said it will be soon. What is soon?
Yeah, look, I'm keen to move forward, and certainly I'm keen to move forward on this. And as I've said, if there was a simple solution in relation to this particular matter, it would have been done overnight. But it is complex, and it is a matter that does require a fairly significant, well thought out response in relation to it. But as I said, there are parts of it that we have already undertaken as police.
So just to be clear, all those parts of the recommendations made by Dr. Howard that fall within your ministerial responsibility, you have produced your piece of work in response to those. You've done the responses and you've sent them off to whoever's coordinating the government response.
Well,
Is
as I
that
said
correct?
to you, it's about trying to ensure that we.
No, that's my question. Have you you've sent off all of your
hang on,
material?
that's your. You
That's
can't
my
ask the que-
question.
You can't ask the question and give the answer to yourself.
No, I'm asking you the
I'm
question.
the one
You're
doing
not
the
answering.
answering. You're asking the questions. Remember that.
Yes,
So-
I have asked you the question.
Well,
Please respond.
The answer is police. Best form of action is for police to actually stop ICE from getting into our communities.
With
And as I
respect,
s-
that's not the answer.
Well, as I said
in
to
terms
you,
of
I
the
like to
legislative
see-
responses
I
that
like
are
to
your
see it
responsibility,
resolved as
have
quickly
you
as
done the
possible.
work?
As I said
Point
to
of
you.
order, Chair, Acting Chair, are we back in?
Is this the first point of order since I went out?
Yes, it is. I was just waiting.
We waited for you.
Waiting
We
for you
waited.
to come back.
Waited, yeah.
Chair,
It's
I'm
just,
very polite.
We waited.
it's just giving the Deputy Premier the chance to answer
If only
the
he would.
questions.
If only he
Order, order.
Otherwise, the constant talking over, I think, will see us descend into places we don't want to go.
I uphold the point of order.
That was a nice point.
Okay,
Well made.
Deputy Premier, my very clear question is, have you done all the work required within government to respond to those parts of the ICE report that are your ministerial responsibility to respond to? Yes or no?
I've put forward my responses from a police perspective.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know when the government response
Well, the Premier,
will be
you said that the
finalised?
Premier said soon, so
Yeah, but
I'll be
soon-
guided by the what the Premier said.
Okay, well, is soon before the election?
I don't know. You have to. That's the Premier has said soon, and
Well, what do you
obviously-
know as Minister for Police? You must know when.
Well, hang on. I know
there'll
that
be a
there was
government
also
response.
talking about limiting strip searches, as part of it. And I mean, obviously, police are guided by legislative framework. There's guidelines around ensuring that people's privacy is maintained. But again, make the point that there are strip searches that are undertaken for legitimate reasons to ensure that people in some cases are not carrying weapons, not carrying knives, not carrying guns, not carrying drugs as well. And those measures will continue to be enforced, and that is something that the New South Wales Police continues to do today, whether or not the inquiry recommendation is there or not. So we will continue in that manner.
Well, that's a very confused response.
Well, if you're confused, then I'm
Well, no,
sorry you
you're-
don't understand.
Well, are you saying that you're going to reject the recommendations of the ICE
Don't what?
inquiry?
Pardon? Say your question again.
Well, I didn't mention strip searches. You did. And
You asked me about recommendations
Well,
from the ICE inquiry.
I was just asking
so
about when
I'm
you would
just talking
complete the
about
recommendations.
a particular recommendation, as there were 109 recommendations, as I said to you,
And you've
that
had
were
2.5
as part of the
years and
ICE
you haven't
inquiry.
done
Yes.
any legislative responses. Will the government be bringing forward legislation to implement any recommendations to the ICE inquiry in the remaining 5 sitting weeks or 6 sitting weeks this year? To
My
your knowledge?
understanding would be yes.
Okay.
Do you have a time frame for that?
You said before the end of the year, so I said yes.
Okay, but you said on the Unexplained Wealth that it would be in September.
Oh, sorry, hang on. That's because I'm in charge of that one as well. So I've got the carriage of that particular bill coming to the Parliament. This one's, being led by AG and obviously Health. So therefore, I'll have input into it, and I'll certainly be ensuring that police matters are put forward in relation to the ICE inquiry.
Okay, has the legislation been drafted?
That's still a matter in cabinet.
It's still an active discussion in Cabinet?
It's a matter of a discussion in cabinet. Yes.
Okay, but you are anticipating that there will be a legislative response before the end of the year, is that correct?
That's it's in cabinet, and I can't preempt what cabinet discussions are going to entail.
Okay. We've got, I think our time's about to run out, Deputy
So
Premier,
I've just
so
got
I just wanted to
I've just
ask
got
you.
an answer to your Mark 43
Yes,
as
that would be
well.
great.
So, and it is actually police operation, but I will get and it's actually a live issue as well. But I might just get the police commissioner just to respond to that, seeing that you
Thanks very
asked that
much.
previously.
Commissioner?
So termination was issued and served on the 8th of July. And as to the other questions, there's be inappropriate for me to comment because there's court proceedings afoot.
Okay. On
Initiated
8th of
the
July
court.
this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who initiated the court proceedings? Was it police or was it the company terminated?
It's probably better that I don't say at this stage because I think there's proceedings on both sides, so it's live.
Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Good to know. And that's our time.
For now.
For now.
Are you happy for Kate to go?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, I just wanted to turn to the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's report on strip searches in 2020. Are you aware of that report and the recommendations contained therein?
I'm aware of some of the report, yes.
So have the recommendations in that report been implemented by the New South Wales Police?
Well, there is a very strong framework and a set of guidelines around police when strip searches are conducted. And I need to make the point that, police do not search people just for the sake of it or just for fun. Searches can actually uncover, very serious offences. They can actually they could be, potentially putting the safety of someone else in jeopardy, and they could also go at the heart of hurting our community. So, the majority of these searches, as I've already said, through a number of questions today, are for weapons, they're for drugs, and they're for other illegal items. So let's not forget that strip searches are designed to ensure the safety of people, the community, our police, and the safety of the person as well that they are actually searching.
So, Minister, have there been any of the serious issues that were raised during the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's inquiry into strip searches? Has there been any action on any of the recommendations? So I'm here. You've come here today and you're talking about the importance of strip searching. That's your view, but the LEC found that. In fact, they were particularly concerned by the apparent lack of knowledge of some police officers about requirements for a lawful strip search. So what's happened in that regard? The LEC found that some of your officers do not understand the law as it pertains to strip searches. So what's been done in that regard?
So before I hand over to the Commissioner as well, I just want to say that there's actually a strong test in place. Now, and as I said, searches are only conducted where police reasonably suspect the search is necessary and where they believe there is a seriousness or an urgency of the circumstances that they are being confronted with.
But that's not what the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission has found. And that is the question I'm asking you.
I will continue,
The Law Enforcement Conduct Commission has found that some of your police officers don't understand the law in relation to strip searches. So what are you doing about that?
I don't think some of the Greens understand the law about what a legal and an illegal protest is as well. So I think that's actually a bit of a problem as well for the Greens because they don't understand the difference there.
So answer my question, Minister, about the very serious issues raised by the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission.
So I'll now go to the Commissioner as well.
All right. Hopefully the Commissioner can answer that question. Thank you.
So as you point out, the LEC made 25 recommendations, with 22 of those directed to New South Wales Police Force and 3 were to Parliament. Those directed to police were largely about the changes needed for our SOPs, standard operating procedures, training guidance and documents, etc., as well as compliance audits on searches, especially where they relate to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. So we've made a number of changes and improved the information available to officers and the education around that and recording and the auditing of those. And in light of the work that we had done, the former minister resolved to defer any amendment to LEPRA pending the results of the work and to be evaluated subsequent to our increase in safeguards. We've also have the sponsorship of a Police Powers Committee under a Deputy Commissioner that reviews these types of matters and the use of different powers, including this part of LEPRA and other parts of LEPRA, to ensure that we're actually improving the education and the tools available to officers so they understand their laws and refreshed where they need to be.
Thank you, Minister. So what's being done around the fact that amongst those that were strip searched, there was an article about the 4,500 strip searches that have been carried out in New South Wales during the pandemic, and that 18% of those were Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. What's being done to make sure that you're very confident that your officers aren't racially profiling people who they choose to strip search?
Well, as it's a police operation, I will still go to the Commissioner for a response.
So similar to my previous answer, the LEPRA requires that we meet certain obligations about forming a reasonable suspicion, etc. And those things are the things that are, so the additional education, and that the supervisors, etc., audit and check the events that officers put in to make sure that they're complying with those. And if there's certainly complaints that officers haven't used their powers appropriately, then there's certain avenues to raise those issues. But certainly the law is not set to racially profile anyone, and the intent and the suspicion that the officers use is applied in the circumstances.
Minister, we've got obviously coming up into tomorrow's the first day of spring, and we'll be coming into here exactly, coming into music festival season pretty soon. So, what are you doing to ensure that music festivals this summer? Of course, we'll also have World Pride coming to Sydney in February and March. What are you doing to ensure that the police presence is not heavy-handed, and that LEC's recommendations around strip searches, particularly that their recommendation that they are not necessary at music festivals simply because of an association or perceived association with drug use? What are you doing to ensure that the police presence is not over the top at these music festivals and World Pride?
So first of all, let me point out that if there is a music festival that needs to take place, obviously they, as the organisers, will need to actually comply. Like any major event that takes place, they will need to actually ensure that they have a plan, talking about potentially the number of participants, where it's going to be located. You might also then be working as to how many police will obviously be a part of that particular event. It will vary from one event to another, but I'll make no apology for ensuring that there are a police presence is there for music festivals or other major events that are held around this state, because at the end of the day, a lot of these events are for young people, a lot of these events are for families, and people want to go there, they want to attend, and they want to feel safe. And obviously we'll continue to work with organisers in ensuring that there is a safe plan put in place to ensure that that occurs.
Have you accepted recommendation 10 of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's report into strip searches that states that the Person Search Manual and other New South Wales Police Force policies regarding strip searches should explicitly prohibit police from touching a person's breasts, genitals or buttocks during a strip search? Have you at least accepted that recommendation and made that policy?
Well, that again, it's a police operation, and I'll go to the Commissioner for a response.
Yes, certainly the standard operating procedures have been made more explicit around what's possible and not possible to exclude those things.
So that is excluded. So that is so what? Okay, so all police now know that is complete. That is off limits. They're not allowed to do that. That is against the law.
So there's additional, exactly,
what you're
the
saying?
SOPs, the training, other tools, supervision, etc., just to make it clear that those things are off limits.
So one of the other recommendations from Lex specifically was around record keeping of every strip search that police felt they needed to do. Has that been implemented?
That's part of the improvement to the standard operating procedures. Increased supervision at particularly events and dance festivals, etc., where there's a dedicated supervisor to ensure that those things are done.
And so have there been, so for example, these 4,500 strip searches that were carried out in New South Wales during the pandemic, are there records on every single one of those in terms of why they were necessary?
There would be, because it requires a cops entry, which creates the record and the justification that why it was undertaken. In what year are you referring? So I can refer to that, 2019, 2020.
This was strip searches between July 2020 and May 2022.
Right, okay. Yep.
Much of it during lockdown. Well, during those lockdown periods.
The numbers have gone down, of course, from where they were in 2017, 2018, etc. So they are lower numbers.
5,000, gosh.
Yeah, it's a community of 8 million people.
It's Justin Field.
Mr. Field?
Yeah.
Who? You will turn your camera on?
Yeah.
I will, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Premier. Can I just confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yeah, just.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
I want you to turn your microphone off.
Video will show otherwise, I'm sure, and posted to Facebook later, Minister, so speak clearly. Thank you, Deputy Premier, and thank you for tolerating me from the WebEx today. Interested in your response with regards to unexplained wealth and the legislation that you're proposing. If you're so concerned about money laundering and organised crime in New South Wales, do you support moving to cashless gaming in New South Wales poker machines in clubs and pubs?
That's another. That'll be another part of the Act that's actually, not within my privy at the end of the day. But what I will point out is I am very concerned about unexplained wealth. I'm very concerned about those criminal networks that are actually in the sale of drugs, and a lot of it is by drugs and money. And I want to ensure that we take away that wealth from those individuals, and that's why we're going to be introducing some very strong legislation around onus of proof for those individuals that may be found to have, cash on them in any way, to ensure that they have the ways of explaining it to us as to though it's been legally acquired. So there's going to be some very strong
Deputy Premier, I'm happy to wait until we see the legislation, which I know we haven't seen.
Well, you can't ask me about casinos when it's a completely different bill then.
Oh, well, let's be clear. You'd be aware, no doubt, that there was a joint investigation involving New South Wales Police, but also the Crime Commission, Liquor and Gaming New South Wales last year. It was looking at in particular, it was related to the COVID reopening of New South Wales clubs and pubs and anti-money laundering investigations conducted at that time. Are you aware of that investigation?
I am aware of that investigation that took place, yes.
So it found just in the period between October and November 2021, approximately 5.5 million in suspected money laundering occurred at 178 venues, that's clubs and pubs in New South Wales. That's a pretty extraordinary level of money laundering going on. Have you been briefed on the findings of that investigation?
Not briefed, but I have actually had information in relation to it. But I do want to point out, Mr. Field, that when we are talking about pubs and clubs, and I've had this conversation with you in my previous role, that there are a lot of great pubs and clubs out there that are actually critical to our communities. And when you have a look at what pubs and clubs have done, if you look at those times of disasters and natural disasters that have occurred in those areas, I mean, where do people go to? They go to the pub and the club. I mean, these are venues that actually provide sponsors,
including organised criminals laundering money.
Some of these are pretty important, because it might be the only organisation in a community that actually allows for large gatherings. It might be the evacuation centre in some of those communities. So I think, when you're talking about pubs and clubs as a whole, I think it's actually a little bit offensive to a lot of the good organisations out there that are working tirelessly and providing support back into their local communities. Now, your question is...
It sounds to me, Deputy Premier, that what you're saying is that if financial viability of clubs and pubs relies on money laundering, that should be allowed to continue? Is that what you're saying?
Sounds like that is the quote given from Justin Field today. So I'm going to publish that this afternoon as your quote that you have now provided. So that was not what I was saying. So I want to make that very clear to you. So I'm really offended that you're actually making that statement yourself. I'd also point out...
There are 178 instances identified just in that investigation. I understand they were referred to police. Have there been any arrests related to those those instances?
Well, the other thing is too, you asked me about money laundering. So obviously there is an inquiry underway as well right now into money laundering that is being undertaken by the Crime Commission, and I'm certainly not going to preempt the outcomes of that.
No, sorry, there were 178 instances identified, 178 venues identified. I understand they were reported to police. There were referrals to the police. Has there been any arrests associated with that investigation? That investigation and those referrals.
Well, that's a police operation, and again, I'll actually just go to the Commissioner of Police to respond.
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Field.
Thank you very much. Deputy Premier, I'd like to ask you now about your position on the Warragamba dam raising proposal. What is the National Party's position on that proposal?
More dams.
Yeah, look, you know, we want more dams. I mean, we haven't built a dam in this state for over 30 years, and you know, I'm a strong believer that we need to build more dams. And obviously, there's been a lot of commentary in relation to Warragamba Dam about raising the wall there around, you know, flood mitigation. But I also know that, you know, importantly, there's dams like Dungowan Dam that I'd like to see invested in as well.
Let's keep it focused on the one that I asked about.
Let's, you know, so, and also Wyangla Dam. So these are, you know, these are important dam projects that are about providing water security into those communities. And at the end of the day, we have to build more dams in this state. And as the National Party leader and as a National Party policy, we believe in that. And we'll continue to back that in.
Your predecessor with regards to Warragamba Dam said there are options, and the other alternative would be to leave the water levels at a lower level and maybe consider desalination Mark II. There are other solutions. He seemed to not be as supportive as you. Has the National Party position changed?
I'm not really sure what your question is, but let me just point out again. Hang on. You've just said there was options. We know that the report that was being done in relation to Warragamba Dam was actually looking at various options. Raising Warragamba Dam wall is probably the best way to protect those residents in Western Sydney from floods, and I certainly know that that is an important topic for those communities. And for someone who's been out to those communities and have actually seen those areas that have not only been flooded on one occasion, but on several occasions, we need to be thinking about a number of factors in relation to the future development of areas, but we also need to be looking at ways in which we can protect those residents that actually live within the Western Sydney area itself.
Well, you say it's the best way. That's not what the flood inquiry report said, though.
I said we need to look at the best way to protect the residents in Western Sydney. So that's what I said. That's what I said. So just to be clear and clarify that with you.
Thank you. I want to ask you now about the program for redundancies at the Blue Ridge Hardwoods on the South Coast. I've asked you about this on notice recently. You've come back to me to say it's not a matter for you, it's a matter for the Minister for Agriculture. But in the March 2021 budget estimates, questions about the Blue Ridge Hardwoods payments were made on notice. Which agency is responsible for implementing the program? And the clear answer was the Department of Regional New South Wales. And it went and described how much money had been paid at that date. Can you advise how many payments, $150,000 payments, have been made to former Blue Ridge Hardwood workers at this point?
Well, first of all, let me just point out to you that whilst you may have looked at the budget estimates back in May of 2021, there's actually been a change of acts. So that occurred at the end of this year in relation to ministerial responsibilities and portfolios that have been given. So, you know, obviously in relation to that matter, it may have been an area that sat under the previous Deputy Premier, but it now sits with the responsibility of another minister in relation to that. Obviously, you know, for me, jobs in the regions is something important to me. And whilst it may not necessarily sit in my portfolio, redundancies, but also employment and securing of employment in those communities is important. But also, when you have a look at the timber industry in some of those communities, they could be the lifeblood of those areas. There are many people that are employed within those areas, within those regions, and we want to make sure that, if they are going to be retrained, they are going to go into other fields of employment, that we are giving them an opportunity through Regional New South Wales in assisting in some of those packages of support to be able to do so. But as I do point out, I know this is something that has been driven and something that is made aware to the minister responsible as well.
Deputy Premier, I understand that, but I've asked this question of agriculture as well in the more recent budget estimates, and they'd say it's a responsibility for the Department of Regional New South Wales. So we go round and round in circles. Blue Ridge Hardwoods has reopened as South Coast Timbers. I understand at least 51 individuals were paid $150,000 redundancy. There are 30 individuals now working at the reopened site, or I think it just transitioned. Were any of the workers that were paid redundancies re-employed at South Coast Timbers?
Look, I don't know the 131 workers that you're talking about, so we'd have to take it on notice.
Were there any restrictions on the redundancy payments that prevented workers from being re-employed at the site?
I'm sure there would have been guidelines around that, but I'm happy to provide that to you.
Are you right to call Justin?
So you will take that on notice about the guidelines?
Yeah, and if so, we'll provide it this afternoon, so that we might be able to, if we can get it this afternoon, and if it's from the other minister's department, we'll provide it this afternoon to you as well.
All right. Time for questioning is over. Thank you very much. Labor.
Thanks very much. Deputy Premier, today the National Cabinet's considering a decrease in the COVID isolation requirements from 7 days to 5 days. Are you able to tell us, over the last month, how many infringement notices were issued for people breaching their COVID isolation?
Well, first of all, obviously the National Cabinet today is having that conversation, and we have, state leaders from right across this country that are coming together to discuss that around having a national rule around it. Because it's operational, I will go to the Police Commissioner to see if she has that information here today.
No, I don't have the statistics in front of me.
Okay, are you able to give it to us for the last for the month, for the last, say, 4 months? Just the number of notices that have been issued?
If I can get it before the end of today, I will.
Otherwise,
that
would be fantastic.
On notice.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks very much, Commissioner. And can you just give us a sense of how many resources? Obviously, during the lockdowns last year, there would have been a lot of police resources that were focused on that. How many police resources at the moment are sort of being focused on that?
Currently?
Yes, on breaching of COVID isolation.
There's no dedicated resource. It'll be just in the duties that officers undertake in their normal course of duties.
And is it just mainly responding to complaints, or...?
It would be, and that was the case last year, and there was an increased number of complaints, including to Crime Stoppers, but this, in the current environment, there's very few as I understand it.
I understand. Thanks very much. Minister, at the last election, the Liberals and the Nationals promised to deliver 1,500 extra police. Is that correct?
That is correct. We backed the Blue as part of the campaign, yes.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Premier. How many police have been recruited since the last election?
So we've actually announced the rollout now of the whole 1,500. It was only in July the Commissioner and myself announced the rollout of the additional, the remaining 550 police officers. Obviously, this was actually putting a focus on specialist squads, Raptor squads. It was also putting a focus on domestic violence. It was also about more support for those who are victims of crime. As part of this, we also had rural crime investigators as part of that 550. We're seeing officers that are going to be deployed in metro and regional areas. And I know that having travelled around the state and speaking to superintendents at each of those locations, some of them are already in the process of advertising to be able to bring specialists into their local area where they see that there's actually a demand or a need. So if they've got a gap, they're now going out to advertise for what may be required in there. It could be an inspector, it could be a detective, it could be someone in domestic violence. So there's a whole
Deputy
range.
Premier, can we just break down those numbers? There was reports in May that there were 950 new police. So these 550 that have been announced, they will be specialist police. They are not new police on the ground.
Sorry. what we actually said was part of the 550, there are some specialist squads that they are going to belong to as well. I mean, this has been done in very close association, not only with the New South Wales Police Force, but I will put on the record that we've worked very closely with the Police Association as to determining where these numbers go and determining exactly what these positions are, and they have been fully...
Deputy Premier, we're going to get to where they go in a
The Police
minute.
Association
And I
have been
obviously
fully
support you working
supportive.
closely with the Police
Police Association have
Association,
been
but I
very
just am
fully
trying to get a
supportive
clear
of where they have gone.
understanding of what are the raw numbers. So how many new police have been recruited since the last election, Deputy Premier?
Well, I think the Commissioner's got some numbers there, but we made a commitment of 1,500. That commitment is honoured, and as part of that rollout, next year we'll be up over 18,000 men and women in blue who are actually part of the New South Wales Police Force.
Okay.
Now, if you're
Deputy
looking
Premier,
at
if you don't have a raw figure for me, I'm happy to go to the Commissioner and see if...
Well, hang on. I'm actually answering your question.
Well, no, I'm asking
and at
how
any
many
point in
new
time,
police
it
have been
changes when
recruited.
there are people who are retiring,
No,
there
no,
are people who leave,
no.
so it
Deputy
is
Premier,
always
I'm
going to
asking
fluctuate.
you how
So
many
I told
new
we
police have been recruited.
Well, new is 1,500, but then also I've been able to go down to Goulburn, and we've had the attestation ceremonies each year, and let me just point out that 2 weeks ago the Commissioner and Mr Hudson and Mr White, I think, was there as well, and we were able to see that the next class of 154, and out of that 154, almost half of them were actually going out into the region.
Excellent.
So,
Deputy Premier,
as
I'm
they
going to
started
ask you
their
about the
career
breakdown
as
of
well.
those shortly, but I'm interested to know how many new police have been recruited since the election in March 2019.
You're asking me about our election commitment of the 1,500.
No,
I'm asking
I'm asking you how many new police. If you don't know the answer, just say, I don't know.
No, I'm telling you about our commitment that has been given, and obviously as part of it, we can provide that with the.
You can filibuster all you like, Deputy Premier.
Commissioner
I'm
can actually-
asking for a raw figure. How many new police?
Well, I can provide that. I'll get the Commissioner to provide that to you as well.
So since 2018, I've got them by year, but we've recruited 4,500 probationary constables. And so that's to make up for the new positions created and attrition.
Okay. And can you give us the breakdown by year? So 2018.
So 2018 was 737, 2019, 1,006, 2020, 1,000, 2021, 1,216, and January to August this year, 749 today.
Okay. And they are new police who have completed their training at Goulburn?
So new probationary constables?
Yep.
Yes.
So they've completed their training?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm going to do some... So 1,006 in 2019?
Yes.
1,000 in 2020?
Yes.
1,216 in 2021?
Yep.
And 749 in 2022 so far?
Yep. That's
okay. And of the $95.9 million that's allocated for the recruitment of those 550 additional police, how is that money going to be spent?
So that money only came online from the 1st of July this year. So the 550 will be recruited during this year, financial year.
Okay. And how many tranches are you going to be recruiting them over? Have you...
5.
5 tranches, okay. And they'll be separate training at the Goulburn Academy?
Yes.
Yep, okay, great. And so on the 27th of June 2022, there were 17,667 sworn operational officers. Can you tell us how many are there today?
I'll get that for you. What date are you saying?
So on the 27th of June, the figures I've got here, there were 17,667. Can you tell us how many at today's date?
I've only got them up until the end of July, which is 17,525. But it's obviously a sore tooth and it moves from time to time.
How many were there in about March of 2019? How many fully sworn officers?
I'll have to see if I can get that before the end of today or on notice.
Thank you.
If you could provide it before the end of today, that would be very helpful for us. Thank you. So, are you able to provide us, Deputy Premier, the police that have been recruited this year, the 749, where have they been sent to?
Well, we probably can, if you want me to go through them all now. I'm sure someone's got a spreadsheet, and I'm happy to go through every one of them for you, but we can do a breakdown. It might be of regions, but we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you've
Do you
got them
think that's
now,
the
that would
best
be useful.
way of spending police resources to actually do this? Then
Well,
that's
yes,
your
Deputy Premier, I
prerogative.
do think
But
it's
if you
very
think
important that we
if you
know
think
where
it's
the new
best-
police
if
are
you-
going.
Well, hang on. I put that every time when there's even an attestation. There is a release that comes out indicating exactly where those police officers are going to different commands across the state. So this information has already been made publicly available. And the point I also make
Oh,
is,
well, Deputy
you know,
Premier,
if
in the
you-
interest
if
of
you
time,
wish
then
to-
perhaps you can just
well,
give us the breakdown
if
of the
you wish
150
to,
that just graduated.
well, we can do that because we've already got that for you. We can provide that pretty well straight away.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And you can provide us with the other ones on notice if that's okay.
You asked the 154.
I asked for 154 and you suggested that the others you'd prefer to take on notice. I'm comfortable with that.
We can provide the 154. We'll give you the answer this afternoon for the 154.
Excellent.
So
And
we
you'll
have
take
that.
the other one on notice?
Do you think that's the best way of spending police resources?
Deputy Premier, I get to ask the questions here and you get
I'm
to
just
provide
saying
the
that
answers.
if you think that's the best way for police to be sitting down doing paperwork for that question, that's fine.
You said that you just issue media releases, so
Got it
it
all
should be
there,
just
but
as
we
simple
can-
as pressing print on the computer. Deputy Premier, has each police district received an officer to monitor the child protection register?
That's operational. I'll have to ask you to speak to the commissioner. Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks very much. And has each police district received a specialist elder abuse officer?
No, we have 12 elder abuse officers out at the moment, and I've commissioned a review of those positions, and I've had a meeting subsequently last week with the Commissioner for Older Abuse and People with Disabilities to discuss the needs around that.
The Ageing and Disability Commissioner?
Yes.
Yep. And which police districts don't currently have an elder abuse officer?
I'll have to take that on notice. There's 12 out of the 58 that do. So.
And you said you're doing a review. What's the time frame for the review?
I don't know that I've got an actual date, but certainly I don't expect it to take long.
Okay. All right. If you can just tell us on notice what sort of the plans are then for that review. How many people are currently on the recruitment waiting list?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I can say that we're undertaking a recruitment campaign at the moment. We know from the Australian New Zealand Policing Advisory Authority that all the jurisdictions are suffering some recruitment issues at the moment. Some of their research indicates that obviously there's a competitive recruitment market, labour market at the moment. So any recruitment lag that we've got in New South Wales at the moment is not unique to New South Wales alone.
So you just gave me the figures for the new police that have been recruited. Do you have for a similar time frame the police who have left through retirement or resignation?
And that can change week to week. Our attrition rate and other things, but of course we've got normal attrition through the organisation plus the funded optional disengagement scheme that has seen an increase in disengagement for this period of time.
Okay, so Commissioner, do you have those figures for, I'm really just interested in for 2019, 20, 21 and 22 for the officers who have left the force?
Not by year, I don't have that.
Okay.
Sorry, 2019, 3.6%.
Okay.
2020.
Do you have a total?
Actual, not a hard number, no. I
Okay.
can get those to you.
Yeah. All right. Why don't you give me the percentages now, and then maybe this afternoon we can get the raw numbers.
Sure. 2020 was 4%, 2021 4.4%, and 2022 6.8%, or 5.7% if optional disengagement is excluded from those numbers.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have, in the last 4 years, the number of how many people who have received an acceptance offer to the academy but not taken it up?
I have to take that one on notice.
Sure. And if you can again give us the breakdown for the years 19 to 22, that would be great. You've got to say yes, or else it doesn't appear in the Hansard.
Sorry. Yes, I will.
And do you ask for reasons if they don't accept the offer?
We've not every officer, not every applicant, but we have gone back to some a percentage to just canvass why they've not followed through. And there's not that it's a recent phenomena, but there's been quite a percentage that don't follow through. They do the first component of an online program, but don't necessarily transition into the next component. So, and there's some various reasons for that, but it's not a qualitative or in-depth research piece of paper on that.
Do you do any analysis of those, or can you provide us with some more information on notice?
We may be able to. As I said, it's not an empirical piece of data.
So it's been reported that the training costs about $17,000. Is that accurate?
I'm informed it's about that amount of money, and most applicants do get or can apply for a scholarship to assist them in their studies. It's a similar scheme to any other higher education scheme, like a HECSTED or something like that.
Yeah. And what proportion of people get those scholarships?
I understand that all that make application get those.
So have you got like a percentage figure or a raw figure?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure. If you can again give us for the 19, 20, 21 and 22, what's the raw number or the proportion, the percentage? Is it true that New South Wales is the only Australian jurisdiction that police officers face that kind of upfront cost?
No, I can't confirm or deny that really, because I think each jurisdiction has different recruitment models. So I couldn't compare us to another jurisdiction in terms of how we recruit. But certainly, one of the recommendations out of the Royal Commission back in 96, 97 was that we needed to increase the professionalism of police officers, and so it was very strongly encouraged that we went to an academic blend, and as a mitigator for some of those corruption issues that happened back in the late 90s or discovered in the 90s.
So can you tell me how prospective applicants are told about the scholarship that they can apply for?
I'd have to take all that detail on
Of
notice.
course, that's fine. I mean, obviously, a $17,000 upfront fee is a pretty large disincentive, so I'm just interested in how that's being communicated. Was it true that a prospective training class was cancelled earlier this year?
I think I spoke about this at last estimates. So traditionally we have 3 classes per annum, and we moved to the executive approved a 6-class model to smooth out, I guess, the training regime to make it easier on the impost of officers already in the force. So we supplement the training officers with officers from the field. So we did that to smooth out that impost on commands, sending officers down to help in the training. And then we moved back to a 5-course model, simply, sawtooth to meet the demand for the additional officers, but also to reduce the impact on the field.
So there's 154 in this that graduated this time. How many graduated from the previous one?
I think it was in the 200s, but I don't have the exact number.
And is it usually in the 200s?
We aim for, say 250 in a class, and there will be attrition throughout the training for various reasons, for not meeting academic standard or professional qualification, etc. There'd be various reasons, and we aim for a class of 200.
Deputy Premier, just before our time with you runs out, will the government commit to fully funding additional sworn positions in the New South Wales Police Force who are responsible for local emergency management service delivery, at a minimum in line with the recommendations made by the New South Wales Independent Flood Inquiry?
So that's that's obviously, so they won't be part of the 1500, so make that clear.
Sure.
They're not part of the 1500.
No,
so
well, this is post-election.
Yep, so they would not be part of the 1500. They would have to be resourced differently. Obviously, there's work around responding to that report. I know that the Commissioner has a very strong involvement in relation to talking with other agencies. As one of the recommendations, it does speak around having a 5th Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Yes.
But obviously with that does come resourcing. So there would be, there would be the need for additional officers to be employed in that space.
And you can't give that commitment here today that you will
I-
guarantee that?
Sorry, I'll actually say there will be additional resources in that space to be able to assist police taking up that function.
Deputy,
many?
Oh, sorry.
That's still to be determined.
Okay.
That's where the commissioner is working with other agencies to look at how the operation's going to work, how the fifth deputy is going to work. Obviously, it's a permanent position, so that work is still being undertaken to determine exactly what numbers are required to actually fulfil and undertake that particular role.
And when will that work be finalised, do you think?
Well, the commissioner is.
So DPC is leading the project,
Mhm.
and so we'll work with DPC on that piece of work.
So this year, next year?
Well, we want to. Yeah, I've made it point. I've made the point. We will need it done sooner rather than later. So we still need to make sure that it will take some time to stand it up properly as well. But we need to actually set some very clear expectations and timeframes around how that's going to work. We also know that we still need to make sure that if there are emergency or natural disasters that we see between now and even the end of the year, that we still ensure that mechanisms are in place to be able to deal with that as well. So, a significant amount of work that needs
Deputy
to be
Premier, our
undertaken.
time's about to expire.
I've got
I
the
just want
154
one last
for you.
question.
I've got your 154.
Excellent. I just want to ask one last question before my time expires. The government stopped publishing the data about the authorised strength of the police in 2017. Will you commit, given that you're happy to provide all this information to us today, will you commit to publishing that data?
Well, police already provide significant data available for.
No, there's a specific thing about the authorised strength. Historically, it had always been published, and then your government stopped publishing it abruptly in 2017.
Well, I'll continue as minister.
Will you commit to providing that
Well, I'll
publicly?
continue to provide significant information to the public in relation to the operations
Why
of the
won't
police.
you say how many
So,
police are actually on the
So if
beat?
I can just finish, I need to give you the 154, if you're just ready. Central Metropolitan Region, 27. Eastern Beaches, 6. Eastern Suburbs, 1. Inner West, 4. Kings Cross, 2. Leichhardt, 2. South Sydney, 4. St George, 1. Surrey Hills, 2. Sutherland Shire, 3. Sydney City, 2. Northwest Metropolitan Region, 33. Blacktown, 3. Hawkesbury, 2. Ku-ring-gai, 2. Mount Druitt, 3. Nepean, 2. North Shore, 4. Northern Beaches, 9. Parramatta, 3. Ryde, 3. The Hills, 2. Southwest Metropolitan Region, 25. Auburn, 3. Bankstown, 1. Burwood, 2. Camden, 2. Campbelltown City, 2. Campsie, 4. Cumberland, 4. Fairfield City, 5. Liverpool City, 2. Northern Region, 18. Brisbane Water, 4. Lake Macquarie, 2. Mid-North Coast, 2. Newcastle City, 4. Port Stephens Hunter, 2. Tweed Byron, 2. Tuggerah Lakes, 2. Southern Region, 24. Lake Illawarra, 3. Monero, 3. Murray River, 3. Murrumbidgee, 2. Riverina, 4. South Coast, 4. Wollongong, 5. Western Region, 27. Barrier, 4. Central West, 5. Central North, 1. Chifley, 2. New England, 5. Arana Midwestern, 3. Oxley, 7. Total, 154. And the last class, the one previous to the last one, of the 154, was 201. 201 probationary officers.
So, Deputy Premier, why will you not publicly release how many actual police? If you're happy to give us those numbers,
Well, you asked for
why
them, so
won't you tell us? I'm asking you now, why won't you give the authorised strength and the actual strength figures of how many police are on the beat in each of those commands?
We continue to provide information relevant to communities about our constables being rolled out and police numbers across the state.
Deputy Premier, do you agree with the New South Wales Farmers Vice President Xavier Martin, who said in May, "We need to protect the Liverpool Plains as it is an iconic food-producing region from degradation by coal and coal seam gas development"?
I've met with the New South Wales farmers on a number of occasions, and obviously I've met with the new
President, Mr. Xavier Martin, as well. And obviously, we are continuing with discussions where we can improve agriculture and where we can actually ensure that the bush continues to thrive. So I continue to have many conversations with Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Are you aware that the CWA of New South Wales in May this year at their conference in Sydney unanimously passed a motion urging your government to rescind its decision to grant an extension to the petroleum exploration licences 112 and 238 located on the Liverpool Plains?
Yeah, and I've actually met with some members of the CWA in relation to that particular matter that you've raised, and I've also made it very clear when we've released our future of a gas statement as well. And I just need to make it very clear that whilst we've said that there'll be no coal mining that takes place within those areas, there are some PELs that sit over that area. However, I do need to make the point that they are petroleum exploration licences. They do not give a green light. They do not give a guarantee that mining extraction would take place on that particular site. So I need to be very clear that there is a difference between having a PEL, but also a difference between believing that there is going to be activity taking place on that. My understanding, and I'll just get Miss Beattie to confirm this, my understanding as well is that under the mining regulator, we've had no one come forward in relation to progressing that. I'll just check with Miss Beattie.
Sure. Happy to clarify. So the government renewed 4 petroleum exploration licences earlier this year, and so the title holder is now able to proceed with exploration. In order to do that, they would need to get the relevant approvals from the resources regulator. At this point in time, we haven't seen any requests for that, but we expect that they will be forthcoming.
Thank you. And Deputy Premier, do you... Santos is obviously the relevant holder, and back some years ago in 2014, Santos agreed that it wouldn't undertake any drilling activities on private land without the voluntary consent of landholders. Would you back in those landholders? Would you support their right for farmers to say no to coal seam gas exploration on their properties?
Well, I think, I'd expect Santos, whilst they only have an exploration-only approval given, I would expect them to engage very strongly with landholders in those areas. And I've made it very clear that even on the public record, especially around times when there are, potentially biosecurity threats, that, that engagement needs to be strong, and they need to ensure that they are engaging directly with landholders to ensure that they have a level of confidence in relation to any activity that might be taking place. Now, in some cases, as Ms. Beattie has said, there has been nothing come forward at this point in time through the mining regulator, but that would be my expectations to actually work very closely with landholders.
And so when you were making comments not that long ago this month about the pipeline, and that I think you were asked if you would compel landholders to allow the companies to access lands for surveys. Would you give the landholders that really don't want petroleum exploration activities on their properties, if they came to you and said, can you help us, we don't want it on our land, we want to be able to say no, would you support them?
I think we'd have to have a look at each circumstance, on its own, but we also know that we have to be looking at future gas supply here in this state as well. And when we are talking about energy costs, we also know that gas is going to be, a part of that mix. We know that the federal government is also supporting the Narrabri project. And whilst we have Santos that have actually purchased the Upper Hunter pipeline, again, they would actually be able to come and speak with me. I presume they would also be speaking with the Energy Minister, who would actually be responsible for the Pipelines Act. But in saying that, we're always willing to talk to landholders, as you know that I did when I was at the latest event at AgWhip.
More specifically, just though, you're right, Narrabri Gas has got permission, it's got its 850 wells. We're just talking now, though, about those landholders on the Liverpool Plains, where you've expanded the petroleum exploration licences to, and the fact that they have been subjected to New South Wales government resource projects now for some 20 years. They've lived under the cloud of that chronic anxiety about trying to protect their farmlands. It's gone on, and your predecessor, Mr. Barilaro, said there is no turning back, and gave them that guarantee that they would be protected. I'm just talking about those particular landholders on the Liverpool Plains that are now subjected to this new exploration. So we're not talking about gas security, because Santos hasn't even started its 850 current wells that it has permission for. I'm just talking about whether you would champion those landholders if they want to say no, and we don't know that's all of them. We suspect it is, because there's been publicity that it's all of them. Would you back them in their right to say no to exploration activities in the event Santos doesn't negotiate with them?
So just before I go to Ms. Beattie, I just make the point as well. I mean, our future of gas statement makes it very clear where gas exploration can occur within New South Wales. I'll also put on the record that this is a government that actually has, reduced the number of PELs here in this state. We've reduced PELs by around 77% in total area that has been covered by these petroleum exploration licenses in the past. So, whilst you're, specifically talking about those landholders in that particular area, this is a government that has actually taken away 77% of the PELs here in the state. I might ask Ms. Beattie to provide some additional.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. So look, the Petroleum Onshore Act has a land access framework, and that really is intended to facilitate discussions between the landholder and the title holder, where both parties are encouraged to negotiate and need to come to an agreement before activities can occur. And that framework sets out opportunities, if agreement can't be reached, for mediation and arbitration.
Thank you. I'm very aware of it. It's more, I've acted for landholders that have been subjected to it. And at the end of the day, it's just about really finding out whether the government would actually support the right of landholders to say no. But that's okay. I understand we'll rely on
So this government has actually supported landholders, as I said to you, by reducing PELs by 77%.
And with all respect, Deputy Premier, that's why I'm genuinely asking whether you would back these landholders on the Liverpool Plains who frankly were quite surprised that the PELs were granted. I think they honestly believed that they had seen the end of resource fights on the very fertile farm Liverpool Plains. But so thank you. So just moving along to, just want to ask some questions about bail compliance checks. We've been contacted by a number of frontline legal organisations that are really concerned about bail compliance checks, and particularly in relation to curfew conditions, and that there seems to be an increase in these checks happening late at night. Can I just ask, why is this happening, and how many are we doing? So maybe just in the last financial year, how many bail compliance checks were conducted where there was no court-ordered enforcement?
So I might ask Mr. White if that's okay to answer, since it's more operational. If that's okay, if you know.
I'd take the figures on notice if that was okay.
Okay.
Unless ma'am has them. Yeah, I'll take those on notice and get them for you.
Okay. With that, can I ask then that those are broken down? We're very interested in how many of those were on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, how many under the age of 18, and again, how many First Nations people under the age of 18, those categories. I can also provide those questions as supplementary ones if that would help.
It would, and just for the record, just so you're aware, we are working with the Closing the Gap team around that, and we're actively involved in the bail space and the breach of bail and police bail. So we're working together with that team.
So do you think, and for you, Deputy Premier, do you think if we are committed to that, closing the gap, focusing on those non-court enforced bail checks, we just simply wouldn't be doing that at night to the homes of particularly First Nations children under the age of 18? Would we be doing those random nighttime, quite frightening curfew condition checks?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's still, I'll come back to where I was previously. It's still about ensuring that the community is kept safe. And, there are unfortunately incidences where I can probably explain to you that unfortunately these are young people that we do need to do these checks. And it's unfortunate that we have to do that. But Mr. White is right. I mean, there is a whole of government approach when it comes to closing the gap. And it is something that we are working on, and police are heavily active in this space and heavily involved.
All right. Well, if it's okay, after the lunch, I'll come back after the break and we'll do some more, if that's okay. Thank you.
To you, Deputy Premier, just in relation to exploration in New South Wales, what's the current status for the exploration of for uranium in New South Wales?
So I might get Miss Speedy in a moment to. At the moment, there's a bit of a pause in relation to exploration for uranium, but I might get Miss Speedy to actually give you an update from her perspective.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Borzak, uranium mining, you're probably aware, is currently prohibited in New South
Well,
Wales.
I'm not talking about uranium mining. Uranium exploration's not prohibited.
That's right. Uranium exploration is allowed, but there's currently a mineral allocation area over the whole state, which means that anyone who wants to explore for uranium needs to get ministerial consent.
So how many of those consents have been granted since this government introduced the legislation, I think somewhat 9 or 10 years ago?
So at the moment, there isn't any active uranium exploration. In 2012, there was previously a ban on exploration, and when that ban was lifted, an expression of interest was put out to the market, but there weren't. That didn't lead to any exploration activity.
So really there's nobody actually actively looking for uranium at the moment, even though there's one licence been granted for exploration?
There isn't anyone actively looking. There has been a little bit of discussion and interest around it, but at the moment the focus is on critical minerals, and
That was the next part of my question. I was going to talk about rare earths. What's the status with those?
So rare earths are one of the critical minerals, and we see this as a really positive future for the New South Wales mining industry. The New South Wales government released a critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy at the end of last year, and that is a signalling document really to foreign investors that there are opportunities in New South Wales to further develop that industry. We've got a number of advanced projects, and they're looking for finance at the moment. Recently, in the budget, the New South Wales government also committed to a new critical minerals and high-tech metals fund to support that sector.
So can I just further to that, I'll just make the point that in the budget this year, we actually announced $130 million as well over the next 5 years in relation to critical minerals, and we actually see that this is going to be the next race. I mean, we're in a global race right now for critical minerals because these minerals are being used for satellites, are being used for renewables, they're being used for a whole host of products that are being built. And here in New South Wales, we actually want to be the state that's leading the way. We want to make sure that we're actually attracting overseas investment. I mean, we've got all the resources here in this state to be able to do that. Whether that's things like nickel or cobalt or titanium, zirconium. They're just some of the products that we've got right here in our very own backyard. And already we're seeing a lot of interest in this space. I see that this is also going to be a job generator in regional New South Wales, but not also getting the raw product, also building and creating and manufacturing within the regions as well.
That then leads me to the next thing I was going to ask you about, and that is, are there commercially exploitable volumes of these minerals in the ground, or are you still looking to try to assess that?
So I've been out west and had a look at a number of companies that are already in this space. So very early days, and their prospects at the moment in relation to exploration are quite high. So we are talking, some companies that are potentially looking at, several hundred people being employed in those areas, and they're actually sending some of their product at the moment overseas, which is getting a lot of interest as well. So I think when you actually speak to investors as well, there's a lot of interest in New South Wales because of the product that we have right here in the state. But I don't know if you, Miss Speedy, want to add any more?
Yeah, look, there's 3 advanced projects in New South Wales, and 2 of those already have received planning approval. And so, as I mentioned
Can you
before,
elucidate them, please, for me?
sure. So there's the Dubbo project. That is rare earth elements, zirconium, hafnium, and a few other minerals that has planning approval for 20 years. It's expected to employ 1,000 people during construction and 270 in operation. There's the Sunrise Battery Metals Complex that's also in the central west of New South Wales and also has planning approval. It's got an expected employment generation of 1,900 jobs during construction and 350 in operation. And then
Excuse me, where in the central west is that?
it is near
Peak Hill?
no, Condoblin.
Fifield.
Sorry?
Fifield, yeah,
Okay.
it's in Fifield.
Sorry, go on.
And then there's the Broken Hill Cobalt project in Broken Hill. That's got a targeted life of over 20 years as well. And that one, they currently have a demonstration plant where they are processing some cobalt, and they are looking to get planning approval to expand their operation.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are there any plans to use any of that grant money to put in or invest in, I suppose is the right word, into the production of brown, blue or green hydrogen regionally, especially since the government's put so much subsidy money into solar panels and solar farms?
So that actually, this one is directed more at critical minerals, but there is a fund that would be available for hydrogen. I know that the Minister for Energy, probably about 12 months ago, announced hydrogen, and obviously that is going to be a leader here in the state. But obviously there's investments there that can be, there's funding there available to coincide and work with investment in this area as well. This is actually a separate fund, so this will be critical minerals. Specifically designed for these products that are actually in the ground right now.
So you say that there is another fund, and obviously, is that one of the funds that you're involved in administering?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I mean, we have, look, it may be, there may be crossovers. I mean, like specifically for hydrogen, that actually sits in the Minister for Energy, but there may be, things that, in my particular fund through the Regional Growth Fund, it might be things like growing local economies. So, there may be other avenues where, investments like this can actually leverage off government support. So I've got growing local economies, which might be, where we're seeing jobs created that might actually go towards, putting in some of that vital infrastructure that's required as part of the development.
That's right. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of green policy destroying jobs in the bush. What we're now talking about is creating jobs.
We're creating, and also
sustainable, real jobs.
Yeah, and even through our Regional Job Creation Fund, I mean, this particular program where we've got $140 million, being rolled out, and the last round of $40 million is actually creating, another 2,000 jobs. So that program itself is creating around 7,000 jobs directly in regional New South Wales, and it's probably at a time when we're supporting the resurgence of a lot of manufacturing. We're seeing manufacturing coming out into the regions. We're seeing businesses that are expanding. We're seeing businesses that are actually relocating from other states, and they're actually moving into regional New South Wales. So that we're seeing a little bit of a golden era at the moment, where for a long time some of these communities were crying out for populations to move, or people to move there. They're now seeing jobs being created, and what this actually means is that even now young people don't have to pack up and move. In the past, what we've seen is young people have actually believed that they've had to leave town, they've had to go into a metropolitan area to get a highly paid, highly skilled jobs. No more is that happening. We're finding that where these jobs are being created, people can stay at home, they can continue to live within that local area, and they continue to have a pretty good job, which is not what they've seen previously.
Just to take you back to hydrogen production again for a moment, you're not aware of any hydrogen production projects that are currently on the go that are being funded by New South Wales government?
I'd have to take it on notice.
You take it on notice? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
some of those projects.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Can I?
So, Mr. Bozak,
Sorry, yep.
So Mr. Hanger can
If
provide.
it might
some
help, there are a number of media releases, including a recent EOI that's been undertaken by the energy team here in New South Wales. There was $4 billion of industry interest in potential hydrogen hubs.
Could you
Very happy
take those
to-
on notice and send them to me, please?
Very happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Can I, so 4 minutes? Yep, thank you. Deputy Premier, just want to ask a couple of questions around Liddell and the workforce there and the transition of that workforce. Have you been involved in any discussions with AGL and Origin regarding their plans for the workers there and the transition?
No, but my department is heavily involved, obviously, from the point of view that there is a, we'll need to ensure that there's a transition, but we'll also need to ensure that there is a workforce within that region as well, because that's going to be, critical in relation to securing the economy, but also making sure that, that area as part of, their changes that they're going to see within that area, about what are the jobs of the future. So, what can we create? What can we use the assets for there as well? Can they be utilised for other purposes and other companies and other businesses and other activities? So that is something that we're very heavily engaged in as well.
And does that mean you then allocated some resources within your department to look at workforce planning?
It's part of it, but it's more of a, rather than actually do it in silos as well, and I need to make the point, you can't do this in silos. This actually, crosses over with a number of government agencies. Obviously, you'll have the Minister for Energy or the Treasurer who'll actually be involved in this space as well. There'll be, obviously Regional New South Wales Planning will have a part to play. So this will actually cross over with a number of authorities, a number of departments, a number of agencies in relation to how that's going to look into the future.
Okay. And as a part of this discussion, we're going to look at maybe prioritising some of the displaced workers from Liddell into assisting those workers to be employed elsewhere?
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it might even, and some of our packages in the past have actually been about retraining the workforce as well. So there may be people who, get support to be retrained in other areas. So we want to make sure that we continue to support those people. Just because they're finished up in one profession doesn't mean that they're actually forgotten. So, as a government, we've actually done that in the past with, where we've seen, large employers in some communities shut down. So it's making sure that we continue to provide, support to those individuals, because we know when you're talking, large numbers of people employed in that area, it could have a crippling effect on the economy if they were all to disappear overnight. So we've got to do what we can to keep them there locally, but retrain them. And where are the gaps and where's the opportunities that they can actually look at actually seeking employment within that region.
So when it comes to Liddell and Araring, are you looking at then, based on what you're saying, is it sort of the government's looking at pulling together an industry adjustment package for that particular workforce?
That'll be part of it as well. So, we're still, there's still a bit of time in relation to that, but they're industry packages, and obviously working with other industries within the area as well, because, at the moment we are seeing that there are skill shortages, right across the board. So, at the moment there's probably, it's not right now, but, in the future as well, it's about looking at where the gaps might be within that region and obviously seeing, working with chambers, working with industry, working with various stakeholders to determine what training, where the gaps are, and can we actually focus on that to actually help the economy as well as a whole within that region.
Okay. And if I just very quickly, in the time that's left, just a quick question around legacy mines in New South Wales. Back in 21, in the 2021 budget, there was $107 million set aside for legacy mines. Still a bit short on detail, but so can you maybe update us as we wrap this up around what's going on with legacy mines in New South Wales?
So I'll make it Miss Beattie to respond to that one.
Thank you. So there was $107 million committed over 10 years for the Legacy Mines program, and that was to look at the 20 highest risk sites, both in terms of safety and environmental risk. So that program is rolling out. We've got quite a few projects underway on that, and obviously, slightly impacted last year with COVID and weather, but there is a large program of works underway for that.
Okay, I think we might explore a bit more in detail.
Yeah, happy to go into more detail this afternoon.
So I reckon that would have me close.
15 seconds left, so we'll call it a day. All right, thanks very much, Minister, for attending this morning. We've got the government questions now.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. I think you've acquitted yourself quite well, so well in fact that I actually have no further questions for you.
I was going to say it's questions, not
Hey.
Or can I answer that?
No, it's not a.
Well, how do you think he went today?
No
You reckon you went well? How do you think he went?
Can I answer that one?
I note that you've taken a number of questions on notice.
Not many.
The Secretary will be in contact with you, and we'd like a response within 21 days. We shall resume at what time?
2.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Okay,
Thank you. and resume questioning. Opposition.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Everyone had a nice lunch. So I just wanted to come back to this breakdown of the people who are leaving the force. You gave us the percentage figures, Commissioner, before lunch. 3.6% in 2019, 4% in 2020, 4.4% in 2021, and in 2022 there was 6.8%, but that can be adjusted to 5.7%. Do you have some raw figures for us?
Not yet, I'm just getting those verified.
Okay, no worries. Are you able to, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but give us a breakdown of the seniority of those people who were departing the force?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Excellent. So
I know that, you know, from the certificates of service I sign every morning, that there's a diverse range of service, but generally around 20 years of service or more. Is what, you know, I find
before
is the
they
average.
leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you? So I'm interested in what rank they've achieved and the period of service as they're leaving. If you can provide us with that by year, that would be quite helpful. Have you done any work? I mean, even just sort of having a quick look at that, 6.8%. It's almost doubled in 4 years, the number of people leaving the force. Have you done any analysis of why people are leaving?
Not empirical analysis. I could spend half a day talking about, you know, the insurance scheme, and whenever there's a suggestion that where the MOU might be coming to an end or the insurance scheme might change or end, there's a sharp rise in claims. People want to get in before it ends, but certainly, you know, it only takes one rumour and that sort of changes things and speculates. So people get nervous about it, unfortunately, because that's not the case, and we're in an MOU till middle of 2024. So, you know, it's a stable working environment, certainly.
Okay. Can I just ask you about these scholarships as well for recruits who are looking to study at Goulburn at the academy? So who actually pays for the scholarship? Is that a government-funded program?
So the scholarships are on offer through the university and through other adult learning mechanisms, I gather. There's only one upfront fee for the first part of the course, but the $17,000 part of the program can be a HECS debt. And when a probationary constable in their first year of service, and bearing in mind they're still studying in their first year of service, is $80,000 starting pay.
So when you say there's the $17,000 upfront fee that can be put onto HECS, what's the other costs that a recruit would be facing?
It's just the one-off at the front.
Yep. How much is that?
I'll just find that for you. $650 up front for the
$650. Okay, all right, thanks. That's fine. And what's the eligibility for the scholarship? So when you're saying that there's a scholarship, there's a scholarship for the 17,000, or there's a scholarship? Okay,
the 17.
Okay. So the two options that a recruit has is that they either defer it onto HECS or they can apply for a scholarship. Is that right?
That's right. Or a third, they pay it, but usually, and I'll get those numbers, as I said this morning, about those what the uptake percentage is on the scholarships and availability. But bearing in mind, as I said before, all the jurisdictions are different in terms of what they're looking for in a recruit, but we're the only Australian jurisdiction that requires academic qualification.
I understand. And in terms of the eligibility for a scholarship, what's that? Is it means tested? Is it?
I don't believe so, but that's something I'll be able to get when I get the question on notice for you.
Okay, excellent. And you're going to come back with the numbers of who's received them over those last 4 years as well. And if you can give me anything on the application process as well, that would be great. All right,
Can I just on the $17,000? Does that include accommodation, or is it just all for academic?
That's for the academic, as I understand it. Let me get that for you.
You can get that for us?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, Mr. Witherden, been sitting there patiently all day.
He's in my sights as well.
He's in your sights as well, is he?
Yeah.
Mr. Witherden, welcome
long
to the
afternoon
the hearing. Some series of questions around the corporation, if I can. As I understand it, there's an expression of interest for buybacks, which I think today is an important date. Is that? I think the Premier said that today would be they would be released, I think.
Yeah, what the Premier said was there'd be an expression of interest for land for development, and that has been launched today. Yeah, that's correct. So called the Resilient Lands Program. So the details around that are live on the NRRC website.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the scope for these EIs, does it look at things like the desire to move? I guess I'm just trying to get a bit of an idea about things to be considered. Land swap, relocatable type matters, like all that taken into consideration as a part of this?
Yeah, look, they're two separate things. Sort of what's being launched today is around sort of unlocking the supply side for sort of suitable and safe development land. So in terms of safe from both flood and bushfire risk. So, we're getting rolling with that today. In terms of a resilient homes type program, that's still under design and consideration. So, there's been a lot of work done there in terms of work with Queensland Reconstruction Authority, there with the Commonwealth NRRA around a design of a program, but government are yet to make a decision around funding that.
Okay, and are you working closely with the Queensland Corporation as well?
Yeah, with Queensland Reconstruction Authority. Yeah, we have.
They're the authority, you're the corporation.
Yeah. Look, I think, you sort of, we'll let that go. But they've been around since 2011 on the back of the Grantham floods. So, there's been some really good learnings there. And, they've been very generous with sharing that, and also in terms of, what they refer to as their Resilient Homes Fund that they launched a little while ago that's co-funded with the Commonwealth. We've sort of been working closely with them to ensure consistency in approach, and things that are covered by that would include voluntary purchase for those homes that are really at the very highest risk in terms of flooding, so like a hazard to life, house raising in some circumstances, and resilient rebuilding, so sort of building back with flood-hardened materials.
Yep, okay. Do you have the housing program as a part of your remit? Is that...
That's absolutely within our remit. So our focus is around, the reconstruction of infrastructure and of housing. And I think, it's important to note there that in terms of determining the capacity that's required on a supply side, it's not just those places that were destroyed by flood or that may be part of a voluntary purchase program. There are already really tight housing pressures, right across the Northern Rivers. So there's a real opportunity to integrate solutions on supply side in terms of both low cost and social housing into what we do, and that's why we've got rolling today with that Resilient Lands program.
Yep, and when pod villages are being looked at, that's a part of your remit as well?
No, look, the pod villages sit under the remit of Resilience, New South Wales, but we're certainly a key partner in working with them on that. And I guess sort of with two hats on, both from an NRRC perspective and from a public works perspective, where we sort of provide all the procurement and engineering support for the pod villages. Yeah.
Okay. And so what's the I guess the terms of reference for your organisation are pretty much publicly and publicly available and well known.
Yep.
Do you have many locals that are involved? So there's an advisory group or advisory board?
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So we're set up under the Growth Centres Act as a chief executive-led corporation, and then we've got an advisory board, so which isn't a statutory board, but we get the benefit of sort of being able to interact, test, our sort of strategies with them. But that's certainly not the start and the end of our sort of consultation and collaboration there with the community. We work closely with the 7 LGAs under our remit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's. In no way am I. It's a big task that's been set. So I'm not in any way.
No. I'm certainly not taking it.
I'm just trying to get my head around how this is going to work, really. So is the North Coast community housing included in the initial planning phase for the housing that includes pod villages? I know you said you don't have responsibility, but you must have some sort of engagement or role in the
Yeah,
pod
so
villages.
North Coast Community Housing, they're the operator of a number of the pod villages, Wollongbar being one of those. I certainly met with John McKenna, who's CEO of North Coast Community Housing. I think he actually retires today, so his last day in the job, and he did discuss, really the opportunity for getting them at the table sort of earlier in that design process, so that we can ensure that the broader aspects of supporting those pod communities are considered as part of that. So we've certainly taken that on board.
And as you've moved into this role, can I just ask what sort of expertise are you drawing upon? Where are you drawing your expertise to assist you in this rather large task that's been set?
Yeah, sure. So look, we've been building a team there in terms of the corporation, many of which are locally based people. I think by Tuesday next week we'll have our full executive there on board, but we look at two of our key executive director roles, both with civil engineering background, with master's degrees, both of which will be located there in the Northern Rivers area. We've got another role leading economic and industry recovery and Aboriginal engagement, a local there based out of Lismore as well. So look, been really pleased with the calibre of people who have wanted to come on and really be part of serving the community there in sort of the long journey of reconstruction.
And so you've been working pretty closely with Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanyon.
Yeah. Look, very closely with Mal as part of his role, and also with the team at Resilience New South Wales as well.
Mr. Veitch, can I jump in there as well? David's had use of the resources across the whole department as well. So people in Chris Hanger's team that have assisted. I've been running the existing development corporation, so we've shared some of our policies and procedures. Public Works and Soilcon, who also sit under David. So we certainly haven't had to wait until we had new employees in the development corporation.
So you're drawing upon whatever
resources.
Yeah,
absolutely. So with Public Works team, we've had a number of resources to sort of get us mobilised. We've worked with some couple of key consultants as well in really trying to get some rapid progress made in terms of what we're doing.
So as a part of this, then this may be a question for both Ms Fox and yourself, Mr Witherden, but so the staffing, so how many staff do you now have, FTEs, how many staffing do you have now within your in the corporation?
Yeah, we're within the corporation, I think 18 currently, and at full capacity we'll have 36. So, and they'll progressively come on board over, I think, probably about the next 6 weeks. We should be getting pretty close.
Now, are they new employees, or are you drawing them from other parts of the public service?
There's a mix, some from within the public service, some from outside of the public service. So, yeah, quite some from local government, some from the private sector, and, from, majority, I think, from within the 7 LGAs, but some from outside of that as well. And the focus has just been about, really getting the people with the right skills there on board. But we've had a really excellent response.
Well, and I'm glad you said that your people from within the 7 LGAs are being employed, but you might have to take this on notice, maybe you don't, but how many of the 18 that you currently have are actually from within those 7 LGAs that have been impacted?
Yeah, look, I would need to take that on notice. You know, I could sort of run through in my head, but yeah,
No.
happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice, that would be good. So, Commissioner, maybe this is for you, but most of the feedback I've had about the role that Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanion's played up there has been very positive. How long will he remain in that role? Is he coming back towards?
He's back with us. In fact, I'm on leave. I'm only a hologram of myself at the moment. So he's acting in my role this week. So certainly in that transition back well and truly into the police role.
So he's back already.
That is a precedent. You're officially on leave this week.
Yes.
Okay. That's it. That's very impressive. So then that role doesn't now exist at all for the Northern Rivers, or it's also all been handed across?
There's sort of a transition, as I understand it. David stood up 1 July, was it?
Yeah, we stood up 1st of July, as you're aware, and
Yes,
the plan was always that as we came in, Mal would transition out because his role has been around that short-term recovery. What we're leading is that ongoing reconstruction, and we're looking at a 3 to 5 year remit. But although Mal has stepped out of that, maintain a regular dialogue with Mal, as I know he does with other people across the communities there in the Northern Rivers.
Okay. So with the buybacks and the relocatables and the house raising, the dollars that have been attached to that, has that really been determined yet, or are you working your way through the EOIs before you determine just what the request, the envelope size will be from government?
Yeah, look, they're sort of two different streams. So in terms of the EOIs for land, like that's been launched today, and because the intention is, well, let's get a picture of that landscape as quickly as we can. The other parallel stream with that is around what we refer to as a resilient homes program. So we've certainly done or undertaken detailed analysis around that based on sort of flood impacted properties. You'd be aware we've sort of undertaken the flood property assessment program where we've sort of undertaken detailed assessments of more than 3,200 homes. I think we've got about 5,600 registrations for that program. So we've got very rich information in terms of how those individual homes have been impacted. We've got all of the flood inundation mapping, and then we've worked through a set of guidelines that are similar there in terms of what QRA have used for their resilient homes program, and then looked at a whole lot of options analysis around that and also make assumptions there around what the uptake will be in a program. So if you look at places that may be eligible for a voluntary purchase program because they are at high risk, we know that not 100% of people will put up their hand to be part of that. So that is really at quite an advanced stage. We've undertaken ongoing sort of collaboration there with Commonwealth as co-funder, but government will need to make a decision around what that funding envelope is.
Mr. Withen, one of the lessons from the bushfires, post-bushfires, and it's still a case down my way now, some people still 2 years, heading on to 3, haven't had their homes rebuilt. Mainly not because they don't want to, they just the workforce issues around securing tradespersons, like the whole gamut really. This is going to be a really big issue for rebuilding. What's the plan for the Northern Rivers?
Yeah, look, and I think it is a really good question. that, and because potentially you're looking at up towards maybe a couple of thousand houses that may have to be rebuilt there. We know the capacity within the industry across those 7 LGAs pre-flooding is only about 1,500 homes a year, and then so you've sort of got that sort of base capacity, and then with this on top of it, and that's why within the corporation we've set up what we refer to as the Infrastructure Coordination Office. So we've got a central point of overview of all of the reconstruction projects across New South Wales government, across those 7 LGAs, and then sort of that gives us a picture of the demands there, across the workforce, and then we can sort of overlay this on top of it, and will give us the opportunity then to go out, bundle light packages of work with contractors and so on. And we've got a central point of prioritisation, because even from a state government perspective, the demands there are so enormous. I think we're in the order of about $3.3 billion worth of work over the next 3 years. That's without housing. So it was a really tight market before the floods, being compounded by this, and then even just in terms of the lack of availability of critical worker accommodation. I know even just from a primary industry's point of view, the blueberry sort of farmers, haven't been able to get accommodation for temporary workers and so on. And then, with this coming over the top of it. So, yeah, absolutely, we're within our focus, but it will absolutely take years to get that recovery done, just because of the market capacity constraints, and because this event affected southeast Queensland significantly as well, and normally you'd sort of pull labour in from that area as well, but it's sort of a whole cataclysm, different events that really make this particularly challenging, and that's why we're sort of set up there for the longer term. It was always said 3 to 5 years. I think it'll certainly be towards the latter.
Mr. Veitch, sorry, can I just add one more thing to that? There's some good learnings, I think, from the construction leadership group and the work that Infrastructure New South Wales has done on the sort of big infrastructure pipeline of work as well, and constraints in that market. And one of the things that government's learnt over probably the last 3 or 4 years is that if we're very clear about the pipeline and we signal very early to industry what that looks like, then industry can plan much better for that as well. So that ties in with the work that David was saying in terms of prioritisation. If you're very clear about what you need, that's a very good start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I'll just tidy up the number of staff within the 7 LGAs. So of the 18, 10 reside within those 7 LGAs in the Northern Rivers
10.
so
Excellent.
far. Yeah,
Okay.
10 out of 18. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Webb, if I could come back to these random breath tests. So between the 21st of June and the 1st of July, as the dates I've been given, a number of people were subject to stop and searches on the pretext of a random breath test or checking their licence, but then questioned about their involvement in protest activity. Are you aware of that operation?
No, not until you raised it, and I'm happy to take that on notice so I can get a more full and comprehensive answer for you.
Thank you. As an example, one person, and maybe I can table this document with a number of examples of these stop and searches, if that's okay. We're going to table that so that it's on the record. But, for example, one person was stopped in the vicinity of Addison Road on the 27th of June, subject to a police search on the basis that police were, quote, trying to prevent violent protest, end quote. Police officer took the person's phone and tried to put several passcodes in before giving it back. Is that the sort of thing that you would expect?
I mean, I've not heard of that, but as I said, once I get the opportunity to look at those cases in full, then I'll be able to provide an answer on as questions on notice.
Does the New South Wales Police Force use facial recognition technology?
We use CCTV that's available, at public venues such as transport networks, etc. We use it for, intelligence purposes. But in terms of, we take charge photos and things like that, but recognition itself, I might ask Mr. Hudson whether he can add to that. But certainly.
And just to be clear, what I'm talking about here is where we are scanning whether it's a crowd, whether it's people in vehicles, and computer technology is basically matching the people it sees with a database and trying to identify who those people are. Is that something the New South Wales Police are currently using?
No, it's not, ma'am.
No, not at all?
No, the only facial recognition, we have a facial identification unit. We have an unknown offender. We have a unit that matches that against our charge offender photographs to see if we can identify that offender, but it's nothing live about it.
Okay. Are you able to tell me anything about how these people were identified as being potentially involved in protest activity?
The ones you were referring to in the earlier question?
Correct.
No.
I also understand that between the 21st and the 28th of June, 13 people were visited in their homes by police and questioned about their knowledge of upcoming protest activity. For example, a person who lives in the Gosford area was visited by 2 police officers on the 23rd of June. They have no public connection to Blockade Australia at all. They were asked a number of questions from a typed sheet, including whether they were aware of the upcoming protests. Are you aware of that operation?
Not particular circumstances of that, no.
If I could ask you to come back on notice and let me know, I guess, who approved that and how those people were identified, and if it wasn't using facial recognition technology, how that was done. The raid on the Colo farm, I understand that was following a period of surveillance of that farm. Is that correct?
What I've read on the public record and media reporting and what I understand of that operation, yes.
Would it concern you if that surveillance had been put in place in order to create evidence or record evidence of potential I guess, aiding and abetting of a protest activity that was yet to occur?
It's possible if it was an investigation that had lines of inquiry to prevent protest activity, then that might be the case.
To your knowledge, were the police officers at the Colo farm in any way scared for their lives in the way that the minister described them to be to the media?
Mr. Hudson owns those resources, but I mean, certainly what I saw in publicly reported and in internal reporting, it appeared that way. But I'll ask Mr. Hudson if he has.
Is that public reporting?
As in media reporting? And
From Minister Toole's comments or from?
Oh no, just media reporting and internal reporting.
Perhaps just in the limited time, I'll move on then. So in terms of the drink spiking issue that I raised earlier, there has been an increase particularly in the Newcastle area, in drink spiking and needle
so
spiking.
the needle, the drink spiking is one issue, and we are obviously concerned where there's any increase in that type of behaviour, putting women at risk particularly. I mean, it could be men at risk as well, but equally the incidents that we've had reported to us have been in that Newcastle Lower Hunter area. Some of the spiking is alcohol intoxication. Now, whether that's spiking of extra alcohol or some other drug of some sort, when I've reviewed the matters under report, particularly where there's a co-reporting with some bruising, that there wasn't a detection in all cases of any other drug, and some cases it was codeine and other things. So there's been no particular pattern. There's a pattern in the bruising. That's the one thing that's in common. Intoxication is in common. There's no evidence necessarily of needling, although it might have felt like pinching or some other some other action that's caused bruising
Yep.
in a similar place on the women, not in the same venue, but obviously same geographic region. And when the investigators have gone through all the CCTV available at those venues, they haven't been able to identify any offenders.
Yep.
So they very much remain active investigations in the hope that there's some other form of evidence comes forward. Not all of the victims came forward in a timely manner to allow us to get toxicology because drugs are out of the system very quickly. Alcohol present for much longer, and presentations for any forensic medical type were not always viable.
So in the ordinary course, you would expect then for these licensed venues to be providing the CCTV footage and for the police to be using that footage to try and identify the perpetrators?
Yeah, and similar to the earlier question, if there's an offender, male or female, not known to us, that we'd try and match against a known offender photo library, for example, or canvas. And often that's one benefit of social media. We use Facebook and other mediums to try and invoke public response if they identify that person.
I understand that in some cases there's been an incident of drink spiking. The victim has gone to the police at that night, that day, and then subsequent incidents have occurred at the same venue in the same day, but the police haven't gone to the venue or contacted the venue. Would that be the normal practice, or should they be really calling the venue and saying, look, there's a
I would
drink
think
spiker?
If there's a report to the police where the victim's prepared to, make a report, etc., that police would follow up. So I'd have to get the specifics of that matter, but certainly the ones I've reviewed, they've been followed up, and that was where the investigations had landed in terms of CCTV and any other evidence available hadn't yet identified an offender.
Do the police view this as being their responsibility, or is there some element of this also being the responsibility of the licensed venue?
I think there's, certainly the police will respond because, if there's a victim of crime, then that's well and truly in our remit, and certainly I think all our licensed venues have members of the alcohol accord of whatever region they belong to, and which is police are involved in. So certainly they all play a part in it, and I haven't seen in any recent time licensed venues being uncooperative when police have approached them.
Just on the facial recognition,
Yep.
I understand that on the police website it says that the New South Wales Police Force uses a range of operational tactics and technologies, et cetera. One valuable tool is facial recognition technology.
It's like facial matching, as it said, an unknown photo to a charged photo to compare.
Okay.
It's not AI type technology. That's live.
Okay, understood. It's a little bit different to what I'm reading, but that's okay. In the time I have left, can I just ask you about the WDV CAS co-location point?
Yep.
Why are police delaying the co-location
So
pilot?
we're not delaying it. What I'm pleased to say today is that we've been working with Legal Aid, the CEO of Legal Aid, Monique Hidder, and WDV CAS. And in terms of the co-location, we originally proposed 5. We're actually going to pilot 14 locations, and I can tell you where they will be. They will be up and running before the end of the year. Burwood, Central Coast, Far West, Hunter Valley, Mid Coast, Monaro, Hume, Newcastle, Northwest Sydney, Northern Rivers, Oxley, Riverina, Southwest Sydney, Sydney and Western, which captures 73 courts.
But sorry, you're saying only at the end of the year they will be up? I thought they were supposed to be, now that we've got the funding. So this was something that was supposed to happen in February, I believe.
I think this funding became available perhaps not till the new financial year.
That's right, the funding was delayed, but now it's here. I understand that everything's ready to go.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it's as easy as turning on the light though when you're talking about co-locating services. But that's the. I got a letter today. Actually, at lunchtime, I received a letter from the CEO of Legal Aid, indicating that she's looking forward to working with us on that. So, we're ready to go.
Thank you,
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. My first session in this room this afternoon, so good afternoon to you all. Commissioner Webb, have you received a report from the LEC in relation to the matter involving Constable Daniel Keneally?
So I can't confirm or deny whether I've received a report in relation to a specific individual. What I do know is that some matters at LEC are held as private hearings, and if that is a matter that could be or may or may not be one of those matters that it's a private hearing.
So you haven't received a copy of the report yet then?
I can't confirm or deny that because to do so would identify a person.
Okay. What's the current employment status of Constable Keneally?
That's, as I understand it, I can't divulge what it is. He's in the workplace, but I can't tell you what the duties are.
Okay, so he's in the workplace and he's being paid?
Yes.
Are you aware of the circumstances involving the allegation about Constable Keneally?
From what I've read in media and other reports, yes.
Do you have confidence in Constable Keneally and his ability to perform a role as a police officer?
And I asked Mr. Hudson to comment in terms of he owns Professional Standards Command, but I certainly, as I said, you know, if it is the matter that's a private hearing where LEC may or may not have referred matters to the DPP, then that's certainly a course of action. And I understand that separately, the matter that relates to Keneally inside, how it's viewed inside my organisation, he was originally suspended and he's now back in the workplace. And that's something that we will have to review subject to what else happens.
Well, I'll re-ask the same question that I just asked. Do you have confidence in Constable Keneally's ability to perform the role as a police officer in New South Wales?
Certainly, like I said, the issue of him being suspended predates me. I welcome any resubmission of a report where I can consider that. I haven't had the opportunity to review that in my role as Commissioner yet.
Well, I suggest you should review it. I want to tender a document then, if I may, Chair, that may assist you. It's a letter by Mackeson de Peace, which are lawyers on behalf of the state government, that says in it, and I'll provide you with a copy, the state accepts that Senior Constable Keneally was in error. This is inter alia, right? This is not the full letter. The state accepts Senior Constable Keneally was in error when he said that you wanted another police officer dead. The state regrets what was said. The state also regrets not having investigated your assertions that you had not threatened the life of another police officer more expeditiously, and acknowledges that a more timely investigation would have discovered the audio recordings that you made that contradicted Senior Constable Keneally's assertions. Now, that letter is dated the 25th of November 2021. The state knows, and the state has admitted, that Constable Keneally cocked it up. Yet you're telling us here today that he's still employed and paid for by the New South Wales Police. You haven't considered 181D for him like you did for the police officers who simply chose not to have a vaccine?
I said I welcome an opportunity to review that matter. As I said,
just tender that document anyway.
He's been reinstated in the workplace, and I'd welcome from his chain of command or through professional standards an opportunity to review that.
Because you do know that LEC's going to table the report in Parliament. That's part of their agreement to us. So we have someone here that's who I'll allege, and I don't mind saying it because I have parliamentary privilege, but I mean the LEC report will show it, and the state's already admitted, is a corrupt police officer. And he's still serving under your command, being paid. Yet you've dismissed 300 odd officers for not having a vaccine. Can you see some discrepancy here? Or 290? Whatever.
It's not.
Anyway,
they're not the figures I have.
Let's not argue over the figures. Let's argue over the substance.
Yeah.
So you're quite happy to sit here and tell us there's nothing to see here.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, perhaps, Commissioner, you should investigate that matter and revisit
no,
it.
I've said I welcome an opportunity to review their status.
Righto. We'll move on to something else then, and I'll take us on to the mandates.
Yep.
When was the last time the force conducted a risk assessment in relation to COVID-19?
I can get the specific dates, but I ask that it gets reviewed regularly, particularly if there's an emerging new variant or some other change to the environment that changes the risk.
Roughly then, when was the last risk assessment done?
As I said, before the close of business today, I will get the answer, but it's likely within the last month.
Well, that'll be appreciated. Given the fact that the environment and health advice has changed significantly in recent months, why haven't you, as an organisation, followed the majority of other New South Wales government departments and removed mandates?
So originally, and this predates me as well, but the risk assessment in our workplace was conducted based with our police medical officer and WHS, HR command and others on the basis of the health advice at the time, and mandate was reasonable direction of our officers, unlike a lot of other government agencies that relied on a public health order. So we've not relied on the public health order, and we were aware, and this is before I joined the executive team, that other jurisdictions around the world, NYPD and others, officers had died with COVID, and in my view is, and still and remains so today, that if I didn't do something, then I would be blamed for their death if that happened in New South Wales. We have a responsibility to keep our community safe and my workforce safe.
I appreciate this, Commissioner, and I don't want to be seen to be stifling your answers, but we're on the clock, all right?
Yep.
The question was, why haven't you removed the mandates when other government departments have? I didn't ask anything about the NYPD.
No, but it's relative to it.
Well, have you? Or why won't you remove the mandates whenever other government department has?
Because I didn't rely on a mandate that relied on a public health order.
Okay. Well, Commissioner, on the Wednesday the 4th of May 2022, in response to a question from the Chair, who said in part, is the New South Wales Police Force intending to remove vaccine mandates? To which you replied in part, I would hate to think that a police officer who was unvaccinated passed on corona to my mother and led to her death. Certainly we have a responsibility as officers and as a community. End of quote. I want to ask you this question, Commissioner. Can a vaccinated police officer catch, carry and spread COVID-19?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And Commissioner, I refer you to a statement released on the 19th of July 2022, and I have a copy of it here for you, and I'll tender that from... where's your copy? It's a copy for Commissioner Webb. Statement released on 19th of July 2022 by Australia's Chief Medical Officer, Professor Paul Kelly, which says, inter alia, Australia is experiencing a significant increase in the cases of new BA4 and BA5, and I've highlighted it for you, Commissioner, to make it easy to find, subvariants of the COVID-19 Omicron strain. These variants are highly infectious and have the ability to evade the immune protection from either previous infection or vaccine. Although 3 or 4 doses of the vaccine remain effective at providing protection against severe disease from BA4 and 5, vaccination alone is not effective in stopping infection or transmission of the virus person to person. Now, having regard to your previous answer, that a police officer can catch, carry and spread COVID-19, and taking into account Professor Kelly's statement, why is it then that only unvaccinated police officers pose a threat to your mother? Now, I'm not picking on your mother. You chose that as the example, so I'm not bringing family into it. Why is it then that only unvaccinated officers are a threat when evidence now shows 3 and 4 doses doesn't stop it? So who's the threat to your mother now?
So the risk assessment and the mitigation of the risk assessment, vaccination is one of those things, including, so the others are, face masks and using sanitizer and those other things. And our workforce, as you would know, is a workforce where I mobilise staff to do whatever I need them to do based on a particular point in time. So whilst I might have officers that don't work in a front line now, I could, and I did, an officer would move to the Police Operations Centre and other high-risk environments, quarantine centres, etc., that places, risk on themselves, being exposed to members of the public coming in on in flights and staying in hotel quarantine, etc., and being exposed to and dealing with vulnerable members of our community. So it's certainly, vaccine was certainly one measure, and I note the advice you've provided, and we still have a risk assessment that says that we're to use the other methods where we consider it necessary. I've encouraged mask wearing if officers want to wear a mask. They have sanitizer and all those other measures, maintaining physical distance, all of those things where possible. But it's as you well know, a contact sport, and it's not always possible to have physical distance.
Most certainly, and that's not in dispute. But if you consider the mandates are still necessary, why haven't you mandated booster shots 3 and 4?
I've encouraged boosters for everyone.
Encourage it, but you haven't mandated though, have you?
No.
Why not?
Well, the risk assessment at the time, which goes back to August last year, was when Delta was emerging, and it was, regarded as very risky variant, and the subsequent Omicron and other variants aren't as risky as we understand it. Nonetheless, contagious, but not as risky to health. So we've been comfortable in our posture that we have the 2 vaccines plus the other mitigations.
Which we all agree won't stop the spread of the virus.
No, but it might make your symptoms less.
Opposition?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you can come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay. I just wanted to ask you, we talked a bit about operational strength with the Minister this morning. Authorised strength and actual numbers. I understand that the release of that data is a policy question, so I'll leave that to him. But I'm interested whether the police is looking at moving to a full-time equivalent rather than an operational police officer count. Is that something that you're looking at?
So there's full-time equivalent, I guess, is the financial way of recording our spend against salary. And then we've got authorised and actual strength. So authorised, I'm authorised to a particular number of officers, and actual is the number of officers. So I guess the calculation part comes in where I'm job sharing officers, etc. So, really I could report on all 3 if I had to.
Oh, okay. Are you able to provide us with the full-time equivalent?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'll discuss with the Minister, but it was certainly something we had done previously. I think it's makes sense that we report on authorised versus actual, and FTE if I need to, in terms of making sure that I stay within my budget.
Yeah, I mean, if you can provide us on notice with what the full-time equivalent is, and if you've got it for any previous years, that would be quite useful. I mean, obviously the full-time equivalent would give us a better picture if there's someone on parental leave or leave without pay or a long-term injury.
I mean, it may not reflect all of those things. It will simply give me a number that's on the books, so to speak. It won't necessarily give their work status, but we can work through that data.
Yeah. I mean, do you measure how many police officers are absent on a day? Like, do you have a real-time reporting?
We do measure absences, vacancies, who's available, as we say colloquially, who's available to strap on a gun when necessary versus those who aren't able to.
Yeah.
May not be daily, it might be weekly or monthly, but certainly we need to monitor that.
Okay. And do you map them against a specific region, or do you do that against...
By command.
By command, okay.
Certainly frontline commands.
I'm sorry?
Certainly frontline commands.
Okay, that would make a lot more sense, yes, of course. And do you have... And so in terms of that mapping, do you look then at which officers are part-time, which officers are on parental... I'm just thinking parental leave or leave without pay or long-term injury or something like
certainly
that.
I'd expect commanders to manage that so that they account for their positions and maximise the use of the positions they've got available to them.
Okay. And do you differentiate between planned absences and unplanned absences? So if someone's on sick leave versus if someone's on annual leave?
We can report on that.
Okay.
Internally, certainly we're always measuring, making sure that people are taking their annual leave in accordance with the award and those requirements, as well as how many are absent for either work-related illness or non-work-related illness.
And do you, so across your different regions, do you, when you're calculating your authorised strength, and obviously because we don't have access to that data, it's a bit difficult for us to work it out, but is per capita part of the calculation?
No, and I know that I was asked that in last estimates. I mean, that's one measure, but I don't think that's a measure of success necessarily. And, it'd be interesting to see if you were to use that rationale, then how many officers would I need and, could the state afford them, I suppose?
I'm sorry?
It'd be an interesting question about how many would that equal if we were to benchmark ourselves against what some of the other jurisdictions have.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're performing any worse than them. And in fact, I think we're performing much better than, in terms of pro rata my numbers and the crime rates going down.
So what are the factors that determine the calculation of authorised and operational strength?
What I'm funded for.
Okay. That's a pretty good way of working it out. Okay. That's all I have at the moment. We might come back to that. I might pass to one of my colleagues.
Okay, great timing. Hello again. I just wanted to follow up on the issue that I was asking about this morning in terms of gang activity. I didn't describe it like that, but I guess that's how I'll describe it for the purposes of the questions. But can you give us some information about the number of gangs that are active, youth gangs in Western Sydney?
It's been a matter close to my heart for a long time. So I was the operations manager at North West Region many years ago, and we had a youth problem in different areas at that time. And a youth gang is not necessarily as prescriptive as another gang in terms of they're less organised. Their membership it's not a necessary membership. They might hang out, but does that make them a gang, etc.? But certainly youth that hang out together and commit crime is a concern. We've been mounting operations to deal with the youth that congregate, particularly when they're engaged in crime. Strike Force Raider, Maximus. Recently it's Strike Force Killer in North West Sydney. Strike Force Sweetenham that targets young people stealing cars and breaking into houses at night when people are at home. So there's a whole range of things. I know you spoke this morning about the issue of postcode wars. I don't like to call it a war because that sort of glamorises it, and it's not a glamour issue at all. But certainly, as the operations manager, and that's 10 years ago now, we were dealing with that exact same issue. I think youth, like anyone else, need to belong to something. The problem is that if there's a gap and they feel like the only thing they can be belonged to is another group that engage in violence, then that's why we invest so heavily with our youth prevention strategies and intervention around PCYCs and all the programs. And there's a whole suite of programs. It's not just our youth engagement officers and our youth command officers. There's officers attached to Highway Patrol, PACs and PDs, all sorts of commands that are actively engaged at PCYCs with these kids just to try and get them life away from crime.
I accept that. I accept that the police are working the best they can to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
So my questions are not a criticism of that, but my information about this is that it's a particularly growing issue in recent times post-COVID lockdown. You might have better information about that, but perhaps that's the belonging nature of the issue after kids have been in lockdown. I make no judgment about that either. Do you have any information about numbers, though? So numbers of amounts of gangs and numbers of young people that you would say are involved?
So I don't have numbers of kids in gangs, as I said, because they're too hard to define and it's not structured. What does concern me, and I've spoken about this publicly and on the record, is the number of kids and adults for that matter that carry knives. Kids that turn up to a punch up with a knife, and of course it ends deadly. But the number of operations that we've been running for years, Colossus we've been running through our Police Transport Command since 2012. In one particular year when I was there, it was 496 knives in a year just off public transport networks. That's more than one a day. And unfortunately, it's what we're seeing in New South Wales is not unique to New South Wales. It's being seen in Queensland, Victoria and probably other places, but certainly UK and US, which is a tragedy. And, we're really, working hard with our partner agencies to say, well, what else can we do to get kids away from that before they commit crime?
Yeah. Can you give us some information about the age range of the young people involved? My information is that it's getting younger, so...
Well, it does seem to be getting younger. We do see kids, 13, 14. I was the commander at Hollywood in 2007 when the Marylands High School riot happened, and we had 14-year-old boys turn up from one high school to Marylands High School with a bag full of machetes, and it became a lockdown riot situation. Those kids had never come under notice before. So they are starting younger. not coming under police notice, but certainly, that's a concern. And I think it's, and we've said this too, and I think it's not just a law enforcement problem, it's really a societal problem. And what else can we do with these kids that they, and I know you mentioned this morning, it's a 10-minute video, but it's a 10-minute video that we've done with some sporting identities to try and start a conversation with these kids so they understand that carrying a knife is a crime, can turn deadly, and that other people who've grown up in Mount Druitt and other places have made different choices and have a better different outcomes. And I know from after the launch last week, I got word through that there were some kids after seeing that video had actually gone forward to the police there or school counsellors to hand in a knife and say, well, I want to do something different. So if I can save one kid, then I'm happy.
Yeah, and I accept that. Again, it's not a criticism. I think you guys are doing a terrific job to engage with these communities, but I think there needs to be a better whole of government response to it, which is why I'm raising it. It's also getting more public attention because it has been more extreme in recent months, and some young people have died as a result of activity. I put this question yesterday, but there are some young people who are now dead, and there are some young people who are facing murder charges as a result of
it's just tragic,
what seems to be this activity. Do you have any information about how many people, from your perspective? So I'm aware of 2. Are there any other deaths in relation to this activity?
I'd have to look and go back, but certainly there's people who've been seriously injured as well. So it's not just the deaths that I'm concerned about, but just kids.
You have numbers about that, and you can take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice, but certainly a concern to all of us. And we will be co-chairing a youth crime task force with government, and I think the first meeting is in October. So Deputy Commissioner Peter Thurtell will be leading that on my behalf.
Okay, and who will that involve?
Other agencies.
So other agencies that are involved in youth support?
Education, youth justice, DCJ, others. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, how many houses are currently leased for police to live in across New South Wales?
I don't know, but all the police housing is now managed by Properties New South Wales. So we have care and responsibility for police premises, as in police stations, not the residential premises.
Okay, but can you on notice acquire the number of how many
officers that have police housing, or
yes, or how many police houses there are, or houses for police?
I'll take that on notice.
Now, it's often said that police housing is of poorer quality than housing in the same location for other New South Wales public servants, like teachers. Can you tell us how the police directs Property New South Wales, or how Property New South Wales finds housing for police? Is there a financial limit, a size limit, or is there a selection criteria?
I'm sorry, I can't answer you, sir, because I'm not sure. Now that it has been given over to Properties New South Wales, I think that there's certainly an opening up of the market for housing that should be available to a teacher, a nurse, is also available to a police officer. So we shouldn't be the poor cousins.
Okay, so is it your evidence?
Unless we're the lock-up keeper, and then we're required to be right next to the police station.
Okay, but just to be clear, so your service no longer has any role in police housing?
No, we talk to them when we're trying to get police into a town that has housing available. That if we find that the property is in a standard really not fitting, that I know that my Assistant Commissioner leading that area will talk to Properties New South Wales to have that situation remedied.
Okay. What is the assessment criteria to determine whether a police station will be or become a 24-hour station?
Often that's about workload, and which is then reflective in the resourcing of that area. And it depends also a number of factors, but how far to the nearest 24/7 station, etc. So there will be a range of factors.
Okay, is that reduced to a policy document, or do you have a...
I'll have to take that on notice, sir.
You could, that'd be great. How many police station upgrades are currently underway?
There are a number of new builds as well as upgrades, but I'll have to take on notice the specifics of that. There's quite a big investment being made.
Sure. But I mean, if you could come back to us with the details. And when you do, could you also let us know how many of them are on time? And And how long are on budget and how many are over budget? Basically all the metrics about the delivery.
Some have been delivered, some are in progress, and then there's some committed for future years.
Sure, but you'll know that, a project might be
Yes.
assessed as being, say 3 years, but it might have taken 2 or 5
Yes.
and might have come in under budget or over budget. So if you could break that down for us, that'd be very useful. How are reductions in staffing hours at police stations determined? Is there a criteria?
Did you have a
policy
particular
document?
issue?
No, just
No?
asking about the approach to the
Again,
issue.
to my earlier answer, really about the demand for policing services, and that the resourcing is reflective of that would be the general response, or the distance to the nearest 24 station where there are resources that can respond in time.
Okay. How many police assets are subject to native title claims at the moment? Do you?
I'll have to get that. I'll take that on notice, but there are quite a few.
Okay. And when you report back, can you indicate what kind of assets they are? I'm going to assume they're police stations.
Police stations or police premises, yes.
Yeah. And what is the average length of time to determine those claims, if you know that?
There've been open claims for quite a while in some cases.
Okay. Again, when you're reporting back to us about the length of time that they've been open for, can you indicate to us what is the blockage for resolving them? Like, is there a reason why it's taking a long time?
That might be a question for colleagues from Aboriginal Lands Council, perhaps, but I'll give you our response.
Tell us what you know,
Thank
as
you.
best you know it.
Yeah.
The budget contains, I think it's budget paper 3, page 5-42, contains 3.8 million for permanent armoured vehicle capability. How many vehicles are involved in that line item? And what is the purpose of the
I'll
vehicles?
defer to Mr Hudson, who owns those resources.
My recollection was 6, but I'll have to confirm that.
Okay. What is the purpose of the acquisition of the vehicles? What work will they do?
To replace existing vehicles within the tactical operations group, and also supplement regional areas so that the country units have access to a vehicle as well, which they currently don't have.
When will they be acquired, Deputy Commissioner?
It's going through a process. The money was allocated. I think they're going through the procurement process at the moment.
Okay. And are they off-the-shelf purchase, or do they need to be purpose-built or fitted out?
It depends on what model is the procurement process selects. There are some models that are off the shelf in the United States, but there are others that can be bespokely built to suit certain needs. So it'll just come down to the procurement process and the money available.
Okay. Those 6 vehicles, are they going to be centrally located and then deployed as needed, or will they be allocated to specific regions?
Some will be allocated to regions, some will be based in Sydney.
Are you able to tell us what regions they're planned to be deployed to?
I think each region gets a vehicle for their State Protection Support Unit personnel to utilise, supplemented by a tactical operations group if they fly in to a particularly dangerous situation, that they have that vehicle available.
Okay. And if the vehicles do need to be fitted out, will that be done domestically or will that be done at point of purchase?
Previous fit-outs have been done either, depending upon the provider and the supplier. Some have been kitted out overseas, but others have onshore distribution networks which facilitate that as well. So most usually, however, it's done offshore.
Okay. Commissioner, with additional police being recruited, as we heard earlier today, how many of your stations are at their physical capacity? Like, can't take any more people?
Some are quite full now, and there's certainly been work done in some places to change the floor plan to make it more practical in terms of accommodating more officers, etc.
Can you tell us how many stations will need minor upgrades and how many will need significant work done to accommodate?
I'll
new
take
staff?
that on notice, but
If you
certainly get
and
back to you on that.
Are you able to tell us which stations those are as well when you take that on
Yes.
notice? Thank you. How many police stations are currently being refurbished, modified or improved in some way?
Sorry, refurbished or
Modified or improved?
Oh right, I'll take that and I'll
Thanks.
bring that back on notice.
Okay. What period of time remains on the lease of the former DAPTO TAFE for the active armed offender facility?
I think we're procuring that this year.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that we're still in lease, but I'll try and get that answer before today's over.
Okay. Has there been an asset transfer, or is that?
I think we've purchased it, but I'm not sure whether it's peppercorn rates or it's actually market price.
Well, can you report back to us on what it is you're able to tell us? Okay. Budget paper number 3 contains nearly $53 million allocation to the Regional Police Station program, and that's at page 5-42. Can you tell us which facilities are to receive upgrades or new facilities this year under the program?
I'll provide that on notice, but there are a list of stations right across.
I assume there would be a list. If you could furnish us with that, that would be good. How are the facilities to be upgraded decided on? What process did you go through?
I'll have to have a look at that. There's obviously state of repair or disrepair, etc.
Mm-hmm. But
and then a priority process.
Again, is there a document? Is there a set of criteria that you apply?
Yes, and I'll provide that.
Thank you. Is there a similar program for metropolitan police stations?
Yes, there is, and certainly also new builds, proposals, etc. So it just depends on whether, really on a cost-benefit analysis, whether it's better to renovate and improve it, or it just needs a either knockdown rebuild or a complete new build somewhere.
What's the budget allocation for that metropolitan police station
For
program?
this year?
Yeah.
I will take that on notice. We're currently under construction, or will be shortly. The police officers have decanted to another place with Parramatta, for example, and other places. So there's quite a bit of work going on around metropolitan Sydney as well.
Okay, when you come back on notice, can you tell us what the budget allocation is for each year to 2027, if you have that information? Are stations in the Hunter, Central Coast and Illawarra part of the regional upgrade program? So what is regional? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, outside of metropolitan Sydney, so yes, they would.
Okay. Alrighty. Leichhardt Police Station has been needed to be replaced for over a decade, and that was due to be delivered in 2013, but the funding was withdrawn in 2011. I understand that the station continues to suffer rats, white ants, water leaks and mould. Will you commit to a new police station for Leichhardt at any point?
As I understand it, Leichhardt Local Area Command is operated out of Glebe Police Station, and it is in a state of disrepair that it will undergo some renovations. We have made application in the past. There is a parcel of land within the LAC that we would like to rebuild on or build on.
So it's a new Leichhardt
Yes.
police station.
We weren't able to get those plans through council at that point in time, but I'm not sure if there's any updates to that.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
Thank you. Commissioner, how many people are currently subject to the suspect targeting management plan?
Just see if I've got that with me. Mr. Hudson just tells me 834.
Okay, thank you. And how many identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
Ma'am, a very high proportion. I think it's over 50%.
Wow. Okay. How many of those are under 18 years of age?
From memory, 79.
And of those 79, how many would identify as First Nations?
I don't have that information.
Okay. Would you mind taking on notice?
we can
Thank
work
you.
that
And I keep doing that to my chair. Sorry. How many are under the age of 14?
I don't think we currently have any. We did previously have one. There is a different process in identification and approval for under 14s that have to go through our youth command, the assistant commissioner there for approval, and I don't think we currently have any.
And the one that you do recall, was that a 14-year-old? Was that 14-year-old of or under 14-year-old of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander?
I can't recall, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. What's the breakdown in terms of the police area command?
How many police area commands?
Sorry?
How many how many STMPs per area command?
Yeah.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Look, actually, I've got quite a few on the STMPs. I might put if that's okay, if I can put those in. Very conscious about time. Thank you. It's basically just trying to get a breakdown and a better understanding of what we're doing with the STMPs. Does the New South Wales Police have a policy manual or directive to guide police interactions with people living with disability?
I'll have to take that on notice, whether it's a specific policy around people with disability or it is a broader policy around policing vulnerable communities.
Okay, thank you. If you could take that on notice, and really, if there is a specific policy for people living with disability, whether that's whether that can be released as well, if that's okay, if you can take that on too. Thank you. Mr. Witteren, if I could just ask you a couple of things about how we're progressing with the reconstruction, and actually a question possibly for the Secretary as well, but when will the NRRC transition to the new reconstruction authority, the big thing that's been announced?
Yeah, sure. And that's certainly a recommendation of the Independent Flood Inquiry. But there's a project management office within DPC being set up. The first meeting of that working group is tomorrow around that to sort of work through each of those recommendations. So to be honest, I don't have a clear answer on that now, but what I can say is certainly the task we've got to do up there in the Northern Rivers is really clear, and we'll just continue to get on with that and certainly work in parallel as part of that transition. But we've got a dedicated team there that'll be focused on getting on with the job up there. So we don't want to be distracted by that.
Okay, thank you. What are you currently working on now in terms of the probable maximum flood height?
Yeah, look, there's...
Or if I can help cut to it, have we got new modelling since the last two that puts us at 16.5 or 16 or 16.5?
Yeah, well, look, the flood that happened, I guess, there's sort of various conjecture around what that was in terms of its scale, but, police somewhere between a 1 in 200 and 1 in 500 year event, a very significant event. The CSIRO have been engaged by the Commonwealth through the NRRA to undertake an extensive piece of modelling for the Wilson's Richmond river catchments. So they commenced that work probably about 3 or 4 months ago. So the first phase of that work is an aggregation of all the pre-existing flood studies, and then in December they'll make some no regrets recommendations, and while they're currently building a sort of really sophisticated model of that catchment. So they've sort of collected the LiDAR data, the bathymetry of the river, and then that'll be about an 18-month long piece of work there.
What are you doing in the interim, like in terms of the buybacks and what we're planning? Because you're suggesting that we need to look at the homes most at risk, which naturally I understand. If we were to just for a moment zoom in on North and South, Lismore say, which as we know was kind of the total catastrophe zone, and we're saying there we were at about 14.6, or all my friends in Tinny saw it at 14.6, let's say. How are we measuring what are those homes most at risk, the ones that we want to help people get out of? What are we suggesting in terms of the flood model, the level that we're looking at?
Well, look, we certainly don't need any more data to support decisions around that. It's very clear in terms of some of those homes there in North and South Lismore and a number of other areas across the Northern Rivers, because let's be clear, it's not just about Lismore. There's areas, Corrockeye, Woodburn, Murwillumbah and so on that are equally affected. But, you just got to look at the number of properties that are affected by what you call a 20% annual exceedance probability there. So, which is a 1 in 5 year event, and certainly the ones that are most impacted in North and South Lismore are in that order.
They're in there
So,
anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So with those, when you were saying there's the 3,200 homes that I think were the one you were 2,000 homes in terms of a rebuild. Is that taking into the account most of those north and south houses, or where are you suggesting they are across the Northern Rivers?
Yeah, look, there's predominantly there, but certainly spread right across the Northern Rivers area.
So do you anticipate anyone right now in that north and south area, do you anticipate that they can talk to you and that they're pretty much on the list for a buyback?
Well, look, I think got to be really careful around creating expectations we can't deliver on at this point until we've got funding approved by both the state and Commonwealth governments. All I can talk about is the broad principles of how it might apply. And, I'd be really reluctant to create an expectation with a homeowner there and then not be able to deliver on that. I know.
Because essentially we're talking, aren't we? Like if we're talking, say, 2,000 houses in North and South, say.
Oh, no, that's across, and it's probably, in that order across the Northern Rivers. Across those 7 LGAs, so not just in North and South.
Because we're sort of looking at around about, realistically, we're looking at around about 450 mil, aren't we? If we were to be looking at all those people that were on their roofs, say, and those families, and those people going, hey, can you please take me to somewhere safer? And that meant buying out those places, say at the cheapest possible $300,000, $250,000 a pop, then that's kind of what we're looking at, isn't it, in terms of funding required to do this job properly within 5 years?
Oh, look, across the Northern Rivers, I've got to be honest, I'd be hoping for more funding than that to do what needs to be undertaken up
in
there.
In your mind, what sort of figure have you got to do that kind of job?
Look, I don't want to commit to that. We're certainly giving advice there to government around a range of options, and I think it's important that in terms of our approach, because we're looking for that co-funding with the Commonwealth, there's some consistency in the approach that Queensland have undertaken.
And so,
as well.
is your vision? So, in terms of your vision, again, I know I'm focusing on the north and south because I think that is such a realistically. I mean, I still go home and have tears every time I go through there. So, when is your vision? Do you see if every one of those people that is traumatised there wants to go? Do you then see for that area that we would then be looking at repatriating that in terms of a floodplain, whether it's native veg, natural lands, farmlands, educational lands, and those people are allowed to exit? Do you have a kind of, is that part of your vision as the CEO of the corporation?
Yeah, look, and that's consistent with the recommendations of the flood inquiry, where they look at floodplains as assets for the community. So I think all of those are live and real options, but it's important there that in terms of that vision there, we work with the community in terms of establishing that. It's not about the corporation imposing their vision. It's about sort of developing that with the community. But I think, there are some, really good options there in terms of, riparian zones, biodiversity corridors, and so on. But I think most importantly, it's not about getting people out of that community. It's about providing other opportunities to keep them within the local community as well. And that's why, we're developing, looking to sort of stimulate the development of land. I think in terms of low cost housing options need to challenge, density restrictions and so on as well.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Go back to where we finished, Commissioner. taking into account the issues you have with staffing at the moment, the anecdotal evidence I've received from the recruitment branch in that they're going back to second-tier candidates, if I could use that expression, people that they've knocked back in the past who didn't meet the satisfaction level. They've gone back and now offered them a chance to undergo the training. Will you now reconsider reinstating those officers that you've dismissed simply for not having a vaccine, bearing in mind that they're a standing workforce, they're trained, they're ready to go, and would be very cost effective to the taxpayer of New South Wales?
That's true, and I think of those, a small number, they weren't 200 or whatever you quoted, but certainly 12.
Just sorry to rudely interrupt then, could you tell us how many it was?
Yeah, I will.
And if you don't have it, we'll take it on notice, that's fine.
That's all right, I've got it here somewhere. Bear with me. I mean, as if you drew me to the first paragraph, but the rest of that advisory talks about all those other mitigations that I mentioned, which is, work from home.
Certainly, but you've dismissed people.
Yeah.
You have dismissed people from the police force for under 181D for misconduct for not having a vaccine. We're not talking about wearing masks and stuff. This is the crux of what we're getting to.
Yeah. So we've had 50 police officers being terminated, and most of those are coming through the IRC, so that we'll have to wait to the outcome of those.
Unsworn members.
We've had 38, and they've also got access to the IRC, as you know. So we'll play that out, but certainly, the medical officer talks about those other mitigations that I spoke about, which is social distancing, wearing masks, working from home. Now, you can't be a police officer working from home. That's just not going to work. So certainly that all played into the risk assessment. And to answer your earlier question, our last review of our risk assessment was done on the 7th of July. So we'll continue to review that regularly.
So, to my question, are you considering reinstating
I
those
haven't
officers?
Yet.
Will you?
I don't know.
When will you know?
I don't know.
Okay then.
When let's see how it plays
We're
out.
on the clock, so we'll move on.
Okay.
So many questions, so little time.
Yeah.
What position in the organisation is Paul Pasanos?
He's a Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Services.
Corporate Services. Was he the Commander of Professional Responsibilities at some stage?
He was.
Therefore, I would assume that he has the highest integrity, highly ethical, honest, and probably could rely upon his word.
What are you going to suggest, sir?
Well, I'm not suggesting anything yet, but I'm asking the questions, not you.
Yeah. Well,
You have confidence in Paul Pasanos?
I do.
Commissioner, in November 21,
Yeah.
I asked the Minister of Police a number of questions surrounding civil payments awarded against the New South Wales Police Force. Are you aware of that question that I asked?
Yes.
Are you aware of the answer that I got?
The material I have in front of me is that the number of claims is going up and the cost per claim is going down.
And
but
what
the cost per claim is going down. But what I actually would like to know, and I'll provide that on notice, is that my workforce is also going up. So what does that look like when I actually compare the numbers of the workforce?
I'm not worried about that, Commissioner. That's not my question. That's your proposition.
Yep.
Over the last 5 financial years, the New South Wales Police Force has paid out in excess of $147 million in damages claims for a total of 1,600 and something claims. In the last financial year alone, ending June 21, $32,972,561 was paid out in civil claims. Are you concerned as Commissioner that over the last 5 years that you've paid out $148 million in civil claims for wrongful actions by police?
Yeah, it certainly concerns me. And
Why-
certainly I answered this. You weren't here this morning when I spoke about the...
I was watching upstairs.
Okay. So you would have seen my answer. And
And I like your answer in terms of training and stuff like
Yeah,
that, and that's
it's
what we're getting
important.
to. What's the main reason for this inordinate amount of damage claims against the New South Wales Police?
Well, aside from, the police officers have done the wrong thing and there's claims against it, there's a bit of a cottage
But
industry.
they'd be an outlier, wouldn't they? They wouldn't.
Well, I would hope
I'm
so,
certainly not
but-
suggesting that the New South Wales Police is full of corrupt officers. In fact, 99.9% of them are good, hard-working, decent men and women putting their life on the line every day to protect the citizens of New South Wales. I have no problems with that.
Yeah.
My problem comes with the training of these police officers. So then I'll put the proposition to you then that you're being sued that much. That sort of goes towards your answer this morning, that there's a severe lack of training in terms of police, in terms of their powers of arrest, stop, search and detain, use of physical force, etc.
Lepra, all those things.
Yeah,
And
all those
certainly,
things.
you know, you think
It's
about,
an issue though, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a lot of responsibility on officers,
Certainly
young
there is.
officers that,
Certainly
you know,
there is.
in your day
Also-
and my day on the truck and on
Yeah,
the tools,
yeah.
there were less things to contend with.
Yeah,
but
well,
certainly
we
it's getting
were
more and
taught properly though, and I bet you and I can recite 352 of the Crimes Act, and I bet you Dave Hudson could as well. Still
Well-
now, 40 years later, and 357
Yeah.
of the Crimes Act. Notwithstanding that they don't exist anymore, but
357E.
we were taught those for a reason,
Yeah.
weren't we?
Yeah, no,
So
that's
we
right.
knew what we could and couldn't do.
Yeah.
So we didn't impinge on the civil rights of the individuals of New South Wales.
Yeah, but the
Now,
point
this is
I was
my
making,
concern, Commissioner. Where I'm coming from is this: I want our New South Wales Police Force to be their best there is.
So do I.
I'm sure we do.
Yeah.
And that will only come from proper training. Now, we've just heard from Deputy Commissioner Hudson, that there's millions and millions of dollars being spent on armoured vehicles, right? I have no problems with that because that's what they need. But clearly, if we're spending over $32 million a year giving money to alleged criminals who have sued us because the police have cocked it up, well, then perhaps we should be concentrating on that.
Imagine what we could do with that amount of money.
Imagine what you could do. How many more police stations could we have and how many more police officers could we have? So I'm suggesting that the training is severely lacking.
Well, I just think, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm also suggesting that, you know, the life of a police officer has become more and more complex, and the legislation is not 357E anymore or
Certainly isn't
352.
anymore. I don't know what it is, and it's lepra, right? I know exactly what it is, but it's
But
not that
it
hard
certainly
to
is.
learn and know what's right and what's wrong if you are taught properly in the first place. I'll go on further.
Yep.
Result of me raising this in Parliament, Natalie O'Brien, a journalist, and I'm sure you know Natalie and her background in relation to the police, at the Daily Telegraph ran an article, and I have a copy of it here for you if you want, right? In which I said I believe that the lack of appropriate training of officers is the primary cause of all these claims. It goes towards what you said this morning over the strip search and that you had to go back and retrain officers now to do it. And the police don't know their powers of arrest, stop, search and detain, and the use of physical force, etc. In that same article, Paul Pasanos is quoted as saying, there is a myriad of reasons why civil claims are brought against the New South Wales Police Force, and to suggest that training or lack thereof is the cause is incorrect. Now, I've had you on evidence on oath this morning, and perhaps because it is on oath and you take your role seriously, will you admit that training was an issue over stops, over the strip searching? We have some consensus between you and I at the moment that this $147 million over the last five financial years is a serious issue, and when we tend to think that because it could well be because of a lack of training.
As one issue, yeah.
As one issue.
Yeah.
But to say that training or lack thereof is the cause is incorrect, do you stand by Pasanos' assertion?
Well, I mean, what I said is,
I asked you, did you stand by Pasanos' assertion that training's not part of the issue?
Well, I think it maybe is one element, but there's certainly other things.
Well then...
Which goes
well,
to the
Commissioner,
point...
let's go a bit further then.
Yeah.
Contrary to Pasanos' statement, I asked a further question of the Minister of Police, a question on the notice paper, question number 8332. What issues have been identified out of the 1,614 claims that have required educational training opportunities, which he replied, all of them basically, and I have a copy for you here as well if you don't believe it, so we can tender it if you wish. He said, the Minister said educational training opportunities identified include non-compliance with sections of LEPRA, failure to record certain information, non-compliance with various policies and operating procedures. I said, well, what training and education strategies have been put in place to address these issues? He said, amongst other things, in-command training, police powers face-to-face training sessions, development or updating of reference materials, publication or further information on police websites, blah, 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 right? So he says there's certainly an issue with training and we're addressing it and we're doing all this sort of stuff. So the Minister's told Parliament is an issue. Pasanos has said to the newspaper and to the public, training's not an issue with the New South Wales Police. So who's wrong? Has the Minister misled Parliament Was Pasanos misled the public?
I mean, you draw your own conclusion. But
I have already.
Yeah,
Pasanos
I
has
know.
misled the public.
Well, I mean, he's not on oath here, is he?
Well, I'll see him here next time, then we'll put him on oath and we'll see
But
how he goes.
certainly, you know, the issues around improving the SOPs and having sergeants do, you know, oversight, sampling, making sure they're checking and verifying the events, you know, whether that's a training issue or whether it's actually just good governance and good supervision. So there's a mixture. And I think officers just being kept up to date with that. And I've got a saying, you know, I've said it for a long time, as do many senior officers, you know, what gets measured gets done. And certainly, you know, the more we, you know, look at this, measure it, and, you know, I welcome the opportunity from the report from LEC that gives us an opportunity to say, right, we've got to refocus on this. And it's the basics. Sometimes it's just the basics.
It is very much the basics. And that's the trouble with policing. As you said, the life is too complicated now. They've got away from basics. And you can't do anything unless you know your powers to start with. And I notice the time, and I'll finish on that there. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition?
Isn't it afternoon tea break?
Are we up to that already?
Yep.
I was just enjoying that question
Time
so
flies
much
when
I
you're
lost
having
track
fun.
of it.
It is.
We'll break for 15 minutes now for an afternoon tea break. Thank you.
you hadn't been able to get the plans through council.
Yes.
Were you able to say what the issue was? Was it couldn't get the paperwork done in time, or was the council not able to
I think
process
it was on the council who weren't supportive of us.
Okay, all right, well, I'll put a pin in that, come back to it. In 2020, the then Police Minister, Mr Elliott, announced a new police station for Moama, and at the time he said that construction would begin next year, that is in 2021.
Right.
When will Moama actually have a finalised new police station?
Can I take that on notice? I've heard of Moema, but I haven't been there, and I'm not sure the progress of Moema. Certainly.
Okay. Well, in the 2023 budget, 1.981 million of the $4 million allocation has been made. So, if you like a down payment, I'm just interested in when that will be finalised.
Sure. And can I just amend the question you not amend it, but update the question you talked about with the TAFE at DAPTO?
Mm-hmm.
So we're working with TAFE to gain ministerial approval to divest that property to us, and we're currently leasing it from them.
Okay.
Which we were prior to our engagement to purchase.
Okay. At last budget estimates, questions were asked about Bega, or the new Bega police station, or the Bega police station redevelopment, and on notice the indication was that that work is currently underway and scheduled for completion in December next year.
Right.
Are you able to give us an update on how far advanced that work is, and whether it's still December 2023 that it's scheduled to be up and running for?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It's still on schedule for December next year.
Okay. Where is the construction up to? No,
I'll take that one on notice.
No, happy for you to take that on notice. Okay.
Good for me.
I can tell you how Broken Hill is. I've been out there, and it's well under construction, so it should be ready soon.
Looks good to know.
That's because
next time I'm out
because of one of our seats. That's why.
Can I,
I was out there the other day.
Ms Fox, I
You won't
just want to
get
go back to the drone questions that I started asking the Minister this morning. And some of this you may want to take on notice, I'm not sure. But just, have we had a chance to check how many drones the Department of Regional New South Wales have?
We do, but I would prefer to take it on notice and just confirm the numbers. So I've got some numbers here for 144 registered with CASA, but I'm not 100% sure that that's all of them. So I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
That'd be good, thanks. Do you, whereabouts do we source these drones from? Does the state government have a tender process where the different agencies can sort of source them, or do you go through that exercise yourself?
I'll take that on notice as well, but I can give you some information. I've got here mixed retail. This is mostly from primary industries. So 90% of DJ brand, under 7 kilos. But I'm sure, having done some work in New South Wales procurement, I'm sure they're looking at it across government as well. So
Okay, yeah, it seems to be probably one of the most purchased items, I think, by government these days is a drone, and they have a very good purpose. So I'm not in any way casting an aspersion on that. When you get the drones, do we check them for their IT? Any of the software that goes with the drones?
I'm sure we've got the experts that are looking at that. I know in primary industries, I know the surveyors in public works are using them, and I'm sure they'd be putting scopes and specifications together to ensure that the drones are capable of doing what they need, but I don't have any more detail about that at the moment.
So earlier this morning I was talking about cyber security.
Yep.
One of the real concerns I have about the drones that we're purchasing is there is a capacity, and you can understand this, like farmers would have a great concern about a drone over their farmland acquiring a whole heap of information that they then could finish up somewhere overseas, or we're issuing drones quite rightly for some of our shark protection measures along the coast. Suddenly there's a lot of information being gathered that could be used elsewhere. So what is the I guess the cyber security measures we're putting in place with our drones as we purchase them to make sure that we're not breaching the covenant of trust with the taxpayers, the residents of New South Wales?
So I'm sure, again, I can take that on notice and answer specifically, but I'm sure that our cyber security policy is picking that up and our managing information. So we've put a whole lot of focus and attention on cyber security, and I'm sure the information that we're picking up from drones would be covered by that. And we have, I think, 2 dedicated people looking at that cyber security issue at the moment. So I'll come back to you with a more, a fuller answer.
I'd really appreciate that. And Commissioner Webb, the New South Wales Police Force obviously uses drones. The same concern. So what does the Department of Police or the police force go through?
We
to ensure-
certainly go through a procurement process, competitive procurement process. I couldn't tell you whether they're DGI or some other brand at this point in time. But certainly, we're CASA compliant, and it's the same CASA regulation as if it's manned, except it's unmanned. And we've joined the licensing part, I guess, of the organisation together at the Police Aviation Command, so that they're all under the one roof, so to speak, all the aviation assets. But to answer the question in relation to the technology, I'll have to take that on notice.
Could you please? And what we do to make sure that...
Mitigate that. How do we mitigate?
Yeah, mitigate that risk, because it's actually...
Yes.
As you could appreciate, a lot of people would be quite concerned. I mean, someone that I know in Sydney had a drone outside their third-storey bedroom window. I'm not sure where it was dispatched from, but that sort of information is also a concern. But anyway, my initial concern is around the fleet that we may have, how many we've got, and that we're making sure that the residents of New South Wales, their property rights and everything else are not being dispatched to someone overseas.
I can almost guarantee that the ones being used in regional New South Wales are not on third-storey
Yes,
windows.
I know.
So that's a good start.
Yeah. But okay, but anyway,
Yeah.
it's the cybersecurity stuff that I'm really concerned about. Yeah. Thank you. And I've got some questions on notice around those that I'll put to both agencies, but I am concerned about it.
Commissioner, are you particularly concerned about organised crime activities in the construction industry? Is that something that the police have got a particular focus on?
I mean, I've said, organised crime is really about where they can make their money. Mostly it's about drugs and other commodities that have high yield. That doesn't mean that it's not in construction, but certainly, there's building commissioners and other things that sort of take care of that business. And perhaps Mr. Hudson could, add some further information about our focus around that. But certainly it's not limited to one commodity, but we consider, whatever enterprise they're into that is a source of income that's illegal.
Okay, but is there any particular focus that the police have on the construction industry and activities that might be taking place there? Mr. Hudson?
So we used to have secondees to the Building Industry Task Force. I think, I'll have to confirm, but I think that that arrangement's finalised now. But certainly, there was evidence that organised crime had infiltrated certain parts of that industry.
Yeah. Mr. Bodor, what about the Crime Commission? One of your important jobs is to detect and disrupt and tackle serious and organised crime. Is there any particular focus that your organisation is having on the building and construction industry?
No particular focus on the industry, but we've identified players in the industry and we certainly focus on them. Thematic investigations are very difficult for an organisation our size when we're looking at the construction industry where there might be thousands and thousands of firms and players, but nonetheless, where we find anything going on, we certainly work in conjunction with our police partners and try and advance those investigations.
Okay, I've got a photograph here, Mr. Chair, which I'd like to provide to Mr. Bodor, to Mr. Hudson and to the Police Commissioner.
Just while I was getting so clear, can I just ask Mr. Hudson maybe a dumb question, but the Building Industry Task Force, where does that reside? Is that within the Better Regulation Department?
I'd have to get back to you on that, ma'am. I apologise.
That's right, but it's not within police. It's within like the Department of Customer Service or something like that.
It was external.
Yeah. Okay.
So that photograph which I've provided you, I think, comes from a story about a rapper, Mr. Eunice, which would appear in Rolling Stone magazine. And it shows Mr. Andy Nahas, who was, I think, the Secretary of Coronation Properties, there with a number of other people. The things I'm about to put to you, I think, are all on the public record. They were all in an article in the Herald on August 20, so none of this should come as a surprise to anyone. one of the people in the photograph is a Mr. Joe Vokai, who's since been charged with conspiracy to commit murder, knowingly directing the activities of a criminal group and contributing to criminal activity and dealing with proceeds of crime. There's a photograph, also in the photograph is Mr. John Basari, since charged with drug supply, dealing with proceeds of crime and participating in a criminal group and contributing to criminal activity. There's Mr. Masood Zakaria, who I think fled the country and was, at least at the time of the article, facing arrest on commercial drug supply, dealing with the proceeds of crime and participating in a criminal group. And I think the rapper, Mr. Yunus, was on bail for charges of affray and other matters. And Mr. Yunus and Mr. Zakaria, I think, have orders banning them from associating with other alleged criminal figures. And of course, in that photograph was the person who was then the principal of Coronation Properties, Mr. Andy Nahas, suggesting an association between, his firm and those individuals. And of course, it's a matter of record that Mr. Nahas engaged the former Deputy Premier John Barilaro in his senior role in that organisation. Is there any suggestion as a result of these events that maybe those elements might be trying to sort of reach out to the world of politics to sort of extend their influence? Is that something that's of concern to the police or to the Crime Commission?
So certainly we'll have a look at it from now on. That's, I've just become aware of that. I know many people in that photograph.
Yes.
I know who they're aligned to, but I haven't. We haven't detected any attempted infiltration into politics, as you suggest. But we'll have a look at it.
Well, for example, Mr. Nahas is still the director of MN Builders, and I think that's the company that was the subject of the stop work orders. And I think it's a matter of record that Mr. Barilaro, when he was engaged by that firm, obviously lobbied the building commissioner and possibly the former minister, Ms. Petanos, about that stop work order. These are only, Mr. Barilaro has soon departed from that organisation, but that photograph obviously suggests a close association between Coronation and those other firms. And I think Mr. Zakaria he's got an involvement in a company called Zac Services, which is a shareholder in Alpha Omega Enterprises, a labour hire firm, which has worked for Coronation. So there are a number of links here, and I just wanted to see if this was on your radar or if it is now.
So the persons known to me, I think, are all in custody or on bail at the moment. They're all aligned to the Alameddine family. So we'll certainly take it away and have a look at it.
Are you concerned about any connection between Coronation and these people?
I am concerned about any people or any organisation that particular group is associated with.
Okay. And Mr. Bodor, what about the Crime Commission? Is there anything there that's on your radar?
Well, I don't want to talk about operational matters, but
No, of course
the
not.
names are all familiar to me. Indeed, there's even a former client of mine featured.
I won't ask who, but...
But yes, they're all familiar to me. I know of no links or attempted links towards politics or politicians.
Well, obviously they engage Mr. Barilaro to open doors for them and to do lobbying, and it's obviously that would be a matter of concern if that is occurring. Would you agree?
Yeah, it would certainly be a matter of great concern. And I heard that he had some temporary and brief engagement with a building group, but I didn't know that any of these people were in that.
And now that I've raised it, is this something that you'll keep on your radar and watch closely?
Definitely.
Mr. Hudson and Commissioner?
I'll definitely have a look at it. So I'll give that undertaking, and I'll be leaving here today and making those phone calls.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Over to you. Mick?
I just got one follow-up question from, I think, to Ms. Fox probably. Did you, the drones that you say that they were using at DPI, did you say they were DJ?
I think so.
Yes.
Let me just check the information that I've got. Sorry, DJI.
DJI, yep. Are they made in China?
I don't have that information, I'm sorry. Happy to take that more
Could you
information
take that on notice?
And I said
Thanks.
this is just part of the information that I got this morning, and I'd prefer to check it and come back to you.
Okay. What I'm looking at here is if there were Australian-built or companies, Australian or New South Wales companies that build drones, do they get a look in the state government's procurement process?
So we generally procure under the rules set by New South Wales procurement, and we look at a whole range of issues when we procure those kind of things. So I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you with a more detailed answer.
Okay, and the other thing is the maintenance of drones. I mean, they have a tendency to fall out of the sky, I've been told. I don't operate one, but and they need repair. Whereabouts do we do the maintenance? Where does your department undertake that maintenance, or are they just discarded?
I'll have to take that on notice too. I'm sorry, it's not an area that I've worked in myself personally, so I'll take it from the teams that are the operational teams and come back to you.
Okay, thanks. I wouldn't mind knowing how much you spend each year over the last 3 or 4 years on the purchasing of drones.
No problem.
And maybe if the Commissioner Webb, if you could do the same thing.
Yeah, certainly. And I think some of the procurement is not direct with DGI or whoever, but it's often a third party, and the same for the maintenance. But
yeah,
we'll have a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sure.
Commissioner, what plans do the police have to deliver a 24/7 police station in Moolumbar, and when will that be delivered?
I'll have to take that on notice. We've certainly got 24/7 at Tweed Heads. Byron Bay is not that far away, and we've got many other police stations. I think there's 10 police stations in that district. But certainly, if there's, I mentioned this morning, if there's a demand and, resources to match demand, but most police stations operate certainly on those busier nights, which Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, extended hours. And so I'll have to have a look at what the needs are in Moolumbar before I committed to a 24/7.
Okay, but are you aware of any plans to deliver a 24/7 for Moolumbar?
No, I'm not until you mentioned it, no, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
I just wanted to ask about urgent calls. How many were received by the police in 2021-22?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah, of course. And can you tell us then how many were responded within the 12-minute? I understand it's a 12-minute benchmark. Is that correct?
For P1 and P2, yes, and there's 4 categories, P1 to P4.
Okay. So can you provide us on notice with the amount of calls that were received and then the average response times?
Yep.
And are you able to give them to us by region, command and district? I understand this information has been provided
I can do it by
previously.
command, yes.
I'm sorry?
I can do it by command.
Beautiful. Okay. So let me just look through here. I just wanted to ask you a question on the encryption, on the unexplained wealth that we were talking about this morning, the proposals that the government seems to be still developing. The minister said that they would be, and I understand policy questions are for him, so just let me know if this is out of bounds. But obviously you're still in the stages of developing. Are you looking at deeming certain encrypted platforms to be out of bounds, or are you looking at, Mr. Hudson's shaking his head. Should I be directing
I'll give it to
questions
Mr.
you?
Hudson, but it's really about a dedicated device versus an app, for example.
Okay.
But I'll
Can
get
you
Mr.
explain sort of where you're headed?
The devices we're looking to regulate, which technically are unlawful at the moment anyway, because they don't hook up to the OOO network. They're impossible to do that, which makes it unlawful under ACMA anyway, but they are they have their own server. We're basically talking about what we saw in the Ironside or a NOM platform last week, where the FBI, assisted by the AFP, took over control of that server and that produced that material. But the server was standalone. It wasn't a normal telecommunications company. It was standalone, only allowing people with access to one of their devices to actually communicate with each other. So a large part of what we've been doing is definition. There's no specific definition that agencies agree on in relation to this, and we're settling, and I do have a meeting tomorrow to try and finalise some things, but it's basically devices used for the sole purpose of avoiding law enforcement activity and committing criminal activity. So the normal phone apps that get loaded onto your normal phone are not captured by this. So the distinctions being that the normal apps on a phone are end-to-end encryption. They get encrypted on the end that you're sending a message, then decrypted the other end. That's not what we're talking about. The whole network is encrypted in these devices. And the experience we saw from Operation Ironside and the Anon platform is that these criminals communicate quite openly, not in code. They send photographs to each other because they think they're secure through those networks. We have issues. Part of the what we're applying for as well is to compel digital evidence access orders to compel an owner of one of these devices to actually open it, so that we can prove it is one of these devices. At the moment, there's no requirement for them to open the phone with a PIN code, and in fact, many of them have a code on it that when they push that, it deletes the contents. So we know that many of the organised crime homicides have been committed. The communication, the facilitation of that has been committed through these platforms.
So just to be clear, we're not talking about, I'm using some examples that I know, WhatsApp or Signal or these kinds of things. We're actually looking at devices that are operating outside of the network.
Yes.
And so therefore, like you say, are technically illegal anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Unlawful.
Unlawful. Thank you.
There's a distinction, apparently.
Thanks.
Commissioner, just a quick one. I think you're talking about applications that are running on VPNs, basically. Is that what you're saying? Or are they running on public network?
No, it's its own independent server. They're created through their own net. They create their own network.
So it would probably be through a virtual private network. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not too sure if that's correct, sir. I can check that for you, but I'm not too sure if that's correct.
Yeah, if you could. And what do these devices actually look like? Do they look like an Apple phone like you've got, I've got, everyone else has got, or are they something special?
No, they're not special. They're very difficult to distinguish from a normal phone, which is part of the challenge. I think many of those on the Anon platform we're using Google Pixel phones from memory, which are readily available and can hook up to a network, but they're only hooked up to their Anon platform.
So on what basis would an officer form a suspicion that a criminal was using such a phone if they look like any other phone?
Hence the request for a digital evidence access order to be able to prove that.
Can you please explain how that works?
Once that phone's opened, and this will be done in conjunction with a search warrant. So what we will be asking for is that at the point of application for a search warrant, we'll also apply for a digital evidence access order. So that device is located as part of that search. We can compel an individual to open that phone so that we can determine whether it's a dedicated encrypted device or not.
So a police officer can't apprehend someone on the street and say, look, just open your phone, I want to see what's going on in there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to you, Commissioner, through to Mr. White, a question in relation to an email I sent to the commander of the Firearms registry that he looked into allegations that we had received that a prohibited paintball marker was being sold in New South Wales by a paintball dealer in Victoria. To date, we've received absolutely no response, nor did we receive a response to a follow-up email I sent on the 14th of July 2022. Do you know whether the allegation of importing prohibited paintball markers into New South Wales was ever investigated?
I'll defer to Mr. White on that one. Thanks.
I'll take it on notice if it's okay, sir, because I've got no immediate visibility on it, but I'll chase it up and let you know.
Can you explain why the commander of the registry hasn't responded to our emails? Normally he's very good on these things, but for some reason or other, and paintball is a relatively easy thing to deal with, there's a lot of these things floating around. They're turning up in shops, they're turning up on paintball fields, and when the operators tell them they're illegal, take them away. Imagine what's being exchanged between people.
I'll certainly be able to answer that for you once I chase it up.
Thank you. And can you also consider what the police are going to do to stop this illegal trade?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner, we're all saddened by the news that a police officer has taken his own life at Ermington a few weeks ago. How many currently serving police officers are being managed for mental health issues?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Presumably officers with mental health leave, presumably officers on mental health leave are required to submit a medical certificate.
Yes.
Is that right?
If it's work-related
If it's
claim.
work-related, yeah.
Yeah.
And who assesses those work-related medical certificates and makes a decision on the validity of any claims? Is the assessment done by a medically qualified person?
That would be done by the insurer.
The insurer.
So workers' comp insurer, EML, or if it's a subsequent claim that leads into a claim on the PBRI insurance, it'll be through TAL. So it's,
So you could assume that would be someone that's medically qualified.
yes.
Yes. Would the police medical officer get involved in that process?
If there's a need for a review of the situation, but that's rare in the circumstances.
Thank you. So why then are medical reports on firearm licence applicants assessed by unqualified adjudicators with no medical professional qualifications at all?
I'll have to take that on notice unless Mr. White can speak to that.
I'll give you a far more detailed response on notice, but the adjudicators assess the medical report not on a medical basis, but to ensure it is in line with what the standards are that they ask them to give in the report, managing the risk. If the report doesn't, in their mind, address those issues, that's what they would seek clarity on, not the content of the report, as in what the medical prognosis may be.
Well, we have seen examples, and you're probably aware of them recently, that whenever a veteran applies for a concession on their licence fee, they automatically, the Firearms registry automatically generates a letter to them saying, go off and get a medical certificate, basically to say that you're a fit and proper person. Why would that be necessary when there's no evidence at all why this person should need a medical certificate other than the fact that they are seeking a fee concession?
That's a good point, and it's an area that we're looking at in regards to the DVA acknowledgement. There's also a tick box about mental health. So if they've ticked the box about mental health, certainly that would be an area then we would look further into around risk. But if it's just the fact that they've got a DVA card and they haven't identified mental health, then we really shouldn't be doing it that. We're in discussions with the Department of Veteran Affairs at the moment about streamlining that process. So that's something that we've self-identified as being one of those bureaucratic issues that we shouldn't probably be doing, and we're working on fixing.
Prior to Edwards, that was certainly not the case. I mean, people were not getting these letters on a regular basis, and frankly, when people come to my office, I tell them, don't ask for a concession, just pay the full fee, because it is generating those automatic, go off and spend $500, $600 to get a medical certificate. And then I also have other examples of where the medical certificates are not interpreted correctly by the adjudicators. And that's why I asked the question around the adjudication process, that they be qualified to actually read the letter from the professional properly and come up with the same result, the correct result.
I don't disagree with you around the DVA stuff, and that's certainly an area that we've identified and we're working to rectify. Around the issues that there's been some errors around medical certificates and adjudication, you're right. You'll know that we've picked a couple up via our senior adjudicators that have identified that, and we've rectified it when we've had our attention drawn to it. So on the back of that, we're now actually using those as real-time scenarios to all our adjudicators, and we're doing a little bit of consistency around our decision-making. We're running teams through those scenarios and getting them to come to a decision. Our senior adjudicators are sitting and talking through the process so that we can calibrate all of our adjudicators at a certain level where we've got a level of consistency that we're making around those decisions. But again, it's more about the risk as opposed to what the actual medical certificate or medical prognosis says.
But again, I get back to the Edwards stuff. Isn't it more the perception of risk within the registry? I mean, there might be, in fact, no risk, but it's easier just to send off a missive saying, go and get a certificate.
I don't doubt that there certainly is people that are probably risk averse. I mean, we look at, there constantly a lot of criticism around the registry, and there are people that are a bit concerned. We did have people that go through fairly stringent process on the back of that with the Parole inquest, etc., etc. However, I don't think that is the norm. I think that the processes have been put in place through our business improvement, our new adjudication teams, we've senior adjudicators, we've got quality assurance manager, we've got business analysts, we're dip sampling, we're calibrating our decision making, we've got better systems to manage it, we're looking at our case management. I think that all of those factors are showing that we're moving more to a high-performing team model, and I think that would be very rare that people are completely risk-averse.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing a change. Commissioner, it was revealed in the IT news earlier this month that the COPS replacement system, IPOS, has been shelved. How many IT systems in the New South Wales Police Force have been axed now in the last 3 years? FLIMS, COPS, Web COPS, are there any others? Sorry? New COP. $170 million.
It's only one that I'm aware of, but I'll take that on notice. It was discussed this morning, the Mark 43 questions, one in the same vendor. But not the only vendor that IPOS.
Do you have a timetable of when we will actually see a functional replacement for COPS?
We'll have to really go back to market and look at the phasing of the two projects that were in phase one. The first one is CAD, and there's already work being started in that respect. And the other is forensics and evidence, and there's certainly more options available to us than there was in the market even a couple of years ago. So I don't anticipate that will delay us any longer than it should, but certainly the sooner we moved on that and move forward.
So who's the primary supplier of these systems? I assume by what you're saying is that you're looking at something that's going to come off the shelf somewhere?
We'll have to go through a procurement process, as we should for something of that magnitude, but there is a lot of competition in the market, and we've already got suppliers in some of the products that are supplying some of our systems, and whether they're going to be up to the task of the next phase, then that will be borne out through the procurement process.
Thank you. And how will these developments and the failure of the current contract anyway, and I think you're in court, you're about to go into court and be sued and probably counter-sue. How many of these are going to affect the systems that are driving the firearms registry developments?
I'll ask either Mr. Hudson or Mr. White that, but I don't foresee that because it operates on a different system altogether.
On a different platform?
Yep.
Yeah, it is a different platform, so it runs off Salesforce.
Sorry, runs off what?
Salesforce.
Salesforce, okay. So as far as shooting clubs are concerned and the systems relating to them, what stage and when do you expect them to be implemented?
Mr. White, I think, has got the detail of the second phase business case and funding application for the next iteration of GunSafe. Mr. White?
So that's in the we call it uplift 2 of GunSafe, sir. So that's in the future plan. Over the next 2 years, there'll be a significant increase around licence holders, dealers, registry, and obviously gun clubs and ranges around membership, digitisation of P650s, reporting activities of the range and the regulator, the officer support requirements, customer sign-ins. There'll be a manufacturer importer bulk upload, individual to individual and witness dealer upload, and repairs, consignment, safe storage. Significant movement in that space.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Field?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Fox, this one's for you, I think, in the first instance, so you might want to refer it. Recently, I have been chasing information around the remake of the private native forestry codes. Under a GIPA request of the EPA, I was provided a document titled Advice on Koala Protection in the Proposed New Private Native Forestry Codes of Practice. It was a document prepared at the request of Regional New South Wales by the New South Wales Chief Scientist and Engineer. The document was provided to me, but I subsequently received a letter from the chief counsel at the EPA advising that the EPA had consulted with the Department of Regional New South Wales about the disclosure of the document, and Regional New South Wales objected to the report's disclosure on the grounds that the document was cabinet information. Can you advise why this document is considered cabinet information?
I'll have to take it on notice to get you some more detail. So I've been sitting in the Secretary's chair for I think 11 or 12 days, and I'm certainly aware of the issue, but I think it's probably better directed to the Minister for Agriculture and the local land services team that have been dealing with that issue, and I certainly know that they received the advice. I'm happy to take some further advice on why we consider it cabinet in confidence.
Well, it was the Department of Regional New South Wales, though, that responded to the EPA and asked and objected to the release, and that's quite recently. And the reason was that it was considered cabinet information. So this was the decision taken by the Department of Regional New South Wales. Who would have made the decision to object to the release?
I don't have that information personally. I'm guessing, or I assume it was done by our General Counsel in consultation with the team, but happy to take that on notice and get some more information, Mr. Field.
That'd be great, thank you. My next question goes back to this issue of the redundancy payments for Blue Ridge Hardwoods on the South Coast. I think there was some discussion this morning. The Minister may have suggested that he could get some information by this afternoon for me about the guidelines for the provision of these redundancy payments. Was any information able to be received?
I haven't got it. I'm just not sure whether Mr. Hanger's got it, or we can take that on notice, Mr. Hanger.
I think we'll take that on notice. It's probably easier to provide all those details. You have asked a number of questions as has been sort of documented and published on the Parliament's website. So we'll take that on notice and provide further details.
Okay, just to be clear, the questions I'm asking on notice is how many payments in total, how many payments at the full 150,000, how many payments that were prorated, are there any applications that haven't yet been paid, are you aware of how many people have been reemployed at the same facility since receiving a redundancy, and were there any restrictions in the guidelines about being able to continue employment at the site after redundancy? So if you're prepared to take all those on notice, that'd be much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Webb, this is for you, and it goes to the issue of money laundering through poker machines in New South Wales. How many referrals have you received this year from liquor and gaming about potential money laundering activities in New South Wales clubs and pubs through the poker machines?
I'll have to take that on notice, sir.
Thank you. Have you provided any advice to the Minister about regulatory responses, legal responses that could address the issue of money laundering through poker machines in New South Wales clubs and pubs?
So we've provided advice into the review that the Crime Commission is leading. I'm not sure who they're working with ILGA on that, but I might ask my colleague, Mr. Bodor.
Yes, if I may. In April 21, the New South Wales Crime Commission, ACIC and ILGA began a joint inquiry into the nature and extent of money laundering, and AUSTRAC joined it later in the year as a partner. The inquiry commenced following public reporting indicating that there was evidence that organised crime was using electronic gaming machines to launder proceeds of crime, and allegations of several high-profile cases in which offenders who had stolen large sums of money to fund gambling addiction. The inquiry the Commission is conducting is focused on the criminality of laundering proceeds and is not considering the social harm. The objectives are to identify the nature and extent of money laundering, the potential vulnerabilities, and if and when we get to that point, or let me correct myself, when we get to that point, furnish report to government. the report is currently in preparation and we expect to have something by the end of October. And as it's a work in progress, if I can use that expression, it's not appropriate to preempt what that report will provide, but it is certainly going to go to government in its final form. And in the meantime, the Commission notes the passing of recent legislation establishing the Independent Casino Commission, and we look forward to contributing to that with liquor and gaming. So that's where we're up to. It doesn't quite answer perhaps your question, but what the bottom line is, there is an inquiry going on. There have been private hearings at the Crime Commission. There will be no public hearings. There have been submissions and a report is being prepared.
No, that's appreciated. But can I just confirm, sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback in my headphones. That seemed to be that it's a joint investigation. I wasn't aware that the Crime Commission's inquiries were part of a joint investigation. Is that actually?
They're not.
Is that distinct from?
Yes.
Can you just explain the difference between the two?
Well, the Crime Commission partnered with the other agencies I referred to at the commencement of my answer, and as a consequence of that, the Crime Commission is undertaking an inquiry.
So that report you're talking about coming out in October, is that the Crime Commission inquiry report, or is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Webb, are you able to provide any data about the number of charges that have been laid with regards to money laundering through poker machines in the last 12 months?
No, I'll take that one on notice as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I might come back to you, Ms. Fox, and I appreciate you'll probably want to refer this on, possibly to Ms. Beattie if she's still there. In the last round of budget estimates, there was a discussion about the early closure of the Eraring power station, and then there was a discussion about the where the coal, which is currently being mined to supply Eraring into the future, is likely to go. There was a discussion then about the government working with the various mines about potentially transitioning that coal to the export market. I just wanted to know, have those discussions borne any fruit? Where are they up to? What's the plan and the involvement in government working with those mines on the future of that coal?
Sure, I'll refer that to Ms. Beattie, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's really a commercial decision for the company. I think most of the discussions with the company have been around the supply of power, and that's other parts of government that have been having those discussions. But in terms of the workers at the mines that currently supply, it's Mandalong and Myuna mines that supply coal to the Eraring power station. And at this stage, those operations are continuing. I believe that the company is looking to pivot towards an export market, and they are, it's a commercial decision that they're working on.
Can I just confirm, has any public money been offered to assist in that transition to export?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you.
Still got top prosecution, right?
Yeah, you've still got
30
another
seconds.
30 seconds.
You may as well start.
Rightio. In the absence of the Commissioner, it'll have to be you.
She's just taking a comfort break, sir.
Oh, that's okay. Well, maybe I'll ask you and see whether or not we just need to wait for the Commissioner to return. In the past 10 years, the rate of psychosocial injuries to New South Wales Police Force personnel has increased. What processes or systemic processes have been implemented across the police force to identify and manage psychosocial risks?
It's not part of my current portfolio, sir. So
Okay, is that anybody else at the table can assist?
No,
or?
I would doubt it.
Okay. Do we think this is something the Commissioner's likely to know about, or she'll have to take it on notice?
I would imagine she'd like to take it on notice if you're going back 10 years, because there would have been...
I'm actually really asking about what's happening now.
Which is what I probably can't answer, so...
Okay, well, until she returns, then I might ask...
Yeah, I can jump in. I've just got some questions about forensic investigations that occur in heavy vehicle accidents. I know it's quite obscure, but I don't know if there's anyone that can answer those questions now. This was something that was raised with me by the Australian Heavy Vehicle Repairs Association, and I'm just interested to know what kind of, if a heavy vehicle is involved in an accident, what is the level of investigation that occurs? Do you look at the repair history? Do you look at the contributing factors, or is it just really what happened in the accident itself?
Once a heavy vehicle is involved, my understanding and recollection is that the Traffic and Highway Patrol have a unit that investigates that. And they will go to, and Commissioner Webb, being a previous commander of the Traffic and Highway Patrol, might have a better answer. But it's once heavy vehicles are involved, they are put off the road until cleared, and there is an extensive investigation done as to whether any defect in that vehicle was a catalyst to that accident.
Sorry, Commissioner, I was just asking some questions about what's the forensic investigation process if a heavy vehicle is involved in an accident, and this is off the back of concerns that were raised with me by the Australian Heavy Vehicle Repair Association. So I was just interested, I'm happy if you want to provide more detail and notice, but for example, do you look at the repair history of the vehicle if it is involved in an accident?
Yes, certainly. I'll take that on notice, but traditionally the crash investigation unit would take on something like that if it's serious fatal type injuries, and look at the supply chain issues around the vehicle itself. If there is a history of failure to manage repairs, service, neglect of the vehicle in terms of contributing factors.
Yeah, okay, no worries. I'll pass back to my colleague. Thanks very much.
Commissioner, what systematic processes are implemented across the New South Wales Police Force to identify and manage psychosocial risks?
Of members of the public, you mean?
No, of your police officers or police staff.
I'll have to take that on notice, and I'm certainly, concerned, about the well-being of my police officers. We certainly do have a range of programs in place, well checks for high-risk type employment areas of the organisation. So it's not for every member of the organisation, but there's certainly a whole range of other services available, EAP, chaplaincy, peer support officers, so there's a whole range of things, but certainly WellCheck is a periodic assessment meeting with individuals with a psychologist to check that they're in good mental health.
Of course. I said earlier that in the past 10 years, the rate of psychological injuries for your personnel has increased. So I'm just interested for you to answer on notice that question about the systemic processes that you've got in place to identify those risks and manage them. Given the relatively short time you've been in the role, do you consider those processes best practice and effective, or is that something you're currently reviewing?
I'm currently reviewing it. Certainly the tragedy of any officer, lost due to self-harm, mental health issues is certainly a reason that we need to re-examine, are we doing everything possible? So I think there's an opportunity for us to have a look at, is WellCheck enough, or is there something else?
Okay. And do you have any insights into why psychological injuries for police service personnel are increasing?
Nothing empirical. We certainly, we're not the only industry seeing it. There's increase in psych injuries right across government agencies, and it's been this topic of conversation at Secretaries' Board meetings. But I'm only concerned about my workforce, to be honest.
Is that something you're going to have a close look at to sort of get some empirical material? Okay. Does the police force keep a risk register or some similar mechanism relating to psychosocial risk and the control measures that are put in place to manage those risks?
Not necessarily a risk register. We maintain welfare databases for officers that have, injuries, recorded injuries. But I guess the concern for me is that not every officer has recorded injuries.
No.
And it's often too late when we know that there's been a problem. So I'm not quite sure, what that might look like in the future, but I'm open to suggestions and we will examine that.
When officers are disengaging from the force, do you ask them like why they're leaving to try and get some sort of insight into that?
We do. We have exit interviews, and I'd have to provide you the answer on notice, but certainly there's a range of issues. Some officers, like I mentioned this morning, we've had a 3-year optional disengagement scheme that allows officers to leave with dignity and do something else of their choosing.
Yep.
Others leave for other employment, and others leave with medical conditions. And whether they state, medical conditions are self-evident, but why others leave, I can get back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any particular trends that emerged for reasons for disengagement. For example, is injury, psychological injury, or stress, or burnout? Like, is that a key factor?
Yeah. If it's medical, certainly the injury at the time of disengagement would be the reason. But for those that elect to leave, it would be easier to do an exit interview rather than, for those who are medical, it's assumed that that's the medical cause of their leaving. But there's certainly an opportunity to consider that. We know, and this is, recruitment, retention is not an issue just for the police force, but certainly in the wider employment network, that this generation, or the emerging generation, not necessarily my generation, we're all been in it a long time, but, they say that they have 5 careers in one lifetime, but I join and we have one job for a life type of thing. So I don't know what their expectations of employment are and how we manage those expectations. I guess that's going to be the challenge of the future.
Yeah, I think earlier when we were looking at the sort of departures from the police force, I think the evidence that was given earlier today was that a lot of the people who are leaving are quite experienced in terms of years of service, which then suggests that the force you're being left with is less experienced. So it would be useful, I think, to get some insights into the key reasons why people are departing.
Yes.
Whether psychological injury is going to play a part to play in that. If New South Wales, as expected, implements the amended model WHS regulations, are you confident that the New South Wales Police Force will be able to demonstrate compliance with the new clauses regarding psychosocial risks? Is that something you're looking closely at?
Not yet. My Workforce Safety Command might be considering that, but certainly I remember when the original laws came in, we were given some lead time because it's, took quite a step change to make sure that those systems were embedded in the organisation. So if you're after specific information, then I can take that on notice.
Okay. I might just leave that there and ask a question of Ms. Beattie around critical minerals. I've had a look at the critical minerals strategy, and recently I had good fortune to go to Europe and talk to look at what a number of countries would do in terms of transitioning their energy systems. And one of the biggest constraints, particularly in light of the Ukraine situation, was access to critical minerals to actually drive the sort of energy transition. And I see that Germany, I think, has signed an MOU with the former Commonwealth government about access to our critical minerals. In the light of that difficult international situation, what is the New South Wales government actually doing, apart from hanging out its shingle, as it were, through a sort of an indication that we're kind of receptive? What active steps is the government taking to try and attract that investment in the critical minerals sector, particularly from those European countries that are facing difficulties accessing the raw materials they need?
Yeah, thank you. Look, we work really closely with our colleagues in the Commonwealth Government, and the European market is a new market for critical minerals. So, but it's not only Europe. There's opportunities in the US, and there's opportunities right around the world. As you point out, it's a global issue, and everyone's kind of trying to get ahead of it. So in New South Wales, we've got the strategy, we've got the fund. There's other things that we're doing to support the projects in New South Wales that are investment ready. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, there's a few of those.
How many?
There's 3 what we call advanced projects. And we have an investor register that was released about 6 months ago, and it's about to be updated, which also identifies all the investment opportunities for projects in New South Wales. So there's those 3 active advanced, we call, and there's a number of other projects as well, high-tech metals, and projects in the pipeline that we think present really great opportunities for New South Wales to to take a lead in and to further develop. We're also trying to support further exploration of critical minerals in New South Wales. And so we've got our geological survey does a heap of work to collect pre-competitive data that we release to the market to try and stimulate further investment in exploration. We have set up a new industry development team within mining exploration and geoscience to work directly with investors and with to work internationally as well to try and attract and promote, I guess, the opportunities in New South Wales. I think the other exciting opportunity we have is looking at how we can use tailings from existing mines, so a reuse kind of concept to see what critical minerals are available in tailings. Some other jurisdictions in Australia and around the world are also looking into that. I guess back to the pre-competitive data, we've got new surveys that are coming online just to see what potential there is for critical and high-tech metals in New South Wales. And it takes a bit of time to do those surveys, collect the data, but it's very welcomed by the sector generally for us to be able to share that information and promote the opportunities. But it really is a bit of a race, if you like. So New South Wales is trying to get investment. We're competing with other jurisdictions in Australia as well as other jurisdictions overseas. There are opportunities in Europe, there are opportunities in the US. In the central west of New South Wales is where a couple of our advanced projects are. We also have Rebecca may want to talk a little bit more about this, the Park Special Activation Precinct, which is really well located for where a lot of the critical minerals potential is. And so we're looking at the opportunities to work with that as well.
I've got some further questions, but I might defer to my colleagues just so I don't take up their time and might come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to go back to the freight linkages priority registration process, Ms Fox, if I could.
I missed that.
The freight linkages
Yes.
priority. So there were 47 applications. This morning when we explored this a little bit with the Minister, the Deputy Premier, the 47 applications did not meet the Snowy Fund requirements, the legislated requirements and the guidelines. Are the guidelines available? Publicly available?
It was done before I was responsible for that program, so I'm guessing that they were, but I'll have to take that on notice to confirm.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice, and if they're able to be provided, that would be good, because I'm just checking out their consistency with the Act. That's all I'm after.
Yeah, we generally make those guidelines available. So, as I said, it was before I was involved in the program, but I'll double check for you.
Okay, and then the 47 applications, we worked through where they're all gone, but some have been picked up in other programs. But those, I'm just unclear, those that weren't picked up or have been funded elsewhere, what are we doing with those?
Well, they're program or projects that can, available to be funded in any way that the proponents like at any point in time. We've put the freight priority money effectively into the Special Activation Precinct program. So there are lots of opportunities. So I'm guessing that, again, before my time, but I'm guessing that some of those projects were not well developed. They didn't meet the criteria, and they were projects that were not ready to be funded under any sort of program. But
rather prescient, you've preempted the question that was next. Is so the funds that were allocated for this particular program, if there's no one's been awarded any money, so you're saying that those funds have now gone into the SAP funding?
They haven't been used in the SAP funding. They're still in the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund bucket, if you like. But the freight priority we have paid more attention to and picked up through the SAP program. Yep.
Okay, so there was money allocated though for this freight.
There was a notional amount allocated, yes.
Yeah, and so that still sits. It hasn't been.
It hasn't been spent elsewhere. No.
Okay, thank you. Can I? Actually, probably a question for Ms Beattie. It relates. We started talking about the legacy mines in New South Wales this morning. There were 20 of the highest risk sites, I think you mentioned, and the $107 million, which is to be spent over 10 years. Can I just ask, what's the detail around those 20 highest risk sites, and how the funding is being allocated to those sites across the 10 years? clearly, if you've got 20 sites, money being allocated over 10 years, how much is going to each of the sites each year, really, is what I'm after.
Yeah, sure. There's $47.7 million over the first 4 years of the program, and that's for 10 projects that are in the advanced stage of planning. And then the second phase is an additional $10 million per year for the remaining 6
ones,
years.
yeah.
So in the first 4 years, I can share with you where we're up to with those highest risk projects. So the Ottery project, I think we talked about that at the last estimates as well. In the last financial, well, in the next, I guess for stage 1, it's $2 million that's been allocated for the Ottery project, $3 million for the Petroleum Wells site, $7.5 million for the Lake George mine, $1.5 million at Leadville, $1.5 million at Cow Flat, $9 million at McKinnon's, and $4.5 million for Mount Royal, and $3 million for Webb's Consul, and $6.5 million for Temora. I think that covers it all.
Okay, thank
For
you.
the initial ones, yeah.
Okay, thank you. There may be some questions on notice arising from that.
Sure.
Mr. Witherden, if I could just move to you now again. Does your agency have any, corporation have any role in the disaster relief grant allocations? Were you in any way involved in those?
No.
How were they administered? What was the, just offhand, I know it's not your agency, but was it through?
Which specific grants? There's about, I'll call them 8 or 10 at least, support grants that go out either to individuals, businesses, to councils. Is there a specific grant?
Well, it was the ones to individuals is where I'm looking at, but well, let's focus on the individuals first, and then I'll maybe look at that.
So Resilience New South Wales, Service New South Wales. There's a really useful website that's been established, but
yeah, I did explore this a little bit with Minister Dominello yesterday, but he kept coming back to apps, which is no surprise to anyone that knows Minister Dominello. Essentially what I want to know was, this may have been with councils as well, but just the way the money was dispensed and the time frame that it took for some people.
Yep.
The fact that people they apply once for one grant, and then the next time they go for another, maybe eligibility to test their eligibility for another grant, they have to put all the information back in again. They've already done it once. So what happens is they then self-assess and they go, it's too hard, I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
Can you see the issue here?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of work that's being done across government to sort of tell government once, because you're right, there's not only that frustration, and that's outside of a disaster environment, but if you're in a flood or a bushfire, you may not have some of the material that's required, and you'll see many of the grant programs do have the ability to provide funding without requiring documentation up front, depending on the scale. So some of the business programs will provide, for instance, the $200,000 medium-sized business grant provides $25,000 basically up front. You've got to provide documentation afterwards. These programs are all funded through Commonwealth programs, and there are audit requirements and acquittal requirements that they, ourselves, and obviously the audit office would be expecting to see. We don't just hand over hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars with no documentation. That raises its own issues. But you're right, there are some challenges in those systems, and absolutely customer service, which is within Minister Dominello's portfolio, Resilience New South Wales, Service New South Wales, ourselves, we're all working on that because no one wants to make that process any more challenging than it needs to, but we do need to balance that documentation is required. Sort of, if we hand over funding without any documentation, I'm sure at least the audit office, if not others, will absolutely be asking questions about that as well.
Yeah, and so I guess one of the suggestions I have, and you may already have ventured down this path, but there is an agency or an organisation within the remit of the New South Wales government called the Rural Assistance Authority, and they actually have been doing this for quite some time, and I reckon they would have a lot of knowledge around.
Yep, they absolutely do, and I'd be very happy to send you the link to the website that showed, interestingly, for the floods, they had 40% of new applicants. So there are processes you can establish where once a customer is known to an agency, their ability to be able to apply for new grants becomes a whole lot easier. And absolutely, government uses some of those service apps to achieve that process. And in the back end, our agency is leading a whole of government grants platform process where that idea of you tell government once and we should be able to identify you as a business, as a citizen, and therefore make that process as simple as possible.
Yeah, and would that again, that process then I would think would assist in the fraud component where you can...
Absolutely.
Mr. Tudor Hope takes just about every question time in our house talking about fraud in these programs. Surely that arrangement, if we could streamline to that point, that would assist in that, I would...
Absolutely, and the Service New South Wales app for some of those vouchers that are used, being able to sort of verify that the person who is submitting the information is the person that they claim to be. There is a lot of work that has occurred in that space. I would say we are improving that enormously. The other observation I would make is there was a concerted effort, a grant splits, to use that term, because for many people in a distressed state, asking them to apply online is not necessarily the best way to engage them to help. So across agencies, recovery centres were set up with staff who could sit there and literally walk people through those grant application processes, because either people may not have even had telecommunications connectivity, or they might be people who struggle with sort of online application forms for a whole range of reasons. So you will always need the human element there, and that was an important part of how we've sort of helped continue to work with the community in regards to those grants.
Okay, thank you. I think my time's up.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions again, Commissioner Webb, just very quickly in relation to the WDV CAS co-location. I understand there are two programs. There's a hearing support pilot, and then there's also the co-location of DV specialist workers in police stations. I wanted to check that the evidence you were giving me earlier was in relation to the last of those and not the first.
Yes, I can take that on notice, but as I understand it, the co-location is the 14, and there's 4 sites in the former one that you mentioned. But let me clarify that out of
my
session.
understanding is the hearing support pilot is 14 locations.
Right.
The co-location pilot was 5 locations and was due to start on the 5th of September.
Right.
But I understand has been unilaterally halted by the police.
I'll check and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly in relation to the IPOS system, devastated to hear that has been halted, and that we are now going to have to look for another company to provide that.
Another vendor?
Another vendor. Will any of the existing work be able to be saved, or are we starting from scratch?
It may. We've saved some of the code that was put in escrow, which was in the contract, but it's too early for me to say until we go to market and go through the process again. I think I'm not sure if you were in the room when I mentioned to Mr. Searle about that. There's 2 parts to one, which is CAD, and then the other is forensics, and there are actually viable options. Which has changed in the last 2 years. So procurement, we'll see what that looks like.
I've been asking since the beginning of 2019 about why New South Wales is the only jurisdiction not to be able to record the reasons why a sexual assault claim has been discontinued, whether it's been withdrawn or discontinued. I was then told that it wouldn't be till 2025 that we would actually have that capability in New South Wales. Presumably now that expectation will be delayed
I'll
even
hand
further.
to Mr. Hudson. We've done a lot of work around sexual assault in the last little while. We've done a comprehensive review of sexual violence, and there's a number of working groups and recommendations that have come out of that both relate to police and other agencies, but certainly I'll hand to Mr Hudson, and he's well briefed on the issues around the sexual assault. And
Just in the interest of time, what I'm looking for is when will we be able to record the reasons for withdrawal and discontinuation of sexual assault claims?
Yes.
I can answer the question partially. I got every event of sexual assault from last year reviewed. I took 26 people offline to do that. I wasn't happy with the data coming out. The statistics that come out of that is they're quite interesting and probably not revealed in COPS, such as 82% of victims are known to the offenders. And we only, out of that, we only had a 17% legal action rate. And I asked the question why. When you dig down, only 37% of victims actually make a statement to police and wish to pursue it in any form. Only 22% actually consent to a forensic procedure, and then a lesser level actually release that to the police. So there's a number of reasons probably why. I can't totally identify the answer that you want, but when you put those statistics in the level of offender victim prior relationship, the number of victims that actually make statements being 37% and 22% only agreeing to a forensic procedure, I think the reasons that victims do not wish to pursue the matter are probably related to the court process and everything else.
Which is why we're so keen to see the data, I guess, and over time. Unfortunately, I have very limited time, so I'm going to just very quickly ask you. We were talking about facial recognition technology earlier, and you were saying that you don't really use it, but I understand that New South Wales is participating in the Commonwealth's face matching service. Is that correct?
We haven't, well, to a lesser degree, we access their photographs. However, New South Wales hasn't loaded our driver's licence photographs to that system and won't till the legislation passes, whether that ever does at Commonwealth level. That's been, I think, a government decision which, based on our advice. So we have limited access to customs photographs, which supplement, or Border Force photographs from passports, which supplement our charge database, but we have greater success from our charge photographs.
Sure, but have you been using that FMS program
to a very,
in
very
relation?
limited degree. It's not that useful to us.
Right. Thank you. My time is up, so I'll go back to
Commissioner Webb, are you aware of an incident that took place where a forest scientist was assaulted in the Northern Rivers by some forestry workers? The incident was filmed by a Forestry Corporation officer, and then when the matter of the assault was reported to police in Coffs Harbour, it turned out that some months later, the poor chap who had been assaulted was then charged with a criminal offence. Are you aware of that incident?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I'm not aware of that matter at all.
Thank you very much. Mr Witteren, do you think that it is perhaps fair and reasonable that there are many members of the community, particularly in Lismore, that are quite shocked and saddened by the fact that there's an expression of interest process open about landholders that may want to benefit or may have land available to sell, when in fact there are people begging for an expression of interest program to open to say they need help and they need a home and they are the ones that are going to need to be helped?
Yeah, look, I feel their pain in terms of that. You know, having spoken to many of them personally where they've conveyed their circumstances, and I think, you know, every day you have to wait with more uncertainty. It's a day too long. So, you know, we're certainly working as absolutely quickly as we can to
what was
get
the strategic
to a point.
decision to do that one before that one? Because that's what I'm imagining it comes down to, a sort of strategic decision.
Well, look, what it comes down to in terms of the land, unlocking that supply, you know, that's something we can get moving with right now. There's no barriers to that. In terms of the program, with the suite of options, everything from voluntary purchase through to resilient rebuilding, that relies on a really robust evidence base, and there's a lot of complexity around this, as I described earlier, and then a joint funding commitment from state and Commonwealth governments. And I think we've certainly seen Queensland being able to move with greater agility than New South Wales, and that just speaks volumes to the value of having an organisation like the Queensland Reconstruction Authority that sort of stood up on an ongoing basis. And clearly that's one of the key recommendations of the flood inquiry, is that going forward we have that capacity. So whilst we're behind where I would like to be, I'd love to have something. I would have liked to have something on the table a month ago.
When do you think we might, for the real people that need the help?
Look, I would hope that certainly within the next couple of months we're in that position. But what I will say is that we're quite advanced in terms of what we've done with the flood property assessment program. So we've done that detailed assessment now of around, I think, 3,200 homes, so that when a program is announced, we've got that rich data which will enable us to really quickly make decisions. So whereas Queensland have announced their program, they've been out for the EOIs, but they haven't yet undertaken that program. They're back-ending their program with that, whereas we've sort of front-ended it. So, whilst I really do feel for people who've got that uncertainty, and they just want to get on with the rest of their lives, but also understand that this process of reconstruction and recovery will take years, absolutely. But people need certainty around what's on the table, when it's on the table, and how much will be there. So, I think hopefully it's not too far off.
Thank you. Commissioner Webb, who would have given the instruction, or who designed the Colo incident, the operation, sorry? Where did that instruction come from, that we were going to go and surveil and then go undercover on somebody's private property at Colo?
I'll have to take that on notice, but as I said earlier today, it's part of an investigative strategy, trying to prevent disruptive activity. But I don't know, I can't give you the specifics now, but I'll provide you an answer on notice.
Thank you. Are you aware of the years and development of law in the courts around the role of civil disobedience in a healthy democracy, and that the courts now in Australia have accepted a view that it plays a role, and that really the proper approach is that the police take a kind of restrained approach, because we're talking about human beings who are not normal criminals, that they are people who are engaging in a conscientious objection, seeking political change, and that it is in fact part of a democracy, whether they break a law by choice or not, that they are a different type of lawbreaker to the ones that you deal with ordinarily on a day-to-day basis.
I understand your question, but our job is to uphold the law, and if people want to exercise their freedom of speech, they can do it. Seeking permission for a lawful assembly, public assembly, they don't have to do it unlawfully.
Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you.
Have you got one?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Through you, Commissioner, perhaps again to Mr. White. At the Firearms Registry's Clubs and Ranges Information Day on the 8th of June 2022, a new range standard was to replace the Range Users Guide was discussed. It was said that the range standard would be out for public, or we put out for public consultation. What is happening with the public consultation on the new range standard? Can you tell me that, please?
I will go to Mr. White on that one. Can't say I'm up on that.
Sorry?
I'll have to go to Mr. White. I can't say I'm up on that standard.
I said through you.
Yes.
I don't expect you to answer that.
I'm aware of that conversation, sir, and to be honest, I stopped it because we really hadn't had a position or a direction from the Commissioner or the Minister to do anything to range standards. So as the process, they're doing some research nationally to have a look what range standards are and some internal comparative work to see where we are with our legislation and regulations that we have in place. On the back of that, anything that we have a look at, we'll share with the Consultative Committee and obviously all our rangers from there on in. But it certainly was never our intent to go out and look at changing anything without going through a long process of due diligence and engaging the clubs and the rangers about it.
Can I ask you whether an alternate range standard is being considered? In other words, it's one thing to use templates and physical separation, that's fine, but has anyone actually thought of applying a proper risk assessment process to each and every range to understand the nature of the risk so that, for example, we don't end up in the silly situation we've got in Goulburn at the moment where the range is closed to all centre fire shooting for over 3 or 4 years now, when the range is you're actually shooting into a mountain, but because the physical template looking on a flat piece of paper runs, I think, 20 or 30, maybe 50 metres into some council area where they were going to do something, that range is effectively closed. That's an Anzac range that's been shooting for over 100 years. You get the idiocy of that type of ruling?
I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I don't know the specifics about that, but I will certainly look into it. But I can tell you that the mandate that I've given the Firearms registry that are looking into this, doing some due diligence, has been a common sense approach, and it's not change for change's sake. It's not about making things harder. It's about following that ethos that we're trying to implement around, number one, community safety, number two, customer service, and that's how we'll continue to move forward.
Surely it should be on the basis of actual risk rather than perceived risk.
Again, you'd think it would be a common sense approach, and hopefully we're going down that path.
We haven't, ever since I've been involved in the shooting politics, I've never seen a common sense approach taken by the registry when it comes to ranges. And we actually did, under previous supervisors of the registry, under Bluey Lyons, for example, recommendations did go up to the police ministry through the police to adopt, as an alternate approach, a risk-based approach. In other words, a proper risk assessment, as you would do, for example, if you're doing anything, whether it was you're going to do mining or any workplace health and safety arrangement, do a risk assessment. But again, it always stops dead. It never seems to go anywhere. Why wouldn't you do that? And of course, that then leads to the perception amongst the users of those ranges that they're being victimised because it doesn't make any sense. It makes a fool out of the bureaucratic process. As I draw your attention back to the Goulburn example, where they've been shooting there since Anzac days into a mountain, but the range is closed now. I ask you why? That's the thing. Why? What has changed?
I'll take that on board, sir. I'll look into the Goulburn range, and as I said before, a lot of what you said makes sense, and I'll certainly take a common sense approach when we look into these regulations.
I only draw Goulburn because it's such a stark and stupid decision, which seems to hang around like a bad smell. We just can't seem to get rid of it. But there are lots and lots of minor decisions around ranges that deal with that. For example, calibre restrictions that make no sense at all, velocity restrictions that make no sense at all. I could go on. Commissioner, there have been a spate of cases recently where local police officers have failed to firearms safe storage inspections, insisting that safes weighing over 150 kilos must be bolted down. Commissioner, why is it that local police officers do not understand the firearms safe storage requirements as set out in Section 40 of the Firearms Act?
Go to Mr. White on that one, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So, yeah, I don't disagree. A couple of those instances have occurred, and luckily we've had ability through the Firearms Consultative Committee to be brought to our notice straight away, and we've obviously rectified it straight away. There has been some misinterpretation, and perhaps our internal guidelines around safe storage were probably a little bit robust. They're focused more now, they've been redone, they're focused more now on the actual legislative requirements rather than best practice. We've fixed it when we've come into those problems. Obviously, it's something that's ongoing. We've got a March date for all of our licensed officers in the state to come down to Goulburn. We're having a conference. We're going to do some education around safe storage. We can only do continual education through, internal messaging, articles in our Police Monthly, and annual conference with our licensing people, which we do, and the continued update of our fact sheets on the system, which we're doing now. But you're not wrong, but can I say from the outset that the number of those compared to the number of transactions at 50,000 a month and the couple that we get wrong, if we get one or two wrong and the officer's intent is that they're trying to err on the side of community safety, well, I'd rather fix them up post than do them wrong in the first place.
There's nothing wrong. I don't dispute erring on the side of community safety, but I have seen body-worn camera video of I think what it's been said to firearms owners in their own houses whilst these inspections are being done, and it's not edifying, and it's certainly not correct. And it does give the impression, because it ends up all over the internet and social media and all that sort of stuff, and it gives the impression that police are making up the rules and making up the law as they go along.
Yeah, we certainly could do without it. I don't disagree.
All right, thank you. I'm finished.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I showed the witnesses, the police commissioner, the deputy police commissioner, and the assistant crime commissioner a photograph. Just wanted to table that. I've sent a JPEG to the secretariat.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's got
Be
all
a
the
tabled
names on
document.
it. Okay.
It's labelled for ease of
Not that they
reference.
mean anything to me. Is that it, Robert? Anything else?
I have one more question.
One more question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is just going back a little bit in relation to the issuing of COVID fines, but in particular in the Walgett area. And I'm just wondering, are there still members of the community in Walgett, and I'm just referring to Walgett now, that still have outstanding COVID fines that they have not been able to pay, or that they're on hardship payments, or because there's a particular concern that I was made aware of by the Darawar Elders Group, who sat down with a police officer through their liaison officer. Sorry, I can't remember the correct term. The Darawar Elders Group does a lot of frontline work assisting with the Aboriginal community there. They were assured that the fine system was not going to be used, and then they found out that it was, and that they were dealing with a lot of members, or some members of the community, I was informed it was quite a number, that were really stressed and really struggling. Is that still an issue?
I'm unaware of that issue until you raised it, but I'll certainly take that on notice. In terms of the issue around paying the fines, or a payment plan or some other arrangement, that's done through Revenue New South Wales. But in terms of the situation around fining people, I know that the numbers, and we'll provide them on notice subsequent to this, are much lower in the last few months. I was asked that question this morning, but the numbers are much smaller. But I don't have a spread of where they've been issued at this point in time.
If there is still outstanding issues and there are people suffering hardship, particularly in that area, are you willing to look at that now and see whatever you can do to alleviate that burden?
Yeah, we will certainly look at it. It doesn't sound like it's a current issue, and it might be an issue from earlier on, but I will examine that and take that on notice.
Thank you. And just one final one, just referring to the coroner's report on deaths in custody that was tabled in this Parliament on the 22nd of July. It included a report about an incident of a person who died in the Mount Druitt Police custody from a cocaine overdose. And the coroner identified that the current policy requires that police obtain a detainee's medication or medical advice, but there's no clarity on how that should be obtained. So really the question, and the coroner made a particular recommendation. Are you seeking to address that directly? The question really is, how does police obtain this information? And are you seeking to address that particular recommendation?
Yes, we would. If it's a coroner's recommendation, then if we accepted the recommendation, we would certainly be looking to remedy that issue to make that clearer for officers.
And if that recommendation includes having a guideline in the handbook, that's something you would seek to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you very
I
much.
just realised I have got one more question, but it's only a short one.
And you're the chair.
And I'm the chair, so I'll ask it. It's not onerous at all. Commissioner, and maybe Mr. Hudson knows the answer to this one. Have you ever heard of a wearable accelerometer?
I haven't.
Well, I'll hand up a paper to you anyway, and
What does it do?
we'll hand up a paper to you, and it's a copy of a paper by a Professor Lawful, University of Pennsylvania, Department of Criminology, and it deals with presents the first results demonstrating the feasibility of using a wearable inertial sensor to recognise wrist movements and other signals corresponding to firearms usage. And that's where I'll leave it.
Okay.
Wrist movement.
Excuse me,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just correct something on
Yes,
the record.
please.
Thank you. Mr. Veach, it's about your earlier questions about Legacy Mines program, and I know you're going to come back with some further questions, but I just wanted to clarify for the record that the McKinnon site has $10.5 million allocated from the program, and the Hebburn site is $4.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We've all come to the end of the questioning. It's now government question time.
I think we're okay. Thank you, Chair.
No questions? Okay.
Just want to thank everyone for being here.
Thank you. I note a number of questions were taken on notice. The Secretariat will be in contact with you all. You have 21 days to respond. Thank you very much for coming today.
And thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.